Welcome everybody to Coletco. It is Christmas Eve, Eve, and we are rolling. Keep rolling. Right, Otis? Move in, move out. Keep rolling. Here's a couple crates over here, so it looks like they need to be keyed in. You know about these? Yeah. Let's make sure everybody knows about that. All right, Saturday night at Coletco, folks. Saturday night at Coletco. All right, I gotta get back here to the back for a second. We should have Jill here. Otis is here. Is Laura here? Laura's already gone? Okay. All right. Keep rolling. What? Keep rolling. What? Keep rolling. Move in, move out. All right. There's Otis. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. All right, let's see what's going on over here. Thursday. Did I not reply, Denise, or did I? I thought I replied. Or did you send another reply? I bet you sent another reply and I hadn't seen it. You know what, Denise? Look, I've got it typed out and I never did send it. Look at that. I've got it typed out and I never did send it. I do that kind of stuff all the time. I probably fell asleep or got busy doing something else. Well, I'm going to send whatever I had finished. Okay. I do that kind of stuff all the time. That's the way my brain works. That's me getting focused. See? I promise. I read it and I do that. I did that to Chuck Haley the other day. I be careful with, you know, messages. Make sure I don't miss anything. All right, so we got Otis tonight. I had to go pick him up, so I left in enough time today to wash my Tahoe, stop by Publix, get gas, and get Otis. Well, after I realized Tanner had texted me and said, Chad, I left my key under, when I woke up at 3:30, 4 o'clock, I read his message as the key's under my doormat. Okay. I got confused which doormat he was talking about. There was actually several different locations this key could have been at. I drove basically to the wrong doormat. But now I have a key and I have Otis. And Otis is here with me, and I didn't get to do half of my to-do list to wake up early, so I went to bed same time. I was like, okay, I'll lose a couple hours to get some of this to-do done, because I knew I had to go get Otis. So what I did was I finally tracked them down, and I finally got in their house. And I got Otis. And I'm rubbing his belly right now. All right, let me get set up here. Paul's outside. I got to send him a message. Okay, so it's early on a Saturday night. Getting everybody on. Let me go ahead and share. Busy night. We've got plenty of new stuff from John. We got all kinds of stuff to recap and tag, discount crates. Looks like Laura or Paul got these auctions ready. Paul got these auctions ready. I think Laura had already had all the hours she needed for this week. So I think if she works ideally when she's supposed to, she's not here on Saturdays and Sundays. So it is early, yeah. It is technically early. Believe it or not. So especially for a Saturday night. Otis is over here eating all kinds of crumbs off the floor. Otis, what are you doing? Jake has helped me reorganize my cart over here, which has been a tremendous help. I'm seeing parts of the floor over here I hadn't seen in a long time because we're trying to restructure this back room for a new year. So far, so good. This dust pile is going to bother me if I don't get it cleaned up. So let me get this cleaned up. I don't want to look at dust all night. And sweep that in there. And then we're going to start tagging. I got to figure out what they tagged this morning. So, you know, I posted like four different things. Okay. And let me see where they get started. Okay. Let me ask about these Japanese CDs right now. Okay. So let me see what maybe G or Ed or whoever might have tagged. What is this Saturday? I don't know who was tagging. It looks like they started sorting CDs. So let me click on Whole Lot of Records. Let me click on Chad Williams. We're not going to worry about CDs right now. The first post, 4 crates of new vinyl. That's where we got to get started. Yeah, and obviously none of that's been tagged. And then the Hatchet Ed crate, none of that's been tagged. Okay. So we got to go through those 2. And then the vintage discount. The vintage discount hadn't been tagged, but I'll let them do those on Monday. Because there'll be another one, and then, yeah. Let me go over here and see what is up with that. Alright, so this is the, let me figure out what they did with it at the end. Okay, that's the vintage crate. Alright, we'll have to get started with this one then. Move in, move out. Hatchet Ed, Hatchet Ed. Hatchet Ed, Hatchet Ed. Hatchet Ed, Hatchet Ed. Okay, where's everybody watching from? I'm about ready to get started. I am about ready to get started. Okay, good. There's the Hatchet Ed. So Hatchet Ed, 4 crates, CDs. All right, we got everything back here we need to get this show rolling. Okay. All right, glad to see everybody's locations. That's always cool. Here's what the monster looks like when you put it on ice. That's what a monster rehab looks like when you put it on ice. It looks like a T, because that's what it is. Rocky Mountain High, high, Colorado. Rocky Mountain Otis, Otis the dog. Rocky Mountain High, high, Colorado. Okay, so what we're looking at right here is 4 crates of new vinyl, Saturday to 12/20. That's it. All right. And we're looking for Body Count, Last Temptation, Alice Cooper, Temple the Dog, Oak Crow Medicine Show, Alice Cooper, Ice Cube, Alice Cooper, Trouble, Oak Crow Medicine Show, Cinderella, The Cult, Brutal Flannel, Burzum, Carnivore, Bauhaus, Down, Tonic, Pink Floyd, Temple the Dog, Tenacious D, Cockatoo, Concrete Blonde, Cinderella, Cult, Foo Fighters, Burzum, Carnivore, ZZ Top, Blizzard. Wow. All right, here we go. So first thing I have is NWA, straight out of Compton, $36.99 for NWA, straight out of Compton. I'm pretty sure I did not hear a claim for NWA. So those are available, $36.99. Our first auction of the night is Thelonious Monk, Monk's Quartet. This is a 63 US Mono OG. It's G at best, is the note from Paul. So this is a pretty beat up copy, right, Paul? This is a 63 US Mono OG, G at best. So what's at its worst? Okay. This is a $1 start. There you go. A chance to own a real deal jazz album there. $1 start on Thelonious Monk. There we have it. We have NWA, $36.99. Linkin Park, Reanimation. Linkin Park is a 2 LP, $39.99 for Linkin Park. This is still available. So is NWA. They're $36.99. And I got 2 copies of Motorhead 1916. Motorhead 1916 is $36.99. Yeah, we have Down NOLA. That will be coming up in just a second. It's a 2 LP, $44.99. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Megadeth, Rust in Peace is $36.99 for Megadeth, Rust in Peace. And then over here we have Black Sabbath, Paris, 1970. This is Black Sabbath, Paris, 1970. This is $39.99. So that's a well-known bootleg, a well-known concert from Black Sabbath. Paris, 1970 is a great show. I think there was a claim for that. Let me read through some of these again to get them fresh in my memory. And these are $39.99, okay? The Black Sabbath. Monk has a bid with Joseph McCormick for $5. Not the best copy, but hey, it's there. It's real and it's spectacular. Our next auction is going to go up right now. We're going to continue with our Japanese auctions from last night. John Fogerty, center field. Put me in, coach. I'm ready for a $35 start. John Fogerty, this is going to go up for a $35 start. There's the disc, there's the insert, there's the cover and Obi. We also have the Colt Sonic Temple, and the Colt Sonic Temple is a 2LP remaster. That is $38.99 for the Colt Sonic Temple, $38.99. That one's still available. So is Leonard Skinner's Street Survivors. That's with the infamous flame cover, $34.99 for Skinner. Not only that, it's a great album. And then we have Concrete Blonde Bloodletting. And we sold one last night. I think this one sold as well. Concrete Blonde is sold to Jason Fornerat. He was first on that. Let me make sure. Yeah, Jason Fornerat was first on Concrete Blonde, and that is Bloodletting. That was the last copy. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That's $33.99, okay? $33.99. Here's a few miscellaneous things I found yesterday, doing a quick cleanup over here of this room. I got AC/DC, $6.99. $6.99. I have Led Zeppelin House of the Holy for $6.99. Another AC/DC Back in Black for $6.99. Puddle of Mud is $6.99. And CCR Who'll Stop the Rain and Traveling Band. Those are all $6.99. AC/DC, Led Zeppelin, AC/DC, Puddle of Mud, and Creedence Clearwater Revival. Joseph McCormick, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Monk for $5. Not bad whatsoever. John Fogerty's a $35 start. That's for center field. We have Jeff Brindley on AC/DC. I'm assuming you're going to want both of those. And then Jeff Brindley on Led Zeppelin, okay? James Vasquez second on Zeppelin. Also have Disturbed, and this one's divisive. Disturbed is $29.99, and then I have Cocteau Twins Treasure. Cocteau Twins is $33.99 for Cocteau Twins, okay? And this one is sold to Jason Fornerat. He also just got the Concrete Blonde, and I think somebody else got a Cocteau Twins, but if not, then this one's still available. Yeah, I think this one's still available. This one's called Treasure by the Cocteau Twins, and that's $33.99, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now. Somebody asked about Jerry Reed. Let me try to find it over here, and I'll go ahead and put it up. Looks like we got some pretty interesting stuff. Here's East, Bound and Down. This is an early repress reissue. It's a gold stamp promo. Jerry Reed, nice $15 start on that one. There's that. Also, we have Ice Cube Lethal Injection. Ice Cube Lethal Injection, and this is $33.99. This is sold to Danny Thomason. Danny Thomason got that one. And then a question on Kiss comic. Let me go back up the top. I was in the store today. I seen the 1975 Kiss poster. Can I get a Predator price on it? 1975 Kiss poster. I'm trying to figure out exactly which one that is. Can you give me a description? Fox Digital, that was my last copy of Ice Cube. If you want on a waiting list, I can take care of you. Danny said PUM format. I'll have to figure out what he means by that. And then we have Megadeth, So Far So Good So What. Megadeth is new and sealed, $33.99. If anybody wants John Fogerty, this is a buy it now for $35. A no bid on Fogerty. You can pick that up for a $35 buy it now. Okay? $35 buy it now. That's for John Fogerty, center field. Put me in, coach. CCR front man, John Fogerty. Okay? There's that. Done. Let's put it away right quick. And Jerry Reed's already up to $25. I'm going to put our first no bid right over here. Still got Puddle of Mud Come Clean. And I got CCR Traveling Band and Who'll Stop the Rain. Speaking of John Fogerty, those are $6.99. If you change your mind, say, Chad, I changed my mind. And I'll go ahead and take all those, okay? So let's go right over here. Next thing I have is Bauhaus. Press the eject and give me the tape. Bauhaus is $29.99. We sold some Bauhaus, but not this one. All right, we did sell some Bauhaus, but not this one. $29.99 for that. And then we got 2 copies of Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. $29.99. David Jennings says he'll take the CCR. Who'll Stop the Rain? All right, that's sold to him. Thank you. $6.99. Over here, let's put up another auction, but let me go ahead and show the Colt Pure Singles. This is, in fact, sold to Matt Nicholas. Thank you, Matt Nicholas. The Colt is sold to you, and I have 1 extra copy of Pure Singles, $38.99. Jerry Reed is $30. What format is Puddle of Mud? It's a CD. $6.99. Come Clean, Puddle of Mud was a CD. Something about a Lightning Hopkins. Let me find it, and I will not only answer your question, I'll just go ahead and put it up for auction. Lightning Hopkins Strums the Blues is a 1982 French reissue, near mint, a $15 start. Lightning Hopkins Strums the Blues. And then we got one copy left of Bauhaus Flat Field, 29. Always sell the heck out of some Bauhaus. And then we have Queens Rock Operation Mindcrime, 44. Yes, Ice Cube was new and sealed reissue. Yes. New and sealed reissue. Danny Czar on Pantera. I'm assuming that's for Far Beyond Driven. Nice call there, Danny Czar. So all this is from the 6 a.m. video. So I'm about to go through everything that was in the 6 a.m. video. There's literally about 30. There's about 30 claims, and I'm pulling those right now. At any time, you can go back and watch that video, but you're about to see them all right here. We're going to knock the first 4 crates out, and this is all new stuff that came in yesterday. We had a bunch. It was almost overwhelming how much new stuff we had yesterday. Lightning Hopkins has a bid for 15, Jerry Wright 33. Megadeth, there's 2 different ones. Rust is 36, and the other one is 33, which is so far so good. So here's what's left in here. NWA for 36, Linkin Park 39, Motorhead 34, Megadeth 36, Black Sabbath Live in Paris 39, The Cult Sonic Temple 38. Matt, I've already pulled you a singles. Yep, you already got one. Leonard Skinner 34, Disturbed 29, Cocteau Twins 33, last one. The other Megadeth was 33, Bauhaus 29, Pantera 29, The Cult 38, Bauhaus 29, and Queens Rock 44. Okay, Jerry Reed is at $35 of Cody. Final Call on Lightning Hopkins for 15. And Brian Campbell wants Megadeth. So far, so good, so what? That is sold to Brian Campbell. Thank you on that one, okay? Thank you on that one. What else do we have over here? This is actually a pretty dang cool record here. I'm thinking about throwing up as a surprise auction. Give me 1 second to find this, though. All right, so Brian Campbell got Megadeth, and let's go get that other crate, shall we? Let's go get that other crate, shall we? Anybody else? So these are going to be right here behind me. A lot of stuff. Some of our best sellers of all time right there. So a lot of those, you know, we sell, we order, sell out. If any of those titles right there ever go out of print, I'll be like, oh my gosh, because that's some of our best sellers ever. So I don't see any of those ever going out of print, but if they ever do, God help us. Let's grab this right here. I don't want to spoil the party, so I'll go. Here comes Otis. 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 All right. Well, both auctions got new bid. Ted, did you put one of the Cult singles records in for me? I did. I've tagged you, and then I'll let you know, and then I've let you know again. I've got you taken care of. Jerry Reed's at $36. Lightning Hopkins has a last-minute bid with Danny for $16. Patrick, you've been outbid. Rob Zombie, The Sinister Urge. Rob Zombie is $36.99. And I got 3 copies of Pink Floyd live at Concertgebouw, and that's Netherlands, 1969, $29.99. Okay, that's a Pink Floyd live unofficial. And I have over here a claim, and the claim says, Pink Floyd boot, sell this to Kevin J. Reitz. I'm assuming that's what he wanted, that one right there. So Kevin J. Reitz, that's so to you. There's 2 extra copies left. And then here's the Bauhaus BBC sessions. And this one is sold to Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather. Sean Fairweather, Master Moss 666. He gets Bauhaus. That's $24.99. Jerry Reed 40. Now Jerry Reed 42. Lightning Hopkins 17. Lightning Hopkins 17. So that's still getting a bid. Lightning Hopkins 17. And then we have 2 copies of Trouble, Run to the Light. Now, Danny Thomason put Trouble, so I'm assuming that's the only one that was in the bin. We had other Troubles this week, but I guess that was the only one in this video. So that's sold to Danny Thomason on Trouble. Was there any other claims for Trouble? No other claims for Trouble. So there's 1 copy of Trouble left. That's Run to the Light Red Smoke Marble Vinyl. The Misfits Collection 2 is $33.99. It has Last Caress on it. I've got something to say. Danny, you're out on Lightning Hopkins. It's at 17. Eminem is called Curtain Call, The Hits. That's a 2 LP compilation of Eminem music. $39.99, like My Name Is. And we have Traffic, that's remastered, self-titled, $36.99. And Foo Fighters, that is their self-titled debut album, $24.99. Another great Misfits, Evil Live, that's $33.99. And then Nirvana's In Utero is $36. We also have Slayer, Diabolus and Musica for $33. And we have Soundgarden, Louder Than Love for $34. Also, we have Beach Boys' Pet Sounds, and that is mono, $36.99. Time for a monster rehab. I've got it on ice from 7-Eleven Big Gulp. Awesome. Okay, so anybody else on anything in here? Let me scroll through the comments, make sure I didn't miss anything. I think a lot of claims are coming up in the last two crates, it looks like. So if anybody else wants anything in here, just let me know. Awesome. Jerry Reed is a final call now for $42. Lightning Hopkins is sold to Danny Thomason for $18. This is sold to Danny for $18. And then Jerry Reed, last bid was Cody Wright at $50, going to once and going to twice. Let's go ahead and see what's up with this Blues Festival. The second annual Berkeley Blues Festival concert and dance. Lightning Hopkins, Clifton Chenier, and Mance Lipscomb. An early U.S. repress, VG condition, $10 start on that. Here's what's left in here. Rob Zombie was $36. Gatefold Jackie got two of those. Pink Floyd Live, 1969, $29. Bauhaus BBC Sessions, $24. Troubles, $39. Misfits, $33. Eminem, $39. Traffic, $36. Foo Fighters, $24. Misfits, $33. Nirvana, $36. Slayer was $33. Soundgarden, $34. And Beach Boys' Pet Sounds mono 50th anniversary, $36.99. Awesome. All right, got two more crates like that to go through. I'm going to go ahead and condense this after taking a little bit of a chunk out of there. Those two can now fit into one crate. That's always nice when you can empty a crate right off the bat. Wonderful day at Coletco. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. It's Christmas Eve, Eve. I got peas, tomatoes, lamb, shaw. I got lamb. I got pea. All right, so who asked about a KISS poster? Who asked about a KISS poster? Can you tell me which one you're interested in? And I'll give you more details, and we'll take care of it from there. Somebody asked about a KISS poster they saw in the store today. Okay. All right. Let's see here. All right. All right. So Jerry Reed sold to Cody Wright for $50. Nice. A check condition copy slipped through the other day in one of John's crates. We have Lightning Hopkins, $10 start on that one. All right, our next auction is Cyndi Lauper, and this is a really nice 83 OG copy in shrink and hype. The vinyl's VG though, but a nice jacket. Love the hype sticker. She's So Unusual, $10 start on that one. This is Chris Cornell, Euphoria Morning. Chris Cornell is $33.99. This other auction is Blues Festival, Concert and Dance. Lightning Hopkins, early U.S. repress, VG condition, $10 start on that one. Cyndi Lauper is also a $10 start. It's in shrink with hype and inner sleeve. It is in VG condition. Okay. Next thing we have here is Down Nola. Down is a 2LP, $44.99. The first one was sold to somebody. I'm looking for that comment right now. Tim Floyd. Thank you, Tim Floyd. That's so due. Interested in KISS poster? Well, we have about 300 to 500 KISS posters here. He saw one that's up for sale in the store. We got some on display. We're going to try to have a walkthrough sale tomorrow and a coin sale, one of the two, or either or neither. I'm not for sure yet. Depends on what's going on tomorrow. But somebody was asking about a Kiss poster they saw here in the store, trying to get info on that. But we've got about 30 on display out in our store now. Originals. Gin Blossom, New Miserable Experience. Gin Blossom's $33.99. Danny Czar gets the other down, NOLA. Thank you, Danny Czar. And then we have 2 copies of Pantera, Reinventing the Steel. Pantera is $29.99. And then Gojira, La Font Sauvage. Gojira is on orange vinyl, $44.99. So over here, we got Cyndi Lauper at 10. We got Lightning Hopkins at 10. Danny Got Down. Cyndi Lauper, 11. And then over here, NOLA was $44.99. That was my last copy, but if you want on a waiting list, let me know. We have Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. Ozzy Osbourne is $29.99. Diary of a Madman, $29.99. Okay, that is we got 2 of those available. Kiss Psycho Circus, that is $33.99. Psycho Circus, Kiss, $33.99. And then Pantera, Susie and the Banshees Peep Show. Susie and the Banshees Peep Show is $36.99. I have exactly 2 left. $36.99 on that. So the first thing is, Danny said, did I get Lightning Hopkins? I did. What is the high bid on this Lightning Hopkins? It's VG condition, an early U.S. repress. It has 1 bid for $10. We've already sold the other Lightning Hopkins. Cyndi Lauper's at 13 with Salty Prison Songs, I think. How about Salty? Okay, next, Cyndi Lauper, 15. Audio Slave, that's a 2 LP, $34.99. And then Outcast, Atelians. Outcast is $33.99 for Outcast. That's a 2 LP. And then Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, and this is $29.99. And then we have Led Zeppelin 2. Led Zeppelin 2 is the deluxe edition. This is $38.99. Craig says, last call for Coletco t-shirts. If you want a Seth You're Fired shirt, or if you want a Coletco Godfather shirt, the pre-order's up in Whole Lot of Records. No, I don't have any Kiss posters listed on a website. I wish. I have some photographed, but that's the next step as we figure out how to sell some of this stuff, because we just don't have enough time to show it all here. I've discussed that before. We just don't have enough time in the day, even if we streamed 24 hours straight, to show everything that we have in inventory here. Couldn't get all the Kiss posters showed and sold. It's just impossible. Plus, properly researched, condition noted, photographed, and then logistically sold and tagged and shipped. It's going to take probably another 2 employees. Banshee, Susie and the Banshees is sold to Pam Murray. This Lightning Hopkins at 20. Cyndi Lauper's at 15. And then we have Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power is $29.99. We have Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe. Rob Zombie is $33.99. That is Hellbilly Deluxe. That is, we have 2 of those available. Here's the other Pink Floyd boot. Kevin J. Reitz, I don't know if you're watching, but you put Pink Floyd boot. There was actually 2. So I'm going to give you the Netherlands, and I'm going to give you this one, okay? There's that. Ed Bussey's store, they seen the pits, wouldn't know if you're a better price. I just mentioned that. I'm trying to figure out which one he's talking about. The Live 75 poster. Okay, let me go up there and try to find that. I asked him just a moment ago, and he must have got off because I was going to go back up there and try to find it. Burzum, Philosophum. Burzum is sold to Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather, and the other one over here is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. All right, so both Burzums are sold. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Both Burzums are sold. Just FYI. And I didn't pull Foo Fighters for Darren Johnson earlier. And I don't think I pulled the Cult Sonic Temple for Chris Smith. So, and Blizzard is sold to Scott Yoakumstaller. All right, so over here, I got to stay extremely focused on these claims. Scott Yoakumstaller got Blizzard of Oz. I need to go pull Foo Fighters and the Cult for 2 people right now before I forget. I was so focused on the other Cult, I forgot about this one. So there's that one. Let me find that gatefold jacket. It's right here, Sonic Temple. Okay, so these are actually spoken for. Foo Fighters, self-titled. This was our last copy, too. That's sold to Darren Johnson. And then over here, we have the Cult. And this one is sold to Chris Smith, okay? So over here, this Lightning Hopkins is at $20 with Danny Thomason. $20 with Danny Thomason. That is a final call. I've already done a final call on Cindy Lauper. That means this is officially sold to James Vasquez for $15. Those are done. Okay? That's right over here. Next thing I have is this. Queensryche Empire. That's a 2LP, $38.99. Otis is looking at me snarling. He kind of just wanted to bark right then. What's up, Otis? What do you want to say? Well, Chad, I just want to say you're doing a great job. Wow, okay. Thank you, Otis. $38.99. We have Ozzy Bark at the Moon. $29.99 for Ozzy's Bark at the Moon. $29.99 blue vinyl. Danny, you've been on Lightning Hopkins. And over here, let's put up another auction. This is Crocus. This is Metal Rendezvous. A 1980 USOG in EX condition. Has the original company inner sleeve. $15 start on that. We got Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill. $29.99 for Pantera. Helmet is on red and blue colored vinyl. Helmet is $36. Ozzy's $38. That's Memoirs of a Madman, which is a 2LP greatest hits. Disturbed is $33, Down with the Sickness. And then Tenacious D. Tenacious D is $29.99. And this is sold to Melanie Clausen. Okay? Melanie Clausen. That's sold to Melanie Clausen. Walk-in door up at top to the left. Okay? Let me see which one he's talking about. Okay? So, over here, he's talking about Kiss, Vintage 75 Kiss Alive. Is he picking it up or does he need it shipped? I can do $85 on that one if he's picking it up. $85 on it if he's picking it up. $85 if he picks it up. That'd be 15% off. Just kind of put some of those out. They've never been shown before. All right, so I'm still looking for Body Count, Alice Cooper, Temple the Dog, O Crow, Alice Cooper, O Crow, Cinderella, Alice Cooper. I'm still looking for Carnivore, still looking for Tonic, still looking for Temple the Dog, Cinderella, Carnivore, ZZ Top. That must all be in the last crate. So if anybody else wants anything in here, Lightning Hopkins is at $22 with Danny. That means Sean Drake, you've been outbid. Crocus is a $15 start. And then let's go ahead and put up something else. Okay? Let's do it. Let's put up something else. What do we have here? We have a Japanese pressing. I've got a Japanese pressing of John Lennon Sometime in New York City. This is John Lennon Sometime in New York City. This is a 2LP, $35 start. There's LP number 1, LP number 2. There's the insert. There's the inner sleeve. There's the other inner sleeve. There's the gatefold jacket with Obi. John Lennon. I don't think I've had that one too often. $35 start. First thing we had was Chris Cornell. 33, Gin Blossoms 33, Pantera 29, Gojira 44, Ozzy was 29, Kiss was 33, Susie and the Banshees 36, Audio Slave 34, Outkast 33, Ozzy 29, Led Zeppelin 38, Pantera 29, Rob Zombie 33, Pink Floyd 29, Queensryche 38, Ozzy 29, Pantera 29, Helmet 36, over here Ozzy 38, and then we had Disturbed Down with the Sickness for 33 on green vinyl, okay? Lightning Hopkins is sold to Danny Thomason for $22. $22, that's sold to Danny Thomason. Crocus is a no bid. That's a $15 buy now for Crocus. And let's go get that Kiss poster off the wall. And let's go grab another crate, okay? So I got to swap out crates. Before I leave y'all with nothing to look at, let me go ahead and grab another auction over here. I'm just going down the line here. Next is Demon the Plague. And Demon the Plague is an 83 USOG. It has the original company sleeve, $10 start on that. And Sean Drake, your bid just came in on Lightning Hopkins. Sorry, you must have a little bit more delay than normal because that was almost 5 minutes in between when Danny bid and you bid. So you might want to refresh your browser. I thought I just lost you there, but it just popped up. That was almost, yeah, it was almost 5 minutes. I don't know when you hit send, but it took a while to hit my screen. And then Crocus is sold for $15 to buy it now price to Scully Mack. All right, that's Otis Scully Mac. Let's jump over here and grab this then. All right, and I don't want to spoil the party, so I'll go. Sitting on the park bench. Otis is over here begging for food. Begging for food, begging for food. All right. King's X albums. King's X albums. Tim, I promise. Tim Rory, this message is personally curated for you. If I find a King's X album, if Laura finds a King's X album, if Paul finds a King's X album, if Chad finds a King's X album, Seth, Tanner, John, you will be the first one notified, and I will let you know when it's going up for auction. But right now, over 1 million albums bought and sold, probably have just had a handful of King's X. It's one of those bands, it's not rare, it's not expensive, it's what we call hard to get. They're not rare, they're not expensive, it's what we call hard to get. This poster is officially sold for $85 to the Busey family. Okay, to the Busey family. This is officially sold to Ed Busey for $85. $85. Ed Busey. Okay? Sold. If Doug even finds a King's X, he'll let you know. That's one of those things. I'm not saying they're rare, I'm not saying they're expensive. But I'm telling you right now, they're just not going to show up every day. Probably won't show up every week. Sometimes it'll take months. Maybe a year. It could be 2 or 3 years. Pickup schedule for next week, I would say officially Friday confirmed. Christmas Eve is still 50-50. I would say if you need something to pick it up for Christmas, there probably could be somebody to let you in on Christmas Eve here. Possibly. You might just want to start communicating with them by Monday and Tuesday. Or you can come by maybe even sooner than that if you have to maybe get something before then. Now, over here, they were still trying to bid on Lightning Hopkins. And John Lennon is a buy now for $35. That's a no bid, sometime in New York City, okay? Let's put that in a brand new sleeve. Right now, a buy it now. Now, another thing about King's X is sometimes their albums are in print, sometimes they're not. Usually Music on Vinyl does them. This is Demon the Plague. This is a final call to get a bid in. A 1983 USOG SRC with company or sleeve, $10 start. Working on Christmas Eve. Oh yeah, all staff has to report to work on Christmas Eve, Jill. All staff has to be here. What do y'all think this is? Some kind of carnival? Y'all think this is some kind of willy-nilly, let's twiddle our thumbs? Christmas Eve sounds like Christmas work to me. Time and a half. It's 1/2 time. The music business doesn't stop. Alice Cooper, this is a Brutal Planet, folks. You got to work on Christmas. Brutal Planet is sold to Danny Thomason. Okay. Over here is Carnivore Retaliation. The first Carnivore, which is Retaliation, was sold officially to Absolutely Carla Brecky for $29.99. Okay. Demon has one bid for Joseph McCormick, final call. Next auction, this is a cool record. Do we already have this one hanging on our wall? The Incredible Hulk. The Incredible Hulk is a 78 USOG VG++, and Paul says this is abnormal for this type of record. The Incredible Hulk is a $10 start, okay? That's up for bid. We have Crow Medicine Show Remedy. Crow Medicine Show Remedy is officially sold to Danny Thomason, $29.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. The Crow soundtrack is a 2 LP. The Crow soundtrack, $44.99. This is a 2 LP. We still have these. Demon has a new bid for 11. Hulk has a bid for 10. Hulk has a bid for 10. And we have Alice in Chains, and this is Facelift, Man in the Box. Alice in Chains is $38.99. Alice Cooper, The Last Temptation, sold to Danny Thomason, $39.99. Black Label Society, Stronger Than Death, a 2 LP clear vinyl, $34.99. One left. Carnivore, self-titled. This is officially sold to Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather. That's sold to him for $29.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Alice Cooper, this is The Revenge of Alice Cooper. This is $39.99. The Revenge of Alice Cooper, $39.99. I have one left. Bad Company, self-titled, their debut album. It's on clear vinyl, $29.99. And then Cinderella, Long Cold Winter. The first Cinderella was sold to Todd Emick. Thank you, Todd Emick. There's one left, $38.99, and it's sold to Jackie Heath Long. There's no more Cinderellas left. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Also, we have Black Label Society, Mafia. Black Label Society is a 2 LP red vinyl, $34.99, and then Alice Cooper, Dragontown. Dragontown is $29.99. One is sold to Darren Wortman. Thank you, Darren Wortman. There's one sold to you. Also have Tonic Lemon Parade, first time ever on vinyl. This is the OG pressing of this 90s album, Tonic Lemon Parade, sold to Brandon Lack. There's one left. There's zero left, $39.99. And Pussifer, C is for, that is $29.99. The last bid on Demon was Joseph McCormick at 15, which means Victor Gary, you're out. The Incredible Hulk Records at 22. And we have Mudvayne, Lost and Found. This was a new repressing of this. It's a black vinyl 2 LP, $64.99. And then Peter Criss's new album that came out yesterday. So this is a new variant. It's a white cover with white vinyl. I also had silver cover with silver vinyl. Peter Criss is $38.99. Black Label Society 1919 Eternal, $34.99. And then Temple the Dog, Hunger Strike. One sold to Michelle Clements. There's one left, $34.99. Peter Criss sold to Wade Lucas. Like I said, I've got silver cover, silver vinyl wait list. I've got white cover, white vinyl. That one sold to Wade. I have one left in stock. There's a wait list for the other one. There's a wait list for silver. Wait, I only have white in stock, just FYI. There's a wait list for silver. We sold out of those. Temple the Dog is $34.99. I have one left, and then I have Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil, $36.99, orange and red swirl. And then I've got one copy of Crow Medicine Show, Carry Me Back. That one's $24.99. So go ahead and give Wade Lucas a white one and put him on the wait list for silver. Okay, make sure we put silver on there. ZZ Top Recycler, this is for sure sold to Greg Preston. He said he wanted one, but no waiting list. Luckily, there's one still left. And then Body Count was sold to Danny Thomason. That's Manslaughter. That's $29.99. Body Count is sold to Danny. There's zero left. I also got Crow Medicine Show Christmas that includes the autograph. and this is $29.99. Oak Crow Medicine Show, and that's also sold to Danny Thomason. Okay, and then over here I have Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. That is a limited edition 3000 magenta colored vinyl, $39.99. Okay, the Hulk record is William Howe at $22. I'm assuming everybody is done. So William Howe, that's sold to you for $22. I love these comic book kids records. I collect them myself. It's took me a long time to get all the near mint ones. Very tough to get. And then Demon is sold to Joseph McCormick for $15. Michelle was like, whoa, what did I just buy? Michelle, you just bought a copy of Temple the Dog for $34.99. Our next two auctions are Albert King and Nina Simone. We got Albert King Albert, and this is a 1976 USOG. It's on the first label. Albert King is a $15 start. Let's put that right there. And then I have Nina Simone in concert. Nina Simone in concert is a 66 US stereo repress. It's in VG condition. Nina Simone in concert, $15 start, okay? Danny Czar wants this Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. Let's go back to the 6 a.m. video, and everybody got everything they wanted except Eric Connard. Put him on a wait list for Alice Cooper, Brutal Planet. Eric Connard, Alice Cooper, Brutal Planet. Melanie Clausen also got a Temple of the Dog, okay? We got to tag one of those for her. That's sold to Melanie Clausen. Got that. And everybody else. So there's only one waiting list. Eric Connard on Brutal Planet. Everybody else got everything they wanted. Albert King has a bid for $15, and here's what's left in this. Last night we had 6 crates of new vinyl. I guess 7 counting the box of Monster Magnets. And by the way, I forgot to put that in the video. I wish I would have, because we might have sold it. But here's the Monster Magnet box. There's one left. I need to put it in new arrivals. So Monster Magnet, there's one left, $164.99, okay? I think we've ended up selling 6 or 8 of those. 7? I think 8, 7. We sold 7. That's great. $164.99 on those. Final call on Albert King, and then I still got the Crow soundtrack. This is $44.99. Alice in Chains Facelift is $38. Black Label Society $34. Revenge of Alice Cooper $39. Bad Company $29. Black Label Society $34. Alice Cooper Dragontown. Not very much Alice Cooper left. We've been selling the heck out of Alice Cooper. OGs, reissues, any kind of album I can get new copies of, we are selling them. I need to go through and just order everything in stock, because so far, no problem selling them. Puscifer's $29. Mudvayne $64. Peter Criss $38. Black Label $34. Vince Sevenfold $36. Old Crow $24, and the other Alice Cooper is numbered pink vinyl from Music on Vinyl, Hey Stupid. The Cult, that one we hadn't gone through that. That is the Hatchet Ed crate. We're about to do that right now. So if you missed the Hatchet Ed stuff, don't worry, because we're about to go through those right now, because that was the other video. I made 4 posts this morning. I actually in the comments put the schedule. It was new vinyl 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 699 CDs, 8 a.m. was Hatchet Ed, and then 9 was our standard video. So, man, if you kind of just was on Facebook on and off all day this morning, you were basically had almost a full-length show to watch. That's a lot of crates. All right, so everybody got everything they want except that one. The Hatchet Ed crate, the Hatchet Ed video has 32 comments. And if you missed some of that, we're about to go through it right now. We are looking for Lebanon, Hanover, Ministry, Ringo, Maiden, Metal Christmas, Public Enemy, The Cult, Mammoth, The Psychedelic Furs, The Cure, Sabbath, Demon Pack, Peter Criss, UFO, Ministry, Motors, Last Dinner Party, Metal Xmas, 10 Years After, Him, Y&T, Faster Pussycat, Duran, Saxon, Bad Company, Let's Play Chess, both Manaheim Steamrollers, Duran, The Cure, Duran, Saxon, Mammoth, and Bad Company. Wow, and some of those can be waiting lists. So, yeah, let's go ahead and knock out the first part of that. Let's go through this then, and I think y'all are going to like what you see, because we showed this pretty late, and I'm pretty sure when we went through this the first time, there was literally 2 claims out of the whole crate. And then in the group, we've sold nearly the whole crate. Albert King is sold to Jeremy Merck for $15. The Power of Whole Lot of Records Facebook group. That sold for $15, and nobody bid on Nina Simone. Nina Simone is a $15 buy it now for Nina Simone in concert. That's in VG condition, just a $15 buy it now for Nina. Wow. All right, so let's get started with this. Did I get either Lightning Hopkins? You got both of them, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, pretty sure you got both of them. Let me let him know about this. Okay. Let me take a drink of this Big Gulp, which is Monster. Nice. Saturday night at Coleco, 191 people watching. I was curious because man, there's a lot of Christmas parties tonight. There's probably a lot of stuff going on in people's lives. This time of year, it's crazy. Some nights it's like nobody has anything to do, and they're on here wanting to buy up. And then there's a lot of people sometimes they're like, man, Chad, I wish you wouldn't have sold that. I was at 3 Christmas parties last night. Larry Gonzalez gets Nina Simone for $10. Thank you on that one. That's why I'm waiting maybe a little bit later before we put up anything too crazy. Well, I'm just going down the line here and seeing what Paul's gotten ready. Here's another Nina Simone, an intimate variety of vocal charm, Nina Simone and her friends. This is a 1959 Deep Groove Mono on Bethlehem. A VG copy, $15 start. And there's some people at Christmas parties that wish they were here instead. They're like, golly, I wish I could get away from my in-laws for a minute and go up there and bid on that freaking Chris Cornell record. Magic Sam, Magic Blues Genius, a 1982 USOG EX edition. Golly, if I could just get away from my in-laws and go up there and tell Chad I want to buy a bunch of those Rush albums because I just found out I got a bunch of Christmas money. Oh, gosh. Wish my in-laws would leave so I could get back up there and watch Coleco. Buckingham Nicks. This is original master tape by Kevin Gray, $39.99. Buckingham Nicks Rhino Hi-Fi. I've got 2 copies of Faster Pussycat. This is $39.99, and yes, we did sell one of these, and the first one we sold was to Jackie Heath Long. That is $39.99, 1,000 individually copies on gold vinyl, $39.99. Also got Zach Sabbath Greatest Riffs. That's on red vinyl. Zach Sabbath Greatest Riffs. Zach Sabbath Greatest Riffs. Okay, and that is on red vinyl, $33.99. Also over here, we have Lebanon, Hanover, and I know that was claimed. That was claimed by Daryl Johnson, $29.99. $29.99. I'm in the bedroom watching. Wife and in-laws are watching TV. See, yeah, everybody's like, golly. Oh, man, I wish my in-laws, I'm gonna go up here in the bedroom. Hey, y'all have fun down there watching It's a Wonderful Life. I'm going to be up here wrapping Christmas presents. Then you get out your phone and you're like, Coleco, CLLS, Facebook Live. Okay, Chad, I'll take all those Rush albums from last night. I just got a Christmas bonus. And Duran Duran's on white vinyl. This is a 2LP, $39.99. This is Duran Duran Greatest Hits. It's a white vinyl, 2LP, $39.99. Melanie Clausen wants one. Thank you, Melanie Clausen. Stephen Reeves got one. Thank you, Stephen Reeves. That's so do you. Ken Helplin got one. All Duran Duran Greatest Hits are sold out. Thank you on that one. No bid on Nina Simone. No bid on Magic Sam. Final calls on those. Over here we have The Last Dinner Party, and The Last Dinner Party is officially sold, and The Last Dinner Party is officially sold to Autumn Betts. Thank you, Autumn Betts. That's The Last Dinner Party. The Prior. That's definitely something Laura ordered. I don't know much about The Last Dinner Party, Paul, but I do have Dream Theater, Dream Theater, Dream Theater, and Dream Theater. Can I help you out, Paul?
I was looking for a poster or something. These are $6.99.
Okay.
These can be auctioned.
Paul has more indie records for me. Fantastic. They're going to love those.
Good.
They're going to really, really love those. We also have Stone Temple Pilots. That's on red vinyl, $29.99. That is their self-titled album. That's STP, $29.99. And then Typo Negative. Typo Negative is $39.99. This is the least worst of $39.99. So this is the first time ever on vinyl. It's like a best of Typo Negative, $39.99. Okay, there's that. Over here we have this. Last Christmas Eve I won a Badlands on your show, and it's a lot better than Mother's Law. So I did have a show. I was about to ask y'all, do y'all remember if we had a Christmas show? I think we did on Christmas Eve, because I always go to my mom's Christmas Day. And so, like, I just do a sale, and then I go up there in the morning and spend all day and then all night, and then come back home, and then I'm back on for the day after Christmas. So, yeah, I think I did last Christmas Eve. Pretty sure I did. Right, Jill? Ace Frehley is $33.99. Ace Frehley is remaster his self-titled solo album, $33.99. Wayne Bartow, these are all sticker price. And I'll tell you why. I paid more than $25 for this. All the new vinyl is always sticker price unless we're running it on sale. My wholesale cost on this is actually more than $30. So these Rhino Hi-Fis, my wholesale cost on these begin with a 3. So there's very little margin in this new sealed stuff, especially on the Rhino Hi-Fis. $39.99 for Buckingham Nicks. I wish I could put them on sale. We would sell a lot more, but it's pretty tight on these margins for these. Scorpions is $39.99. That's for the Scorpions. $39.99, and that is the 60th anniversary edition. You about to head out?
Yeah.
Okay, let me mute my mic for a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to have an improv meeting with Paul. He's in trouble. I'm joking. So we're good to go. What I'm going to do over here is figure out what happened. Okay, Dwayne Sevilla got the Scorpions. Thank you, Dwayne Sevilla. That's so do you. I had to have an improv with Paul. Don't ever get to talk to him. Sorry about that. And then next thing over here is this. How much is Acid Bath? $39.99. All right, these are buy it nows. First thing I have is $15. Magic Sam, Magic Blues Genius. $15 on Magic Sam, Magic Blues Genius. And then Nina Simone. Nina Simone over here is $15, okay? $15 for Nina Simone. Wow, so two more buy it nows, 15 and 15 on those, okay? 15 and 15 on those. First thing over here is this. We sold him Scorpions. Sorry, I had to we literally just had an employee meeting, so that's why I had to mute my mic. Everybody's like, what just happened? That was me having, that's because I never get to see anybody here, so that's what happens. Acid Bath is $39.99. Jim B got Nina Simone for $15. Why? Because this is like a $175 record that just sold for $15 to Jim B. So we got stuff 90% off tonight. And Michael Ruttman got Magic Sam for $15. Ryan M was next, okay? You can go comment on CDs at any given time from that post. Yeah, you can go. They won't have all that done until Monday. You can buy all weekend off that post. And then what was the next thing here? David Jennings needs a pack of 45 sleeves. Now the question is, David, what did I do with those from last night? All right, we're back on normal pace now. We're back on normal pace now. And here are the 45 sleeves, okay? These are $19.99. $19.99. And this is sold to David Jennings for $19.99. And these are outer sleeves for 45s. They're $19.99, okay? I have about 5 or 6 packs left in stock. $19.99 for those. Protective outer sleeves. This is the Sundays. I love this album. Reading, Writing, Arithmetic. The Sundays is $33.99. I have one of those left. And I also have Coverdale Page. That's Jimmy Page and David Coverdale. That is live radio transmissions. I think what that is it's just essentially a bootleg. Coverdale Page, $34.99. I'm going to mute my mic, but this time just to take a drink of Monster. All right, there's that. Paul's heading out. Thank you, Paul. Oh, I just popped my knees back into place. That felt pretty dang good. I also have The Cure's Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP. $39.99 for The Cure. That's sold to Scott Beebe. Thank you, Scott Beebe. That's sold to you. And then Public Enemy, It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back. Michael McCullen. That is sold to Michael McCullen. And then over here, I had Dracula, Wolfman, and Frankenstein, $38.99. That's on gold vinyl. Next auction is Booker T. Booker T and the MGs, Macklemore Avenue, a 1970 USOG Pittman press, VG Plus condition, a $15 start, Macklemore Avenue. That's now up for a $15 start. Macklemore Avenue, as in Memphis, Tennessee. We have Virgin Steel 2. Virgin Steel 2 is an 83 USOG EX condition. Virgin Steel is a $15 start. First thing I have is Psychedelic Furs. Next thing I have is Psychedelic Furs. This is $39.99. It's also sold to Scott Beebe. And with that being said, I have a full crate. So let me swap out crates right quick. Let me put that right there. And now I need a new empty crate to start filling up. Is Otis over there chilling? I forgot he was even here. I'm so zoned out and had to talk to Paul. There's our next couple auctions. And then over here we have Ministry. So Daryl Johnson wants the Ministry music on vinyl pressing. So Daryl Johnson gets Dark Side of the Spoon, and Daryl Johnson gets Twitch. Those are sold to Daryl Johnson and Daryl Johnson. And then Mammoth is also sold. And I think we're going to have a waiting list for this. We'll do that at the end of the video. So let's go ahead and do Let's go ahead and do Mammoth at $33.99 to Heather Grant. I think there's going to be a waiting list here in just a second on that, but right now, let's just go ahead and tag that one. By the way, this is new and sealed stuff. Even though it's Hatchet Ed, this is new and sealed stuff. So a lot of this we can't order if we happen to sell out of. Do you have Ace Frehley Trouble Walking pop-up album? Trouble Walking pop-up. What is pop-up album? I'm not familiar with that. Virgin Steel has bids for 15, 15, and 15. We also have Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over. And then who was asking about something else? Maybe Fastway? Somebody else was asking for something right when I had to talk to Paul. Fastway is $39.99. Zach Sabbath Greatest Hits is on red vinyl, $33.99. And then Dream Theater, Dream Theater, Dream Theater, and Dream Theater, okay? This is Systematic Chaos. This is Train of Thought, Octavarium, and 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence. Those are all double LP, $39.99. STP's $29, Typo Negative's $39, Ace Frehley Self-Titled is $33.99. Buckingham Nicks is $39. Scorpions from The Last Sting, $39.99, a new compilation. Sundays is $33. Coverdale Page, $34. And Dracula, Wolfman Frankenstein, $38.99 on that. Nobody, George Burleson bid on Booker T. So final call, George Burleson, Booker T, $15. Virgin Steel, $15, $15, $15, $17, $20. And now John Kaiser bid $18, but somebody was already in on $20. Okay? And make sure I didn't miss anything here. Let me scroll through here and make sure anything else in here wasn't claimed. Let me make sure, UFO, most of it's coming up. And yeah, so Ministry, we're going to have a wait list for this. It's called The End, orange with red splatter. The first person on the waiting list, we'll go ahead and do it right now. The first person is William Simmons on that waiting list, okay? William Simmons on that waiting list. We'll take care of him. And I know I have Fastways. Just give me a second. If you for sure want one, they're going to be coming up in just a second. And then Ron Phillips on the Mammoth waiting list, okay? Ron Phillips also on this Mammoth waiting list. Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey is not in print. It is not in print. I'll take a bottle of water. You can set it anywhere you would like. Yes. That's usually Laura's task. She'll go up there and get her one and bring me one. It's Saturday night, though. Everybody's about to leave. Chad's going to be here by himself. Not tonight. We got Otis here. We got Otis here tonight. Okay? Virgin Steel 21. Booker T is sold. And Booker T is sold for $15 to George Burleson. One bid. See you later. All right. Virgin Steel 21. Let's go ahead and get started. First thing I have is this. Cheap Trick's newest album, all washed up. Clear with orange and blue marble, $34.99. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, $49.99 for Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. Tyler, the Creator, Chromacopia, 2 LP, $44.99. Black Sabbath, We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll. That's green vinyl, Black Sabbath, $38.99. Hymn, Romance Razorblade. I know we sold at least one hymn. It was Deep Shadows. That's coming up next. This is available then. It's a Zoetrope picture disc, $36.99. And then Hymn, Deep Shadows, is sold to Matt Shiker. Thank you on that one, okay? Now Virgin Steel 23.25. Dracula, the gold vinyl, Neil Adams, was $38. Next auction is David Bowie, Let's Dance. An 83 OG Winchester with the original inner sleeve, EX condition. David Bowie's a $15 start, okay? Next thing is The Cult, Choice of Weapon. And this is sold to Matt Nichols. Matt Nichols, The Cult is sold to you, $59.99. And then Saxon. So we got 4 copies of The Inner Sanctum. I think they're all sold too. $34.99 for Saxon. The first one that came up, Saxon, the first one was Jeff Hawes. He got one. He wanted 2 copies of Saxon. Jeff Hawes ×2 on Saxon. And then Greg Preston got one as well. That might leave one. Let me make sure nobody else claimed a Saxon. These are $34.99. And it looks like this is actually still available. So we sold 3. There was 4 total. Saxon still left at $34.99. Virgin Steel 25. Virgin Steel out. And then over here, David Doyle on Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. Thank you, David Doyle. That is so to you. We also have Let's Play Chess. That was that new anthology. And this is actually spoken for, and it is officially sold to Lily McCurry. Let's Play Chess. That's sold to Lily McCurry. And we got one copy left of Christopher Cross's Christmas album. That's on white vinyl for $29. And then We Wish You a Metal Christmas. We wish you a metal Christmas. We wish you a metal Christmas. And some shredding guitars. This is sold to Autumn Betts. Thank you, Autumn Betts. That's sold to you. And then we have Bill Withers. Now, this wasn't in the video. This is going to get tagged for auction later unless somebody wants to make an offer on it. It's Steel Bill. It's an OG. It's $64.99 OBO. I've got a pile over here of better high-end records that didn't get bought out of bins. They're going to get re-tagged for auction for next week. So there's that. David Bowie has one bid for 15, final call. And Virgin Steel's at 25 of Jeff Brindley, final call. You still have time to bid. Bad Company, EX Condition, $17.99 for a straight shooter. And Bad Company is officially sold. Bad Company is sold to Brad Waits. Thank you, Brad Waits. That's sold to you. And then Supertramp Crisis, What Crisis? That's VG Condition, $9.99. And then 10 years after, Live at Woodstock. Actually, Metal Christmas, changed the tag on Metal Christmas. This actually needs to go to somebody else. I didn't scroll up back down far enough. Jen Cast got Metal Christmas. Jen Cass got Metal Christmas. So that's actually sold to Jen and not Autumn. I messed up on that one. And then 10 years after is sealed, $34.99. This is on tie-dyed colored vinyl. 10 years after is sold to David Doyle. Thank you, David Doyle. That is sold to you. And then we have a Holocausto. That's a 2017 red vinyl, $34.99. Details on David Bowie. Let's Dance is an 83 OG Winchester pressing with the original inner sleeve. It does have some cover damage down here at the bottom, FYI. There is some cover damage down at the bottom. Eric Van Leuven has it for $22. Virgin Steel is about to be sold for $25. Not before we claim Sabbath, though. Sabbath is sold to Danny Thomason, and that was $24.99, sold to Danny Thomason. And the Motors, make sure this goes in for $6.99. $6.99 for the Motors. It actually was claimed by Mike Freiberger. Thank you, Mike Freiberger. That's sold to you. Virgin Steel was sold to Jeff Brindley for $25. Let's put up another auction. Somebody asked about Malaya Rage. I don't think it's went up yet. I know it hasn't went up yet. Mike Quadrini, you're out on Bowie. And then our next auction is Judas. I'm just going down the line here. Judas Priest Turbo is an 86 USOG with the original inner sleeve. $25 start for Judas Priest Turbo. It does have the original inner sleeve with it. There's Judas Priest. Next thing I have is Ringo Starr. The half off price on this is $12.50. And make sure that goes to John Griffin. John Griffin gets that for $12.50. We have Demon Pact. This was also sold to Danny Thomason. Demon Pact was sold to Danny Thomason. And Tom Petty is available. Southern Accents, an OG copy with the original inner sleeve. Don't come around here no more. $34.99. The Beach Boys Christmas album, $19.99. The Beach Boys Christmas album, $19.99. The Beach Boys Christmas album, $19.99. And Brian Ferry, this is Bete Nior. Brian Ferry, VG Plus, $14.99. David Johnson said he's about to have a conniption fit. Well, David, you missed most of the Japanese last night. There's only a handful left that have never went up for auction. And there's like 4 left. I think maybe 3, and you probably have them all, but we'll go ahead and try this one. This is the Beatles Rock and Roll Music Volume 2. The Beatles is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the cover and obi. That's a Japanese pressing, a $35 start. Okay, David Bowie is at $25 with Mike Quadrini. He's out, Eric's out, and Judas Priest is at $25. We have Manaheim Steamroller. Both of these are sold. So both Manaheim Steamrollers were sold, and those were sold over here to Lily McCurry. So she got both of those, Manaheim Steamroller. Those are sold. And I only have one left, and that's the VG copy for $14.99. Also, we have George Harrison, Somewhere in England, $19.99. Elvis Sings the Wonderful World of Christmas. That was already marked down to $10, so if anybody wants it, it's $10. and UFO was $14.99. That was the half off price, and that sold to Steve Mason. Jason Waldron, you were second. Okay, we have Black Sabbath. That's a blue vinyl. That's blue vinyl, $50. That's the buy now price on that. Now, these auctions don't sell tonight. I'm going to put them on Laura's desk, and they're just going to get shuffled back in into a future sale, okay? That's sealed blue vinyl, $50 on that. And then Flash Gordon is $30. Flash Gordon's a 1980 U.S. Allied OG. Flash Gordon is $30. So these are the unclaimed auctions. This is a 1980 VG Plus, $30 on that. Pat Benatar was a Japanese pressing, $35 on that. And then Iron Maiden, and this one was made in Japan, sold to Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather for $80. That is sold for $80. Matt Nichols on Flash Gordon. Make sure Matt Nichols gets that for $30. And then we have Live After Death. That was sold for $75. It's OG, has both inserts. This insert's been clipped out. It has the book and the original inner sleeves. That is available, okay? Otis is over here smelling the first crate of sold records. Don't smell good, Otis? Don't smell good? What are you doing, buddy? You got your toy? He dropped his toy off by my feet. Uh-oh. He wants to play. You can't blame him. He's just a puppy dog. He wants to play. Over here we have Kiss. This is their self-titled album. $40. It's an 85 U.S. reissue, second generation label. Let's sell some auctions. Mike Codrini gets Bowie for $25. That is sold. That is sold for $25. Judas Priest got one bid for $25. That's sold to John McPatriot. Sold for $25. And over here we have the Beatles, Rock and Roll Music. And this is a buy it now for $35, okay? No bid on Rock and Roll Music Volume 2. Hopefully David Johnson can control his conniption fit. He told me just a second ago, he said, Chad, I'm literally starting to panic if you're running out of Japanese. I've already started having shortness of breath, etc., etc. Carol Puckett asked, does Rush change colors? Yeah. So right now it's going through a cycle changing colors. It's went through, I think, most of the colors it offers: red, white, blue, green, purple. And yeah, it's changing. It might be hard to tell with all these bright lights, but yeah, it's changing colors right now. I forgot about that. Y&T. Now, here's the problem. I need to find out if Richard Bradshaw's watching. Okay, never mind. So he did claim this. This is sold to Richard Bradshaw for $125. Y&T is sold for $125. And then this Kiss bootleg is sold to Brad Waits for $90. Okay, so let's go back over that video then before I put up any more auctions. First thing is, okay, we need to make sure William Simmons is on a wait list for Mammoth the Inn. Put Shane Devers on Ministry Dark Side of the Spoon and Ministry Twitch Music on Vinyl pressings. Make sure we put MOV Music on Vinyl. Shane Devers waiting list. Autumn Betts on Metal Christmas waiting list. And Ken Helplin on The Cure Greatest Hits. That I already tagged that for somebody. I think I have a copy up front. Yeah, I think I can get Ken a copy of that. And then Ron Phillips on a wait list for Mammoth, okay? Ron Phillips on a wait list for Mammoth on that one. Let me see if I got a Cure. I think I got a Cure Greatest Hits up here in the rack for Ken Helplin. So let me go up here in our reserve stock. I've got maybe not. I've got Sleep Token, Metallica, Tool. I've got Ace. I've got Pompeii, Drake, Carole King, Motorhead, Danger, Korn, Iron Maiden, Kiss, Korn, Kiss, Morgan Wallen, Enough's Enough, Demi Gore, Buckingham Nicks, Harry Potter. Lots and lots of Christmas albums. Smashing Pumpkins, Mr. Bungle, Megadeth, Alice in Chains, King's X. There's Trick or Treats. John McPatriot wants one of those. Let me go ahead and grab all three of them then, because we might sell another one. There's two more Faster Pussycats, Ministries. Okay, I don't think I have another Cure Greatest Hits, though. Let me grab two of these. No, I guess I'm wrong. All right, so we'll have to put Ken Helplin on a wait list for that. Ken Helplin on a wait list for that. Okay. So, John McPatriot, if you confirmed you did want a Trick or Treat, I've got them right over here for you, okay? And those are $39.99. We'll go ahead and put it so I don't misplace it, and that's, if he says otherwise, we'll put it back. Not, wait a minute, who was it? Who was asking about those? Who was asking? Hold on one second. It was, yeah, John McPatriot. Yeah. Okay. All right, so let me reply to a couple people. I'm going to put wait list for Mammoth for Ron Phillips. And then I'm going to put over here Ken Helplin. Make sure he goes on wait list for the cure. Okay. And then Autumn Betts on waiting list. And then Ministry waiting list. And then waiting list. And we're good to go. All right, let's go through some new stuff. All right, so the only thing that didn't get tagged live here was the CD post. That would be chaotic. They've already started sorting them in alphabetical order. That sometimes takes like an hour or two. So sometimes we question if it's worth our time to post those CDs. It's so hard to find them. It's a bizarre phenomenon not having that stuff. Like, you got to put it in alphabetical order, then you got to try to find them. So, but yeah, for the most part, it looks like we've sold a ton of CDs. So thanks, everybody. Both Hatchet Ed crates are now in just a half of a crate. And, of course, these auctions are good as gold. We'll just put them back out at another time. And then the new vinyl, maybe we can sell it at another date. And let's go through one of the first crates. John's marked. And Booker T's already sold. But we are going to go ahead and put up another John Lee Hooker. And this is John Lee Hooker Endless Boogie. John Lee Hooker Endless Boogie's a 1971 OG. It has both company sleeves. Both discs are VG Plus or better. And John Lee Hooker has the original under sleeves. That's a $25 start for John Lee Hooker, okay? Gerald Whitworth wants the last rush sign. You know what? I'll go ahead and give it to you right now. That was our last rush sign. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and tag him for that right now. Thank you, Gerald Whitworth. Let's go ahead and put that in here on the sold miscellaneous. And the only lot, all these lots, the only one I have in stock right now is Led Zeppelin. And I'm going to go grab that right now and show it to you. And that's literally the only one I have in stock, Otis. Well, that's crazy, Chad. You've had a bunch of lots. You've had Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Led Zeppelin, and you're telling me you're all sold out. That's right, Otis. Wow. They like those lots. I want one that says Otis the dog. We probably can make that happen, Otis. That would be great, Chad. Big light that says Otis the dog. Panther. Yes, that and Malaya Rage has been requested. Okay. There is the only one in stock. Led Zeppelin, $59.99. I got to get Saxon done for Richard Davis, right, Richard? We're going to get that done for you. I got King Diamond done for Danny. I got to get Saxon done for Richard Davis. Okay. 1 second over here. Ba-ba-ba-ba. What's in the bonus crate? Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. And Gerald Whitworth wants that one. Okay. How about we leave that one back there for display for tonight? Okay. That's yours. I'll leave it plugged up though. And that's sold to Gerald Whitworth. Let's not forget. I'll put it on the sold table after the show. Whoever's watching, make a note right now. But that's sold to Gerald Whitworth. Okay. And what I'll do, I'll go ahead and put your name on it right now. And John, I got you down for a Fastway. Yes. John McPatriot got a Fastway. All right, so what's going on? Yeah, so Gerald Whitworth. Where's all my ink pens at? All right, let's go through a new crate of vintage. We got some auction requests. John didn't bring up a box of 45s, and we're ready. Right, Otis? That's right, Chad. I want a big light that says, Otis the dog, Otis the dog. Okay, ink pen, let's get going. There we go. Gerald Whitworth. Okay. I'm going to put your name on the back of it right there. All right, that's so. We have no lights in stock. We have no lights in stock. Okay, so first thing I have is John Lee Hooker 25, 25, 30, 32. Stones is on deck. Has to be. I'll send you a proof of the logo. I'll let you approve the logo, Richard, okay? I'll message you sometime in the next week or two, and we'll get it set up. John Lee Hooker, 35. And we have the new Lee Dorsey. Let's do these, and then I'm going to find these medal records. I just don't know where they're at right now. The new Lee Dorsey is a 66 U.S. Mono OG, a Monarch press in EX Plus condition, a $25 start, okay? Judas Priest, yes. Y'all should see my list. Y'all should see my list. It's insane. I got a huge list over here we're working on. All right, there's those two. Let me find the medal records. Let me grab the first check condition crate here. And, yeah, let's do it. Let me see what John put out in these 45s, too. I'm kind of curious. We'll have at least one box to flip through tonight, and then I'm going to try to go through these other ones. If our 45 buyers, that means we can say we've probably officially gone through every 45 that's ever been put out. Then I got to start doing some bonus ones. Some big bonus ones. All right. Did John mark a check condition is the question. We're about to go through a lot of cool new vintage stuff. There's the check condition. Man, looks like he found some cool stuff. A couple of these are upside down, though. All right. Nice. All right, let's do it. I'm going to take a quick peek because I've seen a couple cool records. He got into some cool-looking stuff, it looks like. All right, a lot of our best sellers of all time, and then a few that I haven't seen in a while, so let's do it. All right, Kevin Voitosh wants Jar of Flies. Net, nice. We can change up our scenery back here. So Jar of Flies is sold. All right, let's go back up to the top. John Lee Hooker, $35. Randy Rhoads. Alice in Chains is probably next after Pink Floyd. Jar of Flies is sold to Kevin Voitosh. Speaking of Alice in Chains. John Lee Hooker, 36. And then let me read this comment here. The Dusk. Some more money. Okay. John Lee Hooker, 36. And then do you have Ancient Wisdom Deathlike? Yeah, I think I still have that. Okay, so we need to change our scenery up. Let's put something back there that's going to sell, okay? Let's put something back there that somebody's going to go, holy crap, Chad, how much is that? So let me put this back here, and then I need somebody to say, holy crap, Chad, how much is that? Okay? So I need somebody to say, holy crap, how much is that, Chad? Britney Spears, Baby One More Time. $29.99. There you go. Now you got to buy it to get it off the screen. These are all buy it now or best offer. MASH, VG Plus, $14.99. That's the soundtrack to MASH. VG Plus, $14.99. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. VG Condition, $14.99. A Columbia 2i logo. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. VG Condition, $14.99. And Van Halen, their self-titled debut. VG Condition, second label, $19.99. Lily McCurry on MASH, and then Rick Hall. So Rick Hall, if you want MASH, it's yours, but it will be $14.99. John Lee Hooker is officially sold to Jeremy Merck. Wait a minute, that's a new bid, isn't it? 36. Yeah, Ryan M., you were outbid on this, okay? This is at $36. That's a new bid. And then Lee Dorsey has one bid for $25, and Mark Lynn has that, so that's a final call. So let's go down here. Rick Hall passes on MASH, so this is sold to Lily McCurry, a sticker. Rebecca Barber gets Britney Spears. There's one left if anybody else wants one, $29.99. And then Ryan M. is first on Johnny Cash. Salty was next on Johnny Cash. There's Van Halen. This is new check condition stuff. And Chicago 3 is VG Plus, $14.99. Okay, I've got Prince, Grateful Dead, The Clash, Freddie King, Led Zeppelin, Eric Clapton, REM, Nina Simone, Noise Toys, Frank Zappa, John Mayall, Malaya Rage. Okay, that was requested first. Kill to Survive. Malaya Rage is an 88 USOG, $35 start on Malaya Rage. $35 start on that. Also, we have Robin Trower, Twice Removed from Yesterday. VG, $9.99. and we have Bengals everything. The Bengals is VG Plus, $19.99, and Bob Dylan Highway 61 Revisited, a 66 mono Columbia 2i VG condition, $39.99. John Lee Hooker is officially sold then for $36 to Jeremy Merck. Nice. $36 and sold. And Lee Dorsey got one bid. One bid over here. This is one bid. And this is Mark Lent for $25. And that's sold. Okay, there's that and there's that. And then over here, we have Malai Rage at $35 of Doug Reeder. The Bengals is sold to Steve Mason for $14. Did I already pull that? I don't think I did. There we go. And it looks like we need something back there to replace Brittany, eh? All right, Brittany was back, and then Brittany left. So how about we put something else back there? Let's see, what's in this crate? I want to put something back there where somebody goes, holy crap, where did you get that at? How much and how can I buy it? Holy crap. This is $29.99. The Presidents of the United States of America. There's been 47. This is $29.99. That's like 50 cents a president. Tom Sullivan on Bob Dylan. There's that. And then over here, we have the Mighty Groundhogs, Who Will Save the World. Very cool comic book top cover. It does have a clip corner. VG Plus, $24.99. Our next auction is this, Prince. Prince is an 87 USOG. It has both original inner sleeves. It's a beautiful copy of Prince. A $25 start for Sign of the Times. Okay, $25 start on that. One second, I got to do something over here. I got to order some food for later tonight. My DoorDash, they dropped my Diet Coke from Chick-fil-A earlier, which I didn't even really need because I was already drinking a Monster. And they were so distraught over it, they drove all the way to Raceway, out of their own pocket, bought another Diet Coke at Raceway and brought it all the way here. And I'm going to send them a tip because I'm sure they paid for that out of their own pocket. And if somebody's out door dashing, then they probably don't need to be going out of their way to Raceway. Buying a Diet Coke probably out of their own pocket just because they were distraught that they dropped mine. So I'm going to figure out how I can send them a tip here. Let's see. Let me do it right here. Let's do this. Can I do it from this end? Let's see here. Add tip. Yeah, there we go. Tip added before checkout. Okay, so I already have. Let's do another 5. There we go. Man, I can't believe they did something like that. All right. That was a total of $9 in tips to have Chick-fil-A delivered, but it was worth it. Otherwise, I'd be starving to death right now. Right, Jill? That's right. Both Lightning Hopkins have been sold. Sorry, I'm having to take a quick timeout right now. And then 101 Short Street. And now my supper is going to cost $34.85. So my breakfast, which is Chick-fil-A, and my supper collectively is going to cost about $70. Whew. That's expensive for fast food deliveries. Welcome to 2025 for a man on the run. Okay, Malai Rage 35, Malai Rage 36, 37. Prince is at 30. Malai Rage 38 and 40. MG $15. Mighty Groundhogs is sold to Steve Mason for $20 if you want it, okay? $20 if you want that one. I still have Allison Chains Dirt, $36.99. Malai Rage 41, okay? Here we go. Savoy Brown Jack the Toad. This is VG Condition $9.99. You heading out, Jill? Thank you as always. Savoy Brown VG $9.99. Sticks Cornerstone is VG Condition That's $9.99. And then George Thorogood, move it on over. This is new vintage stuff, buy it now, best offer. VG $9.99. Malaya Rage is at $45. Prince has one bid with Donna Bertram for $30. Okay. Next thing over here is Supertramp, Brother Where You Bound, VG $9.99, and George Thorogood. This is VG Plus, $14.99. Also, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Daylight Again. That's VG Condition, $9.99. And Prince and the Revolution, Kiss. This is VG Plus, $17.99. VG Plus, $17.99. Robbie Woods on Supertramp. This is new vintage check condition stuff. Last bid on Malaya Rage was $45. I'm going to make sure Jared Lambert is done. Nobody else bid on Prince, so this is officially sold to Donna Bertram for $30. All right, that's sold to Donna Bertram for $30. And Salty just put Prince. It's already sold. Malaya Rage is still getting bids. And then we have George Thorogood, the second one. This one right here is sold to Lily McCurry. And then we have U2 War. EX Condition, $32.99 for U2 War. Our next auction is The Grateful Dead. The Grateful Dead is a 1975 U.S. reissue. It's a Go disc press. Both discs are minimum of VG Plus. Top loader jacket, really cool there. $25 start on that. $25 start on that. Audio Explorer on Kiss. Prince. Maybe Salty wanted Prince in the bin. Is that right? He might have wanted Prince. And then what was Kiss? And then let me find that other metal record that was claimed. Or that other Panther. Yeah, let's go ahead and put up Panther. Panther is an 86 USOG with the merch form. It has the original inner sleeve. Or excuse me, it has the original merch insert. And this is Panther. This is an 86 UOG VG Plus condition. Panther is a $45 start. $45 start on Panther, okay? First thing is this. Malaya Rage 46, Malaya Rage 50, Grateful Dead 25, Grateful Dead 25, and the Mothers of Invention Freakout. This is a hotspot offer. So this is a variant that tells how you know it's an OG, VG $24.99, okay? So I think Salty wants Prince in the crate. They hadn't confirmed yet. Panther 45, Malaya Rage still getting bids. And yeah, let me go get a copy of Dirt up front. That was for Kevin Voitosh. I actually just found one of those earlier when I was looking for Trick or Treat. When I was looking for Trick or Treat earlier, I had to come up here and get this record right here. And I saw a copy of Dirt. It's actually right here in the front of the crate. Yep, there's Dirt. Got it. Otis is like, Allison Change. I love the rooster. I love chasing those roosters, and I love the rooster song. You like getting out on the farm and chasing those roosters, Otis? All right, that's so to Kevin Voitosh. All right, and then Salty does want the Prince in the crate. All right. Fly By Night is $36.99. So Malaya Rage is officially sold to Doug Reeder for $50. Okay. Grateful Dead has a new bid for $30 with Jay Beach. And that means Josie Sinkbell, you've been outbid. And Panther has a bid for $45, $50, and now $55. Okay. All right. Otis, you want your bed over here. That way you're not laying over here in the corner by yourself. Probably need to put your bed over here where I can I think your mother's going to be here pretty soon though. So, there's your bed. But if you just want to lay right here, I'll scoot it closer. I think your mother's going to be here pretty soon to pick you up. Just FYI. And we have Little Feet waiting for Columbus. VG Plus, $24.99. Okay. All right, there's that. First thing is REO Speedwagon Live. This is a 2LP, VG condition, $14.99. And Jefferson Starship Nuclear Furniture. That's in shrink, EX, $12.99. And Steve Miller Band, Brave New World. VG condition, $12.99. Last bid on Grateful Dead was Jay Beach at 30. I'm going to make sure Josie Sinkbell is out. She did say out. And then Panther is up to one person, Sean Drake. You're out, okay? Next is Otis Redding. Jimi Hendrix. I got Otis on my mind. Jimi Hendrix is VG $14.99. Mike Cadrini on Starship. This is a new check condition crate. Buy it now or best offer. Panther has a new bid with John Kaiser at 57. And let's put up another Japanese pressing, and that is John Cougar Mellencamp. And this is Scarecrow. Let's put this one up for just a $15 start, okay? Scarecrow, just a $15 start. $15 start on Scarecrow, just FYI. This is near mint, minus, and pristine. There's the LP number 1. There's the insert. There's the cover Nobi. 15 on that one. All right, so first thing we have is Scully Mack got Jimi Hendrix for $10. We have Hank Williams Jr. 14 Greatest Hits. VG Plus $17.99. Vern Gotson, Never My Love. VG Plus $9.99. Booker T and the MG's Greatest Hits. And this is VG Plus $29.99. That is a white label promo. It is in VG Plus $29.99. First thing we have here is Jefferson Starship already sold to somebody. Hold on a second. Let me figure out what happened here. Yeah, Mike Cadrini already got JS Jefferson Starship. Scully Mack got Hendrix for 10. Grateful Dead 3131. Brian Call 20 on Mothers of Invention. 20s on Mothers of Invention. Sell that to Brian Call for $20. Jetstream Mighty Groundhogs is still available. John McPatriot next on Jefferson Starship. Panther 62, John Cougar 15, Grateful Dead 32, Lily on Booker T, John Cougar 20, Panther 65. So it looks like all of our auctions are still getting bids. And then we have Grateful Dead. This is a 76. Art Jones wrote his name on the back of it. It's a Los Angeles press from 76. VG condition, $24.99. Also, Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes. Rainbow's in VG condition. It's also got a VG or less jacket, $12.99 on Rainbow. And Tony Joe White, Black and White, Polk Salad Annie. The original version, original label, VG $24.99. Jetstream on Groundhog, excellent. Sold to Jetstream. $20, thank you. I haven't said that name in a while, have I? We have Steve Miller, Matt Nichols for $10. I think that's a few back, but we still have it. And that's sold to Matt Nichols for $10. First thing is, can I see this Hank Williams Jr. Greatest Hits? You can. That's Hank Williams Jr. 14 Greatest Hits. A little bit of the earlier stuff here. VG Plus MGM label, $17.99. Next is Joseph McCork on Rainbow. And then I think in the Grateful Dead in the crate, okay? The Grateful Dead in the crate was sold to Jay Beach, right? I think that's a claim for the Grateful Dead in the crate. Okay, and if it is, that's sold to Jay Beach. Now, a quick update on all the auctions over here. The first one was Grateful Dead, the auction. Grateful Dead, the auction. Jay Beach also has that at $32. Panther is at $67 with John Kaiser. And John Cougar's at $26 with Susie Breedlove. That's where we're at. Next thing we have is Leonard Cohen, new skin for the old ceremony. VG condition, $34.99. $34.99. Also, we have Leonard Cohen. We also have Paul McCartney. That's his self-titled album. VG Plus, $19.99 for McCartney. That is on the Black Capitol label. That one's a little bit tougher to get, that particular label, and pretty desirable. $19.99. And then also we have Free Spirit, Jimi Hendrix, VG $12.99. So I think we're done on Cougar. Susie has it for $26. I'm going to make sure Robbie Woods or nobody else wants to bid. And then Grateful Dead, the last bid on that one is a final call. It's about to sell to Jay Beach for $32. Also in here we have the Eagles Hotel California, VG condition, $14.99 for that. And the Eagles back-to-back, this time their greatest hits, EX condition, $32.99 on the Eagles. We also have Kansas Song for America, EX condition, $17.99. The Rolling Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll and I Like It. That's VG Plus, $24.99. And then Kansas It's the point of no return. And I say, how long? Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, EX 1799. Chad, can I get the album of Polk Salad Annie? That has actually already been claimed. Tony Joe White was sold. That was, who got that? Somebody got it immediately, right? Who bought that? It did sell, didn't it? Or didn't it? No, wait a minute. I could have swore I put it in the sold crate. I guess I didn't. Let me scroll up, or did I miss a claim for this? I could have swore I said sold to somebody, but maybe not. All right, this is VG 24.99. It was sold on the Groundhog. Rainbow. Okay, so Kelly asked about this, and then Danny made an offer. Okay, so Kelly asked about it. Danny Thomason made an offer, and then we got it worked out. Somebody was explaining to him who they wanted it. So this, Kelly does have dibs on this. She asked what was Polk Salad Annie, and then Danny, I made an offer. So Kelly has dibs of this at full price, okay? Sold to Kelly Volodarchik, and then Tom Sullivan was next. He said he would take it at full price. So those are all sold, okay? Kelly got that one. Grateful Dead is officially sold. Jay Beach gets the Grateful Dead for $32. Let me see what Otis is up to up here. Uh-oh, what's going on? Somebody here? Is your parents back from Christmas shopping? No, he's just barking. Was somebody out there, Otis? Uh-oh. Somebody at the door? Let's see what's going on, buddy. Maybe? No. Somebody might pull up. People walk up to this door all throughout the night. See, when I used to have the sales up front, I'm in the back now, kind of hidden. I used to have the sales up front, and people would walk up to our door all night. So people would walk up to our door all night and think we're open because all of our lights are on. Sometimes there's 4 or 5 people in the parking lot up until a little bit later. And yeah, it would just be crazy. Are we done on Panther? I know this was a highly requested one. Richard Davis has it for $70. Okay, and Richard Davis has this for $70. And John Cougar is officially sold to Susie for $26. Otis is... that's funny. I think his parents are here. Okay. Yeah, it's still between 2 people. John Kaiser's still bidding. Okay. All right, Panthers at 75. The door just opened, so somebody has a key. Hopefully it's Tanner and Addison because he's been barking for about 3 minutes. I'm assuming that's who it was. Okay, let's put up another auction. This is Freddie King, Texas Cannonball. Freddie King is a 72 USOG Jacksonville. It has the company inner sleeve VG++ EX, and this is a $25 start for Freddie King. This is now up for bid. So we got Panther and we got Freddie King. Right now, also up for bid, we have, in this crate, a quick recap. Van Halen self-titled is VG Condition, $19.99. Chicago 3 is VG Plus, $14.99. Robin Trower, somebody just asked about this. It's a VG copy, $9.99. Freddie King has a bid for $25. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. I think this is a Beatles picture disc. I don't know. I think it might be. Let's figure out what's going on. It's Japanese. Definitely has an obi. And let's take a look at this right quick. The Beatles Timeless. So this is a Beatles picture disc with obi. Limited edition picture disc. And yeah, this is interviews. Pretty cool, though. A Japanese picture disc with obi. $15 start on that, okay? That's now for bid. There's Robin Trower. Panther 77. Freddie King 25. Dennis offered, first thing we have, There Goes Mark wants Robin Trower. Amenities want Chicago. And then Panther, John Kaiser had it for 77. Freddie King, 25. Dennis Johnson offered 12 for McCartney. All right. That's sold for $12 to Dennis Jackson. Let's tag that for Dennis Jackson for $12. Next thing is the Beatles has a bid for 15. We have Savoy Brown, Jack the Toad. Savoy Brown is in VG condition, $9.99. Sticks Cornerstone, also VG $9.99. So Van Halen, Savoy Brown Sticks. George Thorogood, VG $9.99. Crosby, Stills and Nash, VG $9.99. U2 EX $32.99. Little Feat is VG Plus $24.99. REO Speedwagon Live, VG $14.99. Vern Godson is VG Plus $9.99. Hank Williams Jr. is VG Plus $17.99. Leonard Cohen is VG $34.99. I don't get that one too often. Jimi Hendrix Free Spirit, VG Condition $12.99. And then Hotel California, VG $14.99. Eagles Greatest Hits, EX $32.99. Kansas Song for America, EX $17.99. Kansas Point of No Return, EX also $17.99. And then the Stones, VG Plus $24.99. All right. John Kaiser does get the Panther for $77. Freddie King is still getting bids. It's at $28 with Michael McCullen. And then the Beatles Timeless Picture Disc, Japanese pressing, is at $20. Amenities, you've been outbid. All right, let's slide those down. And Josie Sinkbell on Jimi Hendrix. You got it? All right, and then let's go ahead and put up a new crate of new buy it now or best offer. I'm ready if y'all ready. Y'all have almost obliterated that first one. And let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that next auction is none other than Led Zeppelin 1. So this is a U.S. Club reissue. So this is a club copy from the mid-70s. It's really nice and shrink. A $25 start on Led Zeppelin, okay? Let's go through a whole nother crate. Addison says, I've got Otis, door is locked. There's 2 people sitting in your parking lot. What just happened? All right, let me make sure the building's secured. That was sneaky. Addison came in and sneak attacked and got Otis. Dang it, Otis just got kidnapped by his mother. Dang it, I didn't even get to say goodbye. And she also said, do you know there's people sitting in your parking lot? Yes, they sit and hoping that we're open, and then they'll sit in the parking lot and be like, man, is this guy ever going to open his doors? I want to come in and buy records. And I'm like, no, we're closed. You can come back Wednesday at 10 o'clock. And some people do, and then some people I never see again. But also, you don't want to be open at 11 o'clock at night in Lebanon, because there'd be people coming here and be like, do y'all have a bathroom? And I'm like, yeah, down the road. It's called Pilot. Pilot Truck Stop. They have plenty of them. Okay, first thing we have is this. Led Zeppelin, Beatles 25, Led Zeppelin 25, 30, 25, 35, 45. That escalated quickly. And first thing is this. Freddie King. If no one else bids, Jeremy Merck went out. I'm going to sell it to Michael McCullen for 28. There he is. Yep. Hey, I used to, a couple times I left the door open, and, you know, it'll be like, I mean, we have a strong policy about locking the door now, but I've left the door unlocked a couple times, and I'd be up front, and I knowing that nobody working here is due in, and I'd be over there in the corner selling records, and all of a sudden the door would go ding dong, and I'd look around, it'd be like a whole family coming in one night. And I stepped around, I was like, we're closed. And you tell people that, and it's like they still wanted to look around. And I'd be like, I'm literally live right now on Facebook. We're doing a live show. Well, we just wanted to look around for a few minutes. It's like 11:30 p.m. and it's a collectible store. But they're probably confused why there's like cars in the parking lot and the lights are on and a guy's wearing a microphone. They're like, what is this? So, Freddie King is sold for $28. Michael McCullen, $28. You'll have to get, for some of y'all locals, if there's anybody local, next time you pick up, ask my mom about the family that came in with the walkie-talkies. Boy, that was a bizarre day. The walkie-talkie family. Golly. I had to come up front and tell them to get out. That was a crazy experience. I don't know what they were trying to do. The Beatles, amenities, you've been outbid. He says he's done. This is sold to Lily McCurry for $25. $25. The walkie-talkie family. Okay, we have Led Zeppelin. This is a final call. And this is amenities at $45. Going once, going twice. Amenities, $45. Next auction is the Clash Sandinista. The Clash is a triple LP. This is a 1980 USOG Pittman. All 3 discs are EX or better. It does have the poster, but there is some cover damage. Okay, the cover is kind of worn and torn. It looks like somebody put adhesive on it at one time, probably to protect the shrink wrap. All that's now gone. So probably a VG minus copy, and a $25 start with the Clash, okay? $25 start with the Clash. There's that. All right. And let's see. Let's go over here. Do that. Let me do this. All right, let's go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. Let's pull something from the bonus crate so some of the metal people know that there's great stuff like that coming for the rest of the night, okay? So let's get something to kind of raise some eyebrows. Everybody's like, whoa, okay, he may have some other stuff like this tonight. This is Accept Metal Heart, an 85 USOG Pittman press. It has the original inner sleeve. It is an EX Plus condition, and this is a $25 start for Accept Metal Heart, $25 start. Alan Parsons Project, The Turn of a Friendly Card, $19.99 for APP. The Who, The Kids Are All Right, $39.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. And then we have Dean Martin Sings Frank Sinatra. This is $14.99. Dean Martin Sings Frank Sinatra Conducts. Pet Shop Boys, West End Girls, $86. $19.99. Pet Shop Boys, $19.99. There's that. And we also have Genesis Trick of the Tail. Genesis is $19.99. Gatefold Jacket, Charisma label, super nice copy, $19.99. Led Zeppelin, the last bid that came in on this was sold. Led Zeppelin, $45 to amenities. That is now gone and tagged. Did the Clash get a bid? Not yet, so let's give it one more chance. The Clash is a 3 LP. All the discs are EX or better. It does have the poster. There's the poster. The cover has quite a bit of damage up on the top. I mean, they tried to put 3 discs in one kind of flimsy type jacket, so it's really hard to find those in high grade. They didn't do it as a gatefold or anything, so there's the story on that one. And then let's jump over here to this. And then, oh man, we have Pet Shop Boys at 21 and Genesis to Josh Brown. So sell this to Josh Brown, and then Pet Shop Boys, amenities. This was actually marked $19.99. So you're trying to offer more. How about I just go ahead and sell it to you for $19.99? Clash is a, what did I just say? 25? What did I say on that one? Short-term memory loss. 25 on that one. 25 on that one, okay? We have Yesterday and Today. That's their self-titled debut album. $29.99 for Y and T, essentially. The Best of Scorpions. That is $34.99. And Accept has a bid for $25. Accept has a bid for $25. And then REM is an 84 USOG. It has the original inner sleeve. It's on purple translucent vinyl. It's VG. It has one mark that will cause a couple pops. $25 start on that. $25 start on that. And then we have Pass on Hank Williams Jr. from the last crate. Is that something I've already tagged for you? Is that something I need to put back then? Or is that something that... Okay, I don't think I ever tagged that for you. If I did, I'll put it back, but I don't think I ever did. Okay, then I have Detroit After Hours. This is $29.99. Looks like a blues album. That looks pretty interesting. Detroit After Hours, $29.99. And then Entertainer of the Year, Loretta Lynn, $9.99. So Accept has one bid for $25, final call. The Clash has one bid for $25, final call. And then we have REM, and that's a going to once, a going to twice, a $25 start on that one. Next thing is Super Session, which is Johnny Paycheck, Alabama, Billy Joe Spears, George Jones. It's a country compilation. $12.99 on this one. $12.99 on that one. Dwayne said $28.99 on Scorpions. Sell that to Dwayne for $28.99. You got it. And then we have Country Gentleman. That's a country compilation, $9.99 on that. And Elvis Presley, Moody Blue, $34.99. Super clean copy. Elvis Moody Blue, $34.99. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. Yeah, anything I show in here, it's not an auction. It's just an immediate purchase unless you want to make an offer. Sammy Davis Jr., $9.99, okay? Susie Breedlove on Superstar Session, the compilation there. The Clash got one bid for $25, and that's sold to Jeff Brindley. Let's go ahead and put that away. The Accept got one bid for $25. Let's go ahead and put that away. It's sold to Dwayne Sevilla. I'm going to go ahead and start a new crate. This one's pretty full, so I'll tag these next. And this is sold to Dwayne Sevilla for $25. I'm going to give REM one more chance. It is the purple translucent vinyl. You got to hold it to strong light. When you pull it out, don't expect it to be purple. It's going to be black. It doesn't really change colors till you hold it up to a strong light. 84 USOG with the original inner sleeve, and that's a $25 start, okay? And we have filled up another crate. Nice. Moving through some vinyl tonight. Early on a Saturday night. I guess most of the college football games today have been a disappointment. When I woke up, two of them were pretty much over. And I guess there really hadn't been a contest with Oregon and James Madison. So, yikes. Kind of a disappointment for college football weekend. But I guess the next round, things might get more interesting. So, I don't know what the James Madison score is, but I'm sure it's out of hand again. Fast Domino on stage. That is $9.99. And we have Merle Haggard, and this is a tribute to Bob Wills, $14.99. And Walt Disney's Mickey Mouse Disco. There it is, folks. Mickey and Minnie doing Jive Talking, $19.99. Here, I pulled this out of, actually, do we have this in our collection? We don't. We might need to hang on to this one. We've been trying to keep comic book records. We're collecting them here for artwork here in the store. I think we sold the Hulk, but we already have that one, so that's okay. All right, never mind. Let's pull something. I got a million other things to auction. Let's pull something out of the bonus crate. You got to do the Dr. Evil air quotes, bonus crate. And this is Cinderella Night Songs. Cinderella Night Songs is an 86 OG Hot Pog. EX Plus condition, a nice copy, $25 start on Cinderella. Mickey Mouse is Rick Halls if he wants it at sticker price. If not, it goes to Susie and then Kelly. Another one, Walt Disney Productions, The Story of the Rescuers. That one doesn't come through as often. Storybook and record, clean, $19.99 on that one. And then we have Led Zeppelin Presents, nice, a PRC Richmond press, $44.99. Man, nice copy, Achilles' Last Stand. All right, so the Disney record does go to Susie, at least the disco record. REM got a bid for 25 of Josie, 25 of Amenities, and then 27. Now Josie's back in at 30, Cinderella 25, Cinderella 25, Kelly Vladerchek on the Rescuers. All right, this is a buy it now best offer crate. More American Graffiti. These are great compilations. $24.99 on that. Our next auction is Nina Simone. And Nina Simone, this is the third one we've done tonight. Wild is the Wild, featuring the unforgettable Four Women. A 66 US stereo OG. It's a Philips Mercury press, borderline VG+, which isn't bad for Nina, and it's a nice jacket. Very nice jacket for that record. $35 start for Nina Simone, okay? So REM, Cinderella, Nina Simone. And then we have Ronco presents Get It On. 20 artists, 20 hits. Ronco is kind of like K-Tel, great compilation label, $9.99. And we have the original 50s. That's a 50s era compilation. John's put out some nostalgic compilations in here, $9.99. I'm sure most of us were teenagers in the 50s. And then Merle Haggard and Bob Wills. That was $14.99. No condition notes. No condition notes on that one. Green Capel label. That's actually pretty clean record. I'm going to take a drink of Monster Energy drink right quick. Nice. Okay. Cinderella 27, Cinderella 35, and Gra got Merle Haggard and Ronco Artist. Brownsville Station, Ohio Players, Johnny Nash, Lobo, Clint Holmes, Dobie Gray, the OJs, B.B. King, Jerry Lee Lewis, Billy Paul, Ian Thomas. That kind of gives you an idea, okay? Amenities, you're out on REM. Josie has it for 30. Cinderella's at 35 with Sarah Weiberdink, and Nina Simone's a $35 start. Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, $14.99. Well, to be 20 years old in 1965, you'd had to have been born in 1945. Is there anybody watching that was born in the decade of the 40s right now? Is there anybody on this chat? There's 195 people on all platforms. Was there anybody born in the 40s that's on this chat right now? Anybody born in the 40s? We have Elvis Presley, Golden Records, Volume 3. This is in shrink wrap, $19.99. Is there anybody alive and with us on this chat right now that was born in the 40s? I can think of 2 people possibly if they're on right now. Definitely one person I know watches every night. So we'll see if anybody was born in the decade of the 40s. We have the Beach Boys, Endless Summer. This is a Gatefold 2 LP, Orange Capel label, $24.99. That's a great Beach Boys compilation. And then Chicago 16. Chicago 16, $9.99. Okay, Dennis, I figured Dennis was. And then I think there's one more. My bet was there would be 2. There'd be 2. I can think of 2 I know for sure that watches every night. There's Chicago and then Foreigner, Double Vision. This is in shrink wrap, $19.99 on Foreigner, Double Vision, okay? I lost amenities on REM. Oh, no, he did say out, my bad. So Josie Sinkbell gets this for $30. That's sold to Josie Sinkbell for $30. That is sold. And then Cinderella over here. Cinderella is a final call. It's an 86 USOG Hop Hog. EX condition and EX condition. This is Cinderella. The last bid, Sarah Weiberdink has it for $35. Nobody bid on Nina Simone. So Nina Simone is a buy it now for $35. $35 on that one. Henry's Choice. Yep, that's right. Henry's Choice. So probably any given night we have at most 5 different people from the decade of the 40s. Now, the next category is probably significantly going to go up. Anybody born in the decade of the 50s. The 50s. There should be many more born in the 50s watching. Anywhere between 1950 and 1959. Should be a lot more watching. Elvis Presley, Burning Love, $9.99. Elvis Presley, Burning Love. Next thing is Elvis. That's the way it is. Elvis is $14.99. Elvis, that's the way it is, $14.99. Should be tons of baby boomers watching right now. Should be tons. Should be still not our biggest demographic, but it should be several. Should be several on here. Still not our biggest, but there should be a bunch. And then we have Elvis at Madison Square Garden. That's a 1972 Hollywood press, $19.99, okay? So we left off by saying Cinderella was a final call for $35 with Sarah Weiberdink. I'm about to put up another auction. And then we had Joseph McCormick offered $15 for Elvis. Now, there's been a few, but I'm pretty sure he's talking about this one, right, Joseph McCormick? This is sold to Joseph McCormick for $15. Sold to Joseph McCormick for $15, okay? And then let's go back down to the bottom. What's the Chicago? The Chicago that's left in here is Chicago 16, $9.99. So, yeah, several in the 50s. Pierce, Topographic, Carroll, Patty, William, David, Tommy Call, Robbie Woods. Jim B offered 27 for Nina Simone. What did I have on this? It's a $75 record, 35, so $30, Jim B. You're going to get 75 or 95 bucks out of that on Discogs, so 30 bucks and it's yours. And then over here we got Cinderella at 40. Yeah, Patty 59, Harry, Carol again. And then over here we have Cinderella, $43. So 2 people asked about Cinderella, and it's still getting bids, and Amenities want Chicago. So Joseph McCormick, I got you down for this Elvis at 15. Since then, I've shown a couple more. Salty wants Madison Square Garden. And then let's put up another Japanese pressing before David Johnson has a conniption fit. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. He probably already has this, maybe, maybe not. This is near McMinus and pristine. It's a beautiful Japanese pressing, a $35 start. There's the insert, there's the cover and Obi, and there's Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. Okay? Now, I would say, so that was 50s. So we had a couple in the 40s, several in the 50s. The third probably, so the decades of birth should be 70s and 80s the most. Probably, honestly, the 80s watching tonight, according to my Facebook demographic. You know, I can pull that up. But the next decade, 60s, there should be a bunch. But I think the most is going to be people born in the 70s and 80s watching. Probably the 80s. So probably the 80s if we did a quick poll. Probably most people born in the 80s watching this right here. But there should be a lot of people from the 60s too. We just polled the 60s. 60s is next. Yeah, so you can check out all these days. Should be a lot from the 60s. But I'd say mostly 70s and then some 80s, but probably some 60s too. I don't know. It's pretty balanced after that. It gets pretty balanced. So kind of give everybody an idea of their age. I actually can pull that up. It's pretty interesting when you take a look at it. So maybe 70s, yeah, possibly, because let's see, 15. I'm thinking about teenagers in the 80s, yeah. Should be a lot of people that was teenagers in the 80s watching, mostly, or their 20s. A lot of 60s. I can actually pull that up scientifically over here, followers on our page. But yeah, pretty cool to see. Sorry this has totally disrupted the show, but it's pretty cool to see. I can pull that out and find out. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, it doesn't give the year they're born. It's mostly just age. It's mostly just age. So it's most of them are between ages 45 to 54 and then 55 to 64. So yeah, I guess you can do the reverse math on that. So there's how it breaks down. So my age group is the second to shortest. I just turned 30, so I'm in the 9%. So I'm in the 9%. Yeah, 54 is the 70s, yep. And then the 60s would be the next category. So yeah, that's, and it's mostly men. Women are getting beat out on our page. 70% men. So, there you go. Now y'all know who you're among. Not many kids in here, right? Is there anybody in their 20s right now watching? I might be the youngest one here. I'm the host. I'm probably the youngest one. I'm 30 years old. So, okay. Sorry that derailed the show, but that was pretty cool to see. And then Cinderella and the Beatles. Okay, so the last bid on Cinderella that came in, I want to make sure we know where we was at on that. The last bid on Cinderella, we might even have him bid again. But first, Joseph McCormick wanted Burning Love for $15. Or maybe he's claiming that one too. That was $9.99. That's also sold to Joseph McCormick, okay? That's sold to Joseph McCormick. And then Jim B got Nina Simone for $30, okay? And then Madison Square Garden was sold to Salty. I hadn't pulled that yet, but Madison Square Garden was sold to Salty. And then after that, Ryan M made an offer on it, okay? So those are all sold. There's that. And then, And then over here, we have... You have to be young to do your job, probably. All dudes. There's a lot. I got to figure out the high bid on the Cinderella. The chat is buried. I've destroyed the chat. Too bad all these ages aren't bids on something. Are y'all bidding on the Beatles right now? 1,979. Okay, so, man, I can't even find it. I have no idea. It's buried. Now, there's like 5 pages of bids. All right, there it is. Sarah Wyberdink, $50. Sarah Wyberdink has Cinderella for $50. $50 Cinderella, Sarah Wyberdink, okay? Everybody else is out. If you're not Sarah Wyberdink, you do not have the bid. And if you bid again, I can't see it. And then the other auction was the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $35 on that one. $35. Another cool thing, our page in the last 28 days have had, let me see if I can pull this up. Our page in the last 28 days has had 1.4 million views. That's how many people have went to our page, Collectco, in the last 28 days. 1.4 million. That's just on Facebook. Any given time, there could be 200 or 300 people watching these streams over the course of a week. Different viewers. It's now up into the hundreds of thousands. It's pretty amazing how many people hop off and on. Different people all month that watch these shows here and there. It's actually mind-blowing. Elvis Pure Gold is $9.99. $9.99. That's Elvis Pure Gold. Also, we have Elvis Canadian Tribute, yellow vinyl. We've hit an Elvis crate. $19.99 on Canadian Tribute. Beatles has a bid for $35. Sarah Wyberdink, final call on Cinderella for $50. Every Which Way But Loose. That is $19.99, featuring the song by Eddie Rabbit, Every Which Way But Loose, $19.99. And we have ZZ Top Eliminator, $34.99. She's got legs. You know how, she knows how to use them. I guess you know how to use your legs too. Joseph, your pick on the Elvis records. And we have AC/DC Back in Black. No condition notes on that. Nice, clean copy, surprisingly. That is Bob Ludwig, okay? So first is Elvis. He wants Pure Gold. Joseph McCormick. Salty was next on Canadian. George, or he does get Canadian. So Joseph McCormick got Pure Gold. George Burleson second. Joseph got Pure Gold. George Burleson second. Salty got Canadian. Every Which Way But Loose is sold to Danny for $13. Cinderella is sold to Sarah Wyberdink for $50. And the Beatles got one bid, and that's officially sold to Robbie Woods for $35, okay? And let's put that away. That's done. All right. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? AC/DC is $39.99. So first thing you notice is the jacket has very little wear. It's embossed. It has the white trim. It has the inner sleeve. And the disc is super nice. $39.99 on AC/DC. $34.99 on ZZ Top. This is all buy it now or best offer, okay? Just one of 2 crates we've went through tonight. There's 2 more, and then we got plenty of other stuff. All right, let's do another advertised auction. Noise Toys. Fallen in Lust. Noise Toys is an 85 USOG with insert. This is the only time this was ever pressed on vinyl. It's in shrink. It has the inner sleeve. It's EX. A $35 start on Noise Toys. Our next auction from the bonus crate is going to be, we got a lot of stuff that's not hard rock and metal. We got like Talking Heads, other stuff like that. But let's go ahead and pull out an AC/DC for auction, okay? AC/DC for auction is Blow Up Your Video. It's an 88 OG specialty press, VG Plus condition, $20 start on that. What pressing is this? Let me see if I can figure that out right quick. This is a Monarch pressing. Well, yeah, it says MO in the dead wax. I guess, you know, the label matrix ends in MO. MO typically means Monarch. I would say VG Plus jacket has a little bit of spot of wear on the back, but that's a tough one to get a nice jacket. About the only way you're going to get a perfect jacket of that is finding one that's been kept in shrink wrap. And those carry a premium. Journey Escape is $24.99. Clear vinyl. Weird. Clear vinyl. I wonder if this was put in a OG jacket. Okay, it's a 2021. Okay. Boy, the jacket looks OG, but that's a 2021, $24.99. This is definitely an OG pressing, yes. That is definitely an OG pressing, yes. Okay. And then over here we have Superman the Movie. That's music by John Williams, $24.99. And Styx, Paradise Theater, Too Much Time on My Hands. So we might need to clarify. The AC/DC and the bend, Mike Pierce asked about it, Josh Brown asked about it, Adam Bernardi asked about it, okay? At that same time, I put an AC/DC up for auction. Jimmy put AC/DC 25, Josh Brown put AC/DC 35, John Kaiser put AC/DC 35, and Noise Toys is a $35 start. ZZ Top, 3 people's asked about ZZ Top. Eliminator, OG $34.99. Okay. So, Bob Reiger put J for Journey. And then we got to figure out who. So, here's the clarification. If you're bidding on Blow Up Your Video, you might want to put Blow Up Your Video or Blow. Something, let me know what you're bidding on. Okay? The next thing I need to know is who has first dibs to make an offer on AC/DC, because there's been 1, 2, now 4 people asked about it, and I think 3 people have made an offer. I'll pass on AC/DC. So the first person with dibs is Josh Brown, and Josh, I think, offered 35, and then someone else offered 37. Okay? So Josh, this is yours for 37. Adam Bernardi would be next. Blow Up Your Video has a bid with Jimmy LaCroix for $25. Noise Toys is between Chad and Dwayne right now, okay? Chad and Dwayne. Chad's going to go ahead and stretch. Not Chad Duggan, Chad Williams. That's me. Chad Duggan may be stretching too. I'm doing some calisthenics right now. Okay? Info and price on ZZ Top. Boy, if this doesn't sell, I'm going to be shocked. Rick, you're now the 4th person who's asked about it. This is an OG pressing mastered by Bob Ludwig, RL's in the dead wax of ZZ Top Eliminator, super clean, $34.99. Now, if you make it or if you have to take an offer, I got to go back down the line and actually figure out who was first on that. We need some more Eliminators, it looks like. Holy moly. I feel like we have that one every night, but all of a sudden there's a huge demand for it tonight. We have Led Zeppelin live at the Los Angeles Forum. Nice. A vintage Zeppelin bootleg. Holy crap. Yeah, this is known as the first Zeppelin bootleg. Yep. I hadn't seen one of these since Dale's Pittsburgh collection. So this is known as being one of the first Zeppelin bootlegs that hit the market. There's the track listing from Paul. It's a 1970 US. It's the first Zeppelin bootleg. Both discs are borderline VG Plus. $55 start, Led Zeppelin at the Los Angeles Forum. Josh Brown gets AC/DC for $37. Amenities has thrown a flag. You were actually 4th in line, Amenities, on AC/DC. Here's the rights on AC/DC. Mike Pierce, he passed. Josh Brown, he gets it for $37. Next was Adam Bernardi, and then actually next was John Kaiser, and then next was Amenities. So there was 5 people in line on AC/DC. There's obviously still a demand for OG Back in Black albums. It's one of the best-selling albums of all time, and people still want it, and they still need it. Then this auction has one bid with Jimmy LaCroix for $25. Bob Reiger got Journey. Noise Toys was OG, EX, and Shrink. We had a bid for 35, 35, and then Blow Up Your Video 25. I've already said that. Noise Toys 42, Noise Toys 45. What does Specialty Press refer to? Specialty was a pressing plant. Just like if Coletco made records, it would be a 1982 Coletco press. Specialty Press, that's a company. Eric Boehm got sticks for $15. Led Zeppelin 55. Led Zeppelin 55. And then Blow has a new bid for 27. The RLs Back in Blacks are desirable because they're really good sounding records, yes. So nobody wants ZZ Top, nor does anybody want to make an offer. Okay? Last bid on Noise Toys, Dwayne went out. Chad Duggan, $45, final call. Blow Up Your Video has a new bid for 27, another bid for 27, and another bid for 27. Tony Bradford, you're out on Led Zeppelin. Carol's bid came in first. Back to the bin. Kansas Audio Visions, $19.99. Alan Parsons Project, I Am the Eye in the Sky, Looking at You. This also has Cirrus on it, which is the Chicago Bulls Michael Jordan walkout music. Dun dun dun, da dee dee da bum bum. Y'all know, ooh, look at this one. Elvis Presley, Greatest Hits, 56, 57, Reader's Digest. Never seen it before. Never seen it before. Elvis, 1999. Noise Toys, 47, now 50. Led Zeppelin, 60. We got two offers on ZZ Top, 25 and 29. Rick, it's yours for 29 if you want it. If not, it's sold to Dwayne Sevilla. Okay, also we have Tina Turner, Private Dancer, Shriek and Hop. What's Love Got to Do with It? $14.99. How much is Alan Parsons? $19.99. Share. This is called Share. $24.99. ZZ Top Afterburner. $24.99. ZZ Top Afterburner. $24.99. Dwayne Sevilla gets ZZ Top for $29.99. Elvis, 13. Elvis, 15. My counter offer is going to be $19.99. Danny has first dibs and then Joseph. Here's another one. Elvis Rock and Roll Forever, $14.99. We have Marvin Gaye, I Want You, $29.99. And Elvis Presley, The Sun Years, $24.99. Okay? So, first thing is this. Noise Toys, Chad Duggan, $50. Mortgage Guy Rob, Incredible Hulk's already sold. Noise Toys was at 47 with Kaiser, now 50 with Chad Duggan. Led Zeppelin, 60. Elvis was marked $19.99. I had an offer for 13 and 15. I countered at $19.99. Danny has first dibs. Then Joseph is next because he offered 15. Alan Parsons, 15. Alan Parsons, 15. Alan Parsons sticker. Who asked first about Alan Parsons? David Baber. David, it's yours for sticker price. If not, Eric Boehm, it's yours for sticker price. If not, it's amenities for sticker price. Carol Puckett, Led Zeppelin, 70. Noise Toys, 52. After $20.99. That was after $29.99. Sell that to Dwayne Sevilla. We have Pass and Pass. Joseph, do you want Elvis at sticker price? If not, Amenity says he does. Led Zeppelin, $75. John Kaiser, you got a Noise Toys, $53. Blow Up Your Video has been sitting at $32 with Brad Waits. Amenities is out. It's at $32, okay? Eric Boehm also passes on Alan Parsons. This is sold to Amenities then. Joseph McCormick, it's up to you on this. It's sticker price. If not, then it's sold to Amenities. Let's move on by recapping this crate. That was a great crate. I got two more very similar to this. We've only got about 30,000 more things I could put up for auction. And Chad's going to take a drink of his Monster Energy drink. That's what's left of it after the ice has watered it down. Ice. Okay. Amenities gets Elvis Presley a sticker price. Never had, there's not too many times I can show any kind of Elvis record and be like, I've never seen that before. That like hardly ever happens. Hence why I was like, no discount. There's about 5 hardcore Elvis buyers, and if they're watching, they would have immediately said, yes, I'll take it. First thing is Noise Toys. Chad Duggan, $56. It's up to John Kaiser. Blow Up Your Video has a new bid for $37, and the Led Zeppelin bootleg, Tony Bradford, $75. Final call. The first ever Zeppelin boot. VG Plus. Bring It On Home. That's the way. Since I've Been Loving You. John Paul Jones organ solo. Thank You. Etc. Etc. Great track listing. Great early Zeppelin. 1970. If I had a time machine, take me there, please. Holy crap. I'd pay a lot for a time machine. Alan Parsons, The Turn of a Friendly Card, $19.99. The Who, The Kids Are All Right, $39.99. Dean Martin Sings, Frank Sinatra Conducts, $14.99. Yesterday and Today, $29.99. It has the original inner sleeve, Blue London stereo label. I have Detroit After Hours Volume 1, $29.99 for Detroit After Hours. Entertainer of the Year, Loretta Lynn, $9.99. Country Gentleman, $9.99. Elvis, Moody Blue, $34.99. Sammy Davis Jr., $9.99. Fast Domino on Stage, $9.99. And Led Zeppelin Presents. We'll pause there at $44.99 to sell Tony Bradford this Led Zeppelin for $75. Amenities gets AC/DC for $37. Noise Toys is still getting bids. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be this. Soul Fever Marie Queenie Lyons. This is a 1970 USOG. The note from Paul says, I lost Soul Gem. VG Plus, $295. The VG Plus last copy sold for $650. The cheapest copy for sale right now is $705 overseas in Italy. So the last time this VG Plus record sold, it demanded $650. We have the same condition record, possibly better, and we're going to start this auction at $295. This is called Soul Fever by Marie Queenie Lyons, or Loins. I know somebody else with that last name. He works for us. His name's Tyler Loins, Lyons. I never can get that out correctly. We have Noise Toys at $60. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. A buy it now or best offer crate. I also have more American Graffiti, $24.99. The original 50s, $9.99. Ronco presents Get It On, Bang a Gong. No, it's just called Get It On, $9.99 on that. And then Born in the USA, $14.99. We have the Beach Boys Endless Summer, $24.99. And Foreigner, Double Vision, $19.99. Amenities, the starting bid on this record is $295. It sounds like it should have been $395 or $495 or maybe even $595. But right now, $295 for the minimum bid on that record. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Alice Cooper Freakout Song. Never have seen this before. That's something good to be saying for an Alice Cooper record. Freakout Song, a 1985 UK OG compilation. EX Plus condition, $20 start on that, okay? $20 start on that. So Noise Toys 61, John Kaiser out. Y&T, $20. Edwin Riviera, you got it. Sell this to Edwin for $20. Eric Boehm on Bruce for $10. You got it. Edwin on Foreigner for $12. Let's do that one for $15, Edwin. Nice and shrink wrap. What's on More American Graffiti? That's very similar to the first American Graffiti, but more tracks, like Bill Haley and the Coasters, and Little Eva doing the Locomotion, and Little Richard doing Tutti Frutti, and the Cadillacs doing Speedo, and Buddy Holly on Peggy Sue, and we got Little Richard again, and Betty Everett, and Larry Williams. That's a 2 LP, $24.99. Also, by the way, Lanny, were you asking about the Select-A-Visions the other day? Were you the one asking about these Select-A-Visions? Because this is going to be also some of our bonus auctions tonight. I've got select divisions to put up. Okay? I got really cool select divisions to put up. Great movies like The Lord of the Rings. So if anybody's interested, we'll probably start putting those up for auction soon. Next thing we have is Superman. That's another great soundtrack. That's the John Williams, like Indiana Jones, like Star Wars, like Superman, you know, my uncle, John. We have Clark Kent, $24.99. That's a gatefold 2 LP with the inner sleeves. Final chance to get a bid in on Soul Fever for $2.95. I'll go ahead and make 2 statements on Soul Fever. I will allow it to go to a buy now, but I'm not taking any less than $2.95. The stats before me say we need to put this on Discogs for $500 or best offer. So I will allow it to go to buy now here in a second, but I can promise you right now, that is going to go from here to our Discogs for $500 or best offer. Okay? Alice Cooper is now up for bid. Surprisingly, no bid yet. $25 start. Kansas is $19.99. Edwin Riviera gets Foreigner for $15. Tina Turner was $14.99. Cher was $24.99. Elvis Rock and Roll Forever $14.99. Marvin Gaye is $29.99. And Elvis Presley, The Sun Years, $24.99. This is actually pretty cool to listen to if you've never put that on. $24.99, okay? All right. So, okay, so yeah, Noise Toys, 66. John Kaiser, you're out. What else? What was the conditional Superman? No condition notes on the vinyl. Cover probably VG Plus. It does have a saw mark right there and a little bit of ring wear. It is a black jacket. These are not Laserdisc. No, these are select divisions. These actually, the player actually uses a stylus. It actually takes a stylus to play these, just like it's a really bizarre thing if you've ever looked at how those work, okay? Elvis Blue, this one was marked 14. Sell that to Joseph McCormick for 12. Adam Bernardi gets Superman for 18. And let's look at Soul Fever again. Soul Fever is a 1970 USOG Lost Soul Gem, VG Plus condition, $295. Jim B's in. I was waiting for that to happen. He knows the value of this record. Approximately twice as much as the current bid. VG Plus condition, Soul Fever, Marie Queenie Lyons. Okay? This is VG Plus, $295, about a VG Plus jacket. Noise Toys is between 2 people. The high bid right now is Chad Duggan at 66. It's all up to John Kaiser. Final call to get a bid on Alice Cooper. There's already people trying to make offers. It's still up for auction. The high bid on this is $0. We're looking for a $20 start. It's a 1985 UKOG. It's a compilation, EX Plus condition, $20 start. That is the starting bid on that one. Soul Fever has a bid for $295 and now $305. Okay? Good luck to all those involved. We now have bidders and I think people interested in it. I'm going to bring over a new crate. Typically, when I have something pretty rare up for auction, and I'm like, well, if this don't get a bid for $300, I'm going to put it over here on Discogs for $700 or best offer. If you follow our Discogs about 3 or 4 days later, sometimes 5 hours later, you'll probably see it put up for twice as much sometimes as we're asking for it here. Sometimes really rare records like this that's much more deep cut, you can catch a deal on them for sure. It's happened several times this week. And then a couple, I turned down offers and I've went ahead and sold them for twice as much elsewhere. Like I said, half off records. Soul Fever, 306. This could take a while. 305 and 306. Alice Cooper has a bid for $20. We've got another crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow, $14.99. J.D. Crowe and the Kentucky Mountain Boys, The Model Church, 1971, $44.99. Wow, J.D. Crowe, Doyle Lawson, Larry Rice, Bob Sloan. In Shrink, $44.99. We have Noise Toys at 68. John Kaiser's out. We've already sold Malaya Rage, Alice Cooper 20, Alice Cooper 22. Next is Elvis Presley, Harem Scarum, $19.99 for Elvis Presley. Very nice copy on that. Also, Rare Elvis. Got a lot of Elvis we don't see as often. That's literally what this is called. Rare Elvis, an 87 German press and Shrink, imported especially for you by USSS and M, United States Sales and Marketing, $29.99. Herbie Hancock, Mr. Hands, Shrink and Hop Sticker, 1980, $44.99. Okay, we have Noise Toys at 69, Noise Toys at 70, Alice Cooper's at 23, and we have Soul Fever for 307. Amenities, you've been outbid. Jim B, you've been outbid. Now, there's about $400 in range here. So this auction's at 307. Y'all have a long ways to go while you're still getting a great deal on it, like almost a $400 spread. So this could be up for bid for a long time. Up and Away, The Adventures of Superman, $14.99. Original Superman radio broadcast, story radio broadcast, $14.99. And then Susie and Other Four-Letter Words, Susie Quattro, $14.99. And Don Greenslade, Cactus Choir. Look at that cover. Dave Greenslade on 76 UK, $29.99. Roger Dean artwork. Wow, I've never had that one before. $29.99. Superman is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. The Superman radio broadcast, Alice Cooper 25, Alice Cooper 25. Final call on Soul Fever. The high bid is Jim B at $310. Everybody else is out. Amenities is out. John Kaiser's out. Noise Toys. John Kaiser, you're also out on that. Chad Duggan has it for 70. Alice Cooper's at 25 of Gerald Whitworth. Next is Phil Collins, No Jacket Required. This is in Shrink with the original inner sleeve, $19.99. The Who, Who's Missing, $19.99. The Who, Who's Missing, super clean copy. Soul has a new bid for $315. Alice Cooper has a bid for $30. Noise Toys is up to John Kaiser. Chad Duggan has it for $70. Sly Stone, recorded in San Francisco, 64 to 67. That's $14.99. And Seals and Croft, Year of Sunday, $9.99. New bid on Noise Toys for $71. We have the Doors. This is $34.99. That's a red label, late 70s press, I think, for that one. $34.99. And then we have Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline, and early 80s pressing, sealed, $39. Noise Toys 71. John Kaiser, you've been outbid by Chad Duggan, $72. Soul Fever has a bid for $320. Who wants to bid $400 on this? Can we go ahead and get a $400 bid from Kaiser or Amenities? How about a $400 bid? How about a $400 bid? How about a $400 bid? Jim B has it for $320. Alice Cooper is a final call to Danny for $30. Next is Grand Funk Railroad, good singing, good playing. Nice looking records in here, $19.99. Kelly, you did get the Superman record. Jay Beach was second. Travis Woods was third. Ryan M gets Phil Collins for $15. I have not pulled that yet. This is sold to Ryan M for $15. 1 second. Okay, And then over here we have The Beatles, From Britain with Beat. The Beatles is an 87 sealed copy, $29.99. Also over here we have Elvis Roustabout, $19.99. Elvis Roustabout, $19.99. I think my food, that's what I was checking on. Oh yeah, my food's been out on the porch for 50 minutes. Let me step up here and get that. I'll keep talking to you. I was like, man, I'm forgetting about something. And I looked over, I had a DoorDash, and I forgot I ordered food for after the show. I always get Mexican food on Saturday night to take home and eat and watch a movie. DoorDash. Golly, I've spent some money today on food. I got to pick out a movie. I don't know, it's Christmas time, but I hadn't made my mind up on, I'm going to watch all those tomorrow, or Christmas Day. I've got to, I'm going to make up my mind on, what am I trying to think of? I've lost my brain. What am I trying to say, folks? I don't know. What am I trying to say? David Johnson wants to know about Japanese. Hold on one second, David. There's a lot going on. I think it's time to watch, I don't know. Y'all know how many movies I hadn't seen. Golly, there's a bunch. Probably Dr. Strangelove. I've been wanting to finally watch that. Probably Dr. Strangelove. Probably knock that one off my list tonight. I'll have to buy it because I don't know where to watch it. The Fugitive Harris Ford. Not tonight. No. That's when I'm like, that's not tonight. Noise Toy 73, Noise Toy 75. And then Cyclone Doug wants the Who's Missing. That's so to Cyclone Doug, the Who's Missing. Which Sly's in the crate? That is Sly Stone. Recorded in San Francisco, 64 to 67, $14.99. I've never watched Die Hard. Never seen that one. I've seen Jaws. Okay, where are we on Noise Toys? Noise Toys over here, Chad Duggan, 75. Okay? Chad Duggan, 75. So we got Noise Toys, Soul Fever, and Alice Cooper. Noise Toys, Soul Fever, and Alice Cooper. The Alice Cooper, let me make sure I didn't miss anything on this since I stepped away. Alice Cooper, Gerald Whitworth, it was up to Danny. Danny has Alice Cooper, $30. This is an 85 UK original, $30 on that. It's called Freak Out Song. It's a compilation. To my knowledge, I've never had it before. In the middle is a Grail, okay? This is Soul Fever, Marie Queenie Lines. A 1970 USOG, a Lost Soul Gem. VG Plus condition. The last one sold in this condition for $650. That's literally the last one in this condition. That's what it sold for. $650. The high bid right now is with Jim B at $320. He's got a half off record. Now, half off of $650 kind of hurts my stomach. Final call, though. He's going to get it. It's a final chance. $320 with Jim B. $600 record all day long. Final call. His kids are probably cheering. They're going to be able to go to McDonald's breakfast in the morning. Over here, Noise Toys. The last bid on Noise Toys, John Kaiser went out. Chad Duggan has it for $75. Hammers up an 88 USOG EX, first and only time on vinyl. That's our current auctions. Rare Soul album, Noise Toys, and Alice Cooper. Marie Queenie is in VG Plus with a VG Plus jacket. Sly Stone is a compilation, $14.99. Jimmy, wow, we don't get that too often. Jimmy Martin, Country Music Time, in shrink wrap on Decca. Wow, that's awesome. $9.99 on that one. $9.99 on that one. And Creedence Clearwater Revival Pendulum. Creedence Clearwater Revival Pendulum, $24.99. Blue Fantasy Label Gold Font, $24.99. And then Andy Gibbs Flowing Rivers, a white label promo with an Andy Gibbs press kit, $14.99. Michael Freiberger on Jimmy Martin, sold to Michael Freiberger. Noise Toys is sold. Noise Toys is sold to Chad Duggan for $75. And Soul Fever is sold to Jim B for $320. Jim, at this point, I was begging somebody else to bid. Man, that might be the best deal Jim B's ever got in his life. Holy crap. He says he's going to treat his kids to bacon, eggs, and cheese. Now, if anybody wants this, in about 7 days, it'll be on Discogs for $699 or best offer. Jim B is popping champagne. He is like, good gracious, I've never got such a great deal on a record. And Danny Thomas, he got Alice Cooper for $30. Holy moly, Jim B's popping champagne. He is like, holy crap, yes. Oh, man. Merry Christmas, Jim B. He paid 2 or 3 months light bills with that one. Here is the JB's, food for thought past the P's. The JB's, food for thought, is a 72 USOG Monarch EX condition, $65. $65 for food for thought. $65. That's now up for bid. And then we have Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits, $9.99. And Boston, $34.99. Jim B also grabbed 2 75% off Nina Simone records earlier tonight, too. 2 Nina Simone records that sold for 90% off. Unbelievable. Our next auction is Leadbelly. Old Leadbelly here is Leadbelly's Last Sessions. Volume 2, a 53 US mono with booklet. It comes as a box. Both discs are minimum of VG Plus, a $45 start. So there's the JBs, there's Leadbelly, and we're going to try our first Select Divisions. This actually comes as a double set. It's a part 1, part 2. It's the Lord of the Rings. Now, I have these for James Bond movies. For anything, they're great for display. I mean, look at the artwork. Lord of the Rings. This is part 1 and part 2. We're going to sell these together. That's a $15 start. $15 start on that one. That one actually kind of hurt. That Queenie record, that just kind of hurt my stomach. I don't know if I want to go through. I don't know if I want to do the sale anymore. Stuff selling at 90% off. I'm going to have to like lay off Otis and legitimately fire Seth and cut out Christmas bonuses next year. We have introducing the hard line according to Terrence Trent Darby. This is $24.99. The hard line, $24.99. These are not laser discs. These are Select Divisions. These are Select Divisions. These are not laser discs. These are plastic casings. These are Select Divisions. Totally different format. Totally different format. Leadbelly 45, Leadbelly 35, Lord of the Rings 15, Lord of the Rings 20. The JB's is a $75 start, I think is what I said. This crate is a buy it now best offer. First thing we have is Chicago. Everybody's good and awake. Well, stuff is practically free tonight. Chicago is $19.99. It's a Gatefold 2LP. Boy, that was a nice looking copy, including the jacket. Clarence Clemens and the Red Bank Rockers. Clarence Clemens is $14.99. That is a gold stamp promo. No condition notes on that. And we have Dance 60s, 12 great dancing hits of the 60s. Nice. Look at this comp. Wilson Pickett, Eddie Floyd, Spencer Davis, Aretha Franklin, Otis Redding, $14.99. So let's go over the JBs again. This is the JBs Food for Thought. A 1972 OG Monarch EX condition. EX condition for the JBs. That's in shrink wrap, and it's a starting bid of $65. Excuse me. Leadbelly's at $65. We have the Lord of the Rings at $30 with Sean Holford. $30 with Sean Holford. Now $35 with William Warner. We got Olivia Newton-John sold for $7 to Eric Bowman. Terrence Trent is sold to Amenities for $20. And then we have Clarence Clemens sells to George Burleson for $10. The cover is in shrink. The shrink has really preserved it. You can see the wear is on the shrink and not on the jacket. It might even look better off with the shrink taken off. It's preserved it very well, but yeah, it's a VG Plus jacket. Okay, Leadbelly's still getting bids. It's at 68. And Sean, it's between you and William on the Lord of the Rings. And then I'm going to go get the rest of these, and we're going to be putting them up all night. I'll try to pick out the best ones first, and these are Select Divisions. Now, Laserdisc players, they're not too difficult to come by working. They're made a little bit better. Select-O-Vision players are pretty challenging to find working and operational. We have 3 here in this building. None of them work because they need parts and replacements. And John, who would be the guru for us to fix those, he can fix about anything. He fixes all of our old radios, all of our old turntables. No, you can't hire him out. He's a private contractor for Colectco only. But when he does fix something for us, he can get it working. And he told me he's having trouble finding like the stylus for these. It's a really weird part. All 3 of them need one. So that's the story on this. They're kind of tough to come by. So first thing is Merle Haggard Chill Factor. That's in shrink, $14.99. And Air Supply, the one that you love, $9.99 on Air Supply. Elvis Presley today, $9.99. Lord of the Rings just got a new bid for $40. New bid for $40. Lead Belly. Lead Belly is a final call. Lead Belly is at $69 with Michael Hamburger, okay? And the JBs still don't have a bid yet. The final call on that is $65 to lock in a bid, okay? Merle Haggard has an offer for $12, and this one is super nice, Cody. That is sold to you for $12, okay? Yeah, this is a weird format. So it actually, if you were to pull out this movie, there's a way you can, I don't know, I don't think you can unless you put it in the player, but it literally looks like a vinyl disc, and it plays it with a stylus. I don't know what kind of magic they did to invent this, but it literally looks like a vinyl LP, but it plays back video. It's a bizarre one. I pulled out the wrong CC for George. His CC was for who? George Burleson said my CC was for Clarence Carter. Okay, Clarence Carter. There's a Clarence Carter in here. There's no Clarence Carter in here. There's Clarence Clemens. Clarence Clemens is $14.99. Clarence Carter might have been on this compilation. No, he wasn't. There is no Clarence Carter. So there's just Clarence Clemens, okay? All right. And then over here we have Marshall Tucker Band, Carolina Dreams, $24.99. And the best of ZZ Top, that is $34.99. Select-O-Vision has pressed disc inside similar to a vinyl record. Yeah, it uses a stylus. And I think that's kind of a tougher part to find because it's obsolete and obviously nobody's making them anymore. All right, the JBs does have a bid for $65 with Wolverine, so we're going to make that a final call. Lead Belly is sold to Michael Hamburger for $69. Whoops. This is sold for $69 to Michael Hamburger. And then the Lord of the Rings is between 2 people. Now it's between 1. William Warner has them for $40. And final call on JBs. All right, let's go back to the crate. And then over here we have Elvis Good Times, $9.99. And we have REO Speedwagon, 9 lives. Gatefold Jacket, $19.99. Our next auction is Ralph Stanley and the Clinch Mountain Boys, Old Time Music. Check that out. A 67 USOG Mono, EX condition, $45 start on that one. We have Chicago, If You Leave Me Now, $19.99. And the Beach Boys, Keeping the Summer Alive. Beach Boys is $19.99, and KC and the Sunshine Band, that's a good one. Technically just self-titled, lots of hits on that one, $19.99. That's the way, I like it. Getting out tonight, Boogie Shoes, man. Over here, we have Lord of the Rings. These are sold to William Warner for $40. Will they fit down in this crate? Barely. I don't know if the crates will be able to stack. So there's that sold to William Warner. The JBs is sold to Wolverine for $65. There's Ralph Stanley. First thing is we have an Elvis offer for $10. Kevin Chapman. That's sold to him for $10. Next thing is a maybe a Japanese pressing. David is borderline conniption fit. So let's try to drag that out as long as possible and go ahead and put up a Dio. What? That's right, a Dio. What? This is Rainbow in the Dark. What? This is an 83 UKOG, a 45 RPM, EX or better. What? This is Dio. It's a 3-track. What? This is Dio, a $20 start. That's now up for bid. Marshall Tucker Band, Where We All Belong, $24.99 on that one. and the Elvis commemorative album. Folks, this was only sold through TV. That's the 2LP, the original numbered, $29.99. All right, let me go get that huge crate of select. Boy, when you have a whole crate full of these, it weighs about 80 pounds. It's heavy. It's almost as heavy as like Metallica, their first album. Let's see. Golly. Yeah, there's a bunch in here. Indiana Jones, awesome. Let's do some of these. I love them for display. God, these are heavy. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. I can't believe it. I mean, I'm struggling, and I'm walking like on my tippy toes to get them back here. Listen to this. Holy moly. Whew. That was wild. Look at this one. Actually, this is, no, look at this. This is great movie stunts and the making of. Interesting. This is great movie stunts and the making of Raiders of the Lost Ark. Wow, so this is like the making of it. That's interesting. Pretty cool. I don't know what to start some of these for. I'm kind of hesitant because it's going to probably require oversized shipping. So I'm probably going to start most of these at 15 bucks, just like I did Lord of the Rings, because I'm kind of worried they're going to take an oversized box and they're going to have to go priority. So I'm kind of keeping that in mind. They're being shipped basically for free. So $15 start on Raiders, the making of. Okay? Whew, I'm out of breath after that. That's like lifting, I bet that weighs 80 or 100 pounds, what I just picked up. It's a whole crate full of these. Yeah, that was crazy. Whew. Okay, so we sold Elvis for 10. Dio has a bid for 20. Dio has a bid for 20. Dio has a bid for 25. How much is the commemorative album? This is yellow vinyl, $29.99. Okay, so you do want Clarence Clemens. If you do want it, it's yours for 10. Yeah. Okay, that's sold to George Burleson for $10. Okay, making sure George Burleson isn't on an acid trip right now. George, you're currently not on any ganja tonight, right? You did get Clarence Clemens. Tina Turner, Break Every Rule, $14.99 for Tina. And the Beach Boys, Spirit of America, $24.99. Walt Disney's Dumbo and the Story and Songs, $19.99. Walt Disney's Story of Dumbo. I don't know if I've seen that particular one. Book and Record, $19.99. And then Merle Haggard, It's All in the Game. Merle Haggard, $14.99. Okay, Ralph Stanley's a no bid. Let's get some other stuff going. We got a lot of different stuff to get in tonight. $45 for Ralph Stanley. That is sold. Dio over here is at $25 with Michael Ruckman. That's a final call. Final call on that. Select Division, final call for 15. And then Susie Breedlove, second on Dumbo. Kelly Vlodarchek was first, then Kristen Barnett third. Yesterday and today struck down. Y&T's $29.99. Alan Parsons $19.99. We have a request for jazz. We got a request for metal. We got a request for 45. And then somebody just asked, do you have any reggae or polka? Our next auction is Blues Breakers, John Mayall, a German import. No exact year associated, possibly early 70s press, VG Plus, a $35 start. Okay? And then Dio is at $25 with Michael Ruttman, and this is sold to Michael Ruttman for $25. We're also going through a new Rivals bin, buy it now or best offer. Mayall is a $35 start, and I'm assuming if these don't get bids right away, then they're no bids. So that's a $15 buy it now for The Making of Raiders. The Making of Raiders. I grabbed that one without realizing it wasn't the actual movie. I'm going to flip through here. I'm going to try to find the most probably biggest, iconicest, really coolest looking movies, and then from there we'll probably just make some buy it nows, okay? Probably make the rest buy it nows. I'm probably only going to put up a few that I think are worthy of auctions, okay? There's about 300 in here total. That one's pretty cool. That's a comedy one. MASH. Okay. Oh, here's a good one. Oh, yeah. It's got a little bit of a tear over here, though. That's unfortunate. That might. I'll let y'all be the determinant of that. Alien, $15 start. Unfortunately, the label's torn, but I mean the paper's still there. I mean you have to be careful with it, but Alien, $15 start. Let me lay that right over there. Next thing is going to come from, quote, the bonus crate. And let's go ahead and get these where I can see them. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, Flying High Again, an 81 USOG Pittman press. It has the original lyric insert, the original inner sleeve, VG condition, a $20 start on Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, okay? We also have Rolling Stones, Love You Live. That one's in shrink, 34, no, it's sealed. Excuse me, this is sealed. Rolling Stones, $54.99. That's the Rolling Stones. I'm so used to these being priced $34, almost looked without even saying the price, and then I realized it was sealed. I was like, why does he got that one marked 54? It's sealed, $54.99. Having Fun with Elvis on Stage. So if you've ever listened to all those Elvis shows, he did about 5 or 10 minutes of talking in between every song, it seems like. And I think that's what this album is. It's literally just him doing monologue on stage. $19.99 with Elvis. And then Richie Scarlett. Interesting. 1984. Hard Rock is what Discogs has it at. $34.99. And then Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams. Steve Miller Band, that is $19.99. Okay? So first thing over here is the following. We have this. Kelly Vlodarchek wants to pay for the Dumbo record and wants to send it to the Vlodarcheks, okay? So Kelly Vlodarchek wants to buy and pay for this record, and she wants to send it to the Vlodarchek family. We can take care of that. The Alien Laserdisc has one bid for $15. Ozzy has a bid for $20 and then $30. And then the Rolling Stones is sold to John Kaiser for $45, okay? That's sold to John Kaiser for $45. Ozzy is at $35, and let's go ahead and make John Mayall a buy it now. John Mayall for $35, okay? That is sold for $35. Kelly is going to send it to the Barnett family. I think I said Vlodarchek family. Kelly wants to send it to the Barnett. Alien is sold to William Warner for $15, okay? That's sold to him for $15. So I'm kind of peeking in here. It's going to be hard to figure out which ones these are without pulling them out. There's so many in here. And then let's pull something else from the bonus crate. I thought this one was pretty cool because it's Disney. Walt Disney Presents Herbie. That's going to go up for a $15 start, okay? And then over here, we have Leland McCurry on Elvis, Having Fun on Stage with Elvis. Yeah, he'd be flirting with those women. He'd be going, hey, baby, hey, you want my scarf? Here you go. Don't tell your husband, all right? He'll be sitting right next to her. Hey, baby, hey. We're over here at, we're going to do this other song here. That's my best impersonation of Elvis Presley. Frank Zappa guitar. Wow, this looks really cool. It is an 88 USOG. Paul says beautiful copy with insert. Frank Zappa is a $35 start. Frank Zappa guitar, $35 on that one, okay? Lillian got Elvis. Ozzy has a new bid for $38. Now, there's a lot left in this crate. Over here, this is a buy now best offer. I'm not going to go through this crate in detail. We'll just read them off individually. First crate of Laserdisc, I in fact do not see a Goonies. No, I don't. Probably going to pick a few out, and then here in a minute we can just go through them all buy it nows. I mean, there's some pretty good ones. I know kind of what typically might be great for auction, and if not, then we'll just make them all buy it nows, okay? The Challenging. That's kind of an interesting one, isn't it? The Challenging. We'll put that one up next. All right, here we go. All right, this next crate we're about to do. Okay, we have Marshall Tucker Band. If you need a price on anything, let me know. Marshall Tucker Band, J.D. Crowe and the Kentucky Mountain Boys. Elvis, there he is. Hear him, scare him. Wow. Look at that. $19.99. Rare Elvis, $29.99. Herbie Hancock, Susie Quattro, Dave Greenslade, Seals and Croft, The Doors, Bob Dylan was Sealed, Grand Funk, The Beatles, and Elvis Roustabout. Let's pause there, and let's make the Walt Disney Herbie Rides Again a $15 buy it now. The last bid on Ozzy was Donna Bertram at 40, final call. There's Frank Zappa. This is a $35 start. And then over here, we have Elvis Harem Scarum. This is APL 1-2558. So that's going to be one of those 70s pressings. Okay? One of those 70s pressings. Next over here was Scarlet. Did somebody want that one? Maybe possibly Stanley. First thing over here is this. Harem, and then recall on the Herbie for $15. That is sold. And then next is Sly Stone. We have CCR Pendulum. We have Andy Gibb Flowing Rivers, Boston Third Stage, Chicago 3, and Air Supply, the one that you love. Okay? There's that. And there's that. Elvis, that's how he usually sounds. He's always, any of those recordings, he's always out of breath. He just did Polk Salad Annie, and he's like, whew. He's like, give me some of that water. I guess I've listened to a lot more live Elvis than y'all have. I've listened to a bunch, probably all of them, a lot of times. Oingo Boingy, Oingo Boingy, Oingo Boingo. Oingo Boingo is Nothing to Fear, an 82 US OG, Indianapolis press, VG minus, no feelable marks though, $15 start. Oingo Boingo, $15 start, okay? So the first thing I had over here was somebody may be wanting that Scarlet record, maybe Stanley Richmond. Recall got Herbie Hancock, Zappa 35. This is a sealed early 80s pressing of Bob Dylan, $39.99. Do you have Elvis Golden Hits on Go Vinyl? Not in this crate. Boston James Chilcote, $13. James Chilcote, I'll sell this to you for $20. And then Lily McCurry gets Andy Gibb. And then somebody wanted to know the price on it. Did I just show that? Andy Gibb was right here. It was with press kit and photo. That's so to Lily McCurry. Robin Glenn was second. Next thing is Oingo Boingo 15. Oingo Boingo 15. David Johnson is about to literally freak out on me. Next thing is this. Elvis Presley Today, $9.99. Dance 60s compilation was $14.99. So Marshall Tucker was Searching for a Rainbow, no condition notes, $14.99. Diary of a Madman is officially sold over here to Donna Bertram for $40. Donna Bertram for $40. And then Frank Zappa Guitar. Frank Zappa Guitar. And this is sold for one bid. Kathy for $35, okay? Oingo Boingy has a bid for $18 with Kristen Barnett. Let's put this away. That's got a couple cool inserts with it. Wow. All right, that's sold. Done. See you later, Zappa. And then let's go over here. Let's put this right over here. Anything odd tonight? Yes, you're talking to them. We have Rick Hall and Marshall Tucker for $10. Oingo Boingo 18, and the price on Richie Scarlet is Richie Scarlet, a 1984 hard rock album, $34.99. Let's see the weirdest thing I can put up for auction right now. Something weird, okay? I mean, really, something bizarre. Something you're like, whoa. Did not expect to wake up and see that going up for auction tonight, okay? Richard Pryor, Steve Martin hosts Saturday Night Live with the Blues Brothers, John Belushi, and Dan Aykroyd. Now, folks, even if you don't have a selective vision, or if you never plan on getting selective vision, you can hang that on your wall, okay? You can put that, and when people's eating dinner, when you're hosting your dinner parties, they're going to be like, what is that on your wall? What is that over there on your wall? And you're going to go, folks, I'm glad you asked. This is a selective vision. And then you can give them a whole story, all the information about what a selective vision is. And this can be yours for just a $15 start. Pryor, Martin, Belushi, the Blues Brothers, a $15 start, okay? There's that. And then Boston, James Chilcott, $20. That's sold. That's up for bid. The last bid on Oingo Boingo was $18. Saturday Night Live has a bid for $15.15. There's Marshall Tucker again. There's the best of ZZ Top. There's REO Speedwagon. There's Chicago. There's the Beach Boys. There's KC and the Sunshine Band. Don't forget about Marshall Tucker again. Elvis Presley again. Tina Turner again. More Beach Boys. More Merle Haggard. More Yesterday and Today. More Alan Parsons Project. More Steve Miller Band. Good luck to all those bidding. Oingo Boingo, the last bid that came in on this was a final call with Kristen Barnett at $18. It is VG minus. Casey and the Sunshine Band. Folks, we're loaded with hits on this one. $19.99, and this has got Boogie Shoes on it. Boom, bam, bam, boom, bam, bam. Wow. Okay, there's that. And then next thing over here, Cody Wright got Merle for 10 sold. And then the next question was Oingo was 19. Who has Oingo for 19 then? Somebody bid $19. Who and when? Maybe Victor is saying he has it for 19. Last thing I see is Kristen at 18. Let's go ahead and put up another auction from the, quote, bonus crate. And the bonus crate is going to go up with a new auction. And this is something probably you was not expecting to see go up for bid tonight. It's Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Check this out. Gold stamp promo, promo strip, 75 OG. It does have the inner sleeve. However, the vinyl is closer to VG, maybe VG Plus. Okay? Pink Floyd. $15 start with promo markings. Sieg wants KC. Scott Arnold, it's all up to you. If you pass, it's sold to Sieg for $19.99. Oingo has a bid for 19 and now 20. So the bid on the Saturday Night Live Select Division is William Warner at $25. Everybody else is out, okay? Everybody else is out. Pink Floyd, $15.15. If anybody, Sieg, you get KC. If anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. If not, I'm going to a new crate. So a fast read-through. Steve Miller, Alan Parsons, Yesterday, Beach Boys, Tina Turner, Elvis, Marshall Tucker, Beach Boys, Chicago, REO, ZZ Top, Marshall Tucker, Richie Scarlett, Dance 60s, Elvis, Bob Dylan, Air Supply, Chicago, CCR, Sly Stone, Elvis, Beatles, Grand Funk, Doors, Seals and Croft, Dave, Greenslade, Susie, Herbie Hancock, Elvis, and J.D. Crowe. Richie for $25. So this was the first person who asked about it, and I may have originally missed one of his offers. That was Richie Scarlett. Let's find it and let's sell it right here. Right, and that was with Victor Guerra for $25, okay? Also, Oingo Boingo is at 20. Victor Guerra, you're out on that. Final call on the Saturday Night Live, and there's Pink Floyd. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. That is the song "Welcome to the Machine" by Pink Floyd. Bum 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 bum. Then a guitar strum. Then a beautiful guitar strum that I can't replicate. Welcome, my son. Welcome to the machine. Okay, Oingo Boingo. This is a rarity with these promo markings. I don't know if y'all realize that. This is highly sought after with these promo markings, okay? This jacket alone is highly sought after with those promo markings. I don't know if y'all realize that or not, okay? Last bid on Oingo Boingo was 21. Kristen Barnett is out. Victor Guerra gets this for $21, okay? A little bit of a battle there. Let's go ahead and roll that one. Saturday Night Live is sold to William Warner. This is sold to William Warner for $25. Whoops. Hope I didn't accidentally block something right there. And let's go right over here That's at $45, now $50. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Saxon. The Eagle has landed live. An 82 French OG, EX condition, Saxon, $15 start. Next auction, from the advertised allotment, Eric Clapton is sealed. There's one in every crowd. It's a 75 OG sealed. It does have a hole punch. The shrink is really tight. It's almost started bending the corner. Just a $1 start on Eric Clapton. $1 start on the sealed Eric Clapton. How much? A $1 start. Metal in the bin. There's your first sampling. Saxon, and there's more where that came from, okay? Pink Floyd's at 50 with Lily McCurry. Let's go ahead and put up this crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. New vintage stuff. I have play-by-play highlights of the 1972 and 1973 Washington Redskins, $19.99. There is some cover damage along the bottom, $19.99. The Beach Boys Light Album, $16.99. Gordon Lightfoot in shrink wrap, $19.99. Sundown, super nice copy. Right over here, Pink Floyd is at 55 with amenities. Everybody else is out. Saxon is a $15 start, no bid yet. Eric Clapton has a bid for 10. Going once, going twice. Pink Floyd's at 60. Station to Station, David Bowie with the Golden Years Hype sticker, $34.99. That's the original first label, $34.99. The Washington Redskins, no condition notes on the vinyl. There is water damage on the back of the jacket, $19.99. All the advertised auctions are sold. We are now exclusively in the bonus crate. All the advertised auctions are gone. I can't believe it. We went through those faster than something. Next auction, Iron Maiden Power Slave. You heard me correctly. Do what, Chad? This is Iron Maiden Power Slave. One more time. This is an 84 U.S. original with the original under sleeve. A $55 start on Iron Maiden Power Slave. If you want to, the Nina Simone's went to Jim B earlier tonight for 90% off. Literally. Redskins sold to Tommy Call. That's sold to him. We also have Greenpeace. This is a compilation. 89 sealed, $29.99. Greenpeace, $29.99. Artists such as U2, Belinda Carlisle, Sting, Lou Reed, NXS, Grateful Dead, REM, Simple Minds, sealed unopened, $29.99. We have sold all the advertised auctions, unless there's a no bid over here. Let's see, what are the no bids? No bids are John Lennon, John Fogerty, Beatles, Elvis Costello, Pretenders, John Mayall, Raiders, Ralph Stanley, and Beatles. Okay. Over here, we have Waylon Jennings, Honky Tonk Heroes, nice in shrink wrap, orange label, $24.99. Jim B got two, Larry Gonzalez got the other one. He got the other one for like $10 below the starting bid. Can you believe it? I can't. So the last bid on Pink Floyd was $65. Nobody else bid. Nobody bid on Saxon at all. So Saxon's a buy it now for just $15. $15 buy it now on Saxon. And then over here, Eric Clapton got one bid for $10. That's sold to Robbie Woods for $10. Michael Freiberger got Saxon for $15. And then David Baber was second, making an offer. And then Scully was trying to claim it. Then Chad Snyder. And then over here, we got Iron Maiden. That's a $55 start. Next thing over here is David Bowie pressing. Now, when you say that, you're talking about pressing plant or just a year? Pressing plant, I don't know at first glance, but it is a U.S. original and shrink wrap and hop sticker, $34.99, okay? Danny said RS offer $30. RS offer $30. RS offer $30. I'm not for sure what RS was for. And then we have Saxon, and then we have Waylon 17, Waylon 20, Waylon 22, Waylon 25, Waylon 30, Waylon 35, Waylon 40, Waylon 45, Waylon 50, Waylon 55. Next thing is Randy Travis, Storms of Life, $24.99. There is some cover damage up here, $24.99 on that one. And Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen. This is the 2LP, has the really cool fold-out cover, $39.99. And then also we have Good Rock and Roll, Lakeshore Music Compilation. That is $14.99. So for clarification, Pink Floyd has 3 active bidders right now. Lillian has it for $70. We're going to go ahead and sell David Bowie here to Adam Bernardi for $27. Let's look at Iron Maiden one more time. Iron Maiden Power Slave is an 84 USOG Winchester. It has the original inner sleeve. This is EX Plus condition. This is beautiful, high grade, $55 start. Now, the first thing we have is, let me tell you truly what happened on Waylon, okay? Here is the gospel. Danny offered 17. Somebody offered 20. Somebody offered 18. And then somebody claimed it at sticker price. So we basically just had a little mini auction. This honestly should have went up for a $25 starting bid, but it can be bought right now for $24.99 because there's 4 other people in line, and now 2 people have said they will pay sticker price for it. So, Danny, it's yours. It's $24.99, near mint and shrink wrap. Next would be Dennis. Next would be Kevin Chapman. And the next one would be Farmer Redman. Okay? And then we have Pink Floyd at 75, Pink Floyd at 80, Pink Floyd at 80, Pink Floyd at 80, Pink Floyd at 81. Several people still bidding on that one. So we have plenty of great auctions tonight. The good thing is nobody knows what's about to go up. Nobody. 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 Queen, Flash Gordon, a 1980 USOG. It has the inner sleeve, the insert, the shrink, the hype. It's EX. What a nice copy. $20 for the Queen Flash Gordon. Iron Maiden's an OG textured cover. Yes. Is this an OG pressing? Yes. This came out in 73. Should be an orange RCA label. That should be the correct OG label for that. Yes, 100%. Definitely. Okay, David, the Japanese no bids, let's get them all together. These other Beatles were really high-grade UK and foreign pressings from last night. Right now, here's all the Japanese that do not have bids, okay? And let's get them all together. And these are available for buy now or best offer. We have John Lennon's Somewhere in Time, $35. John Fogerty, Center Field, $35. The Beatles, Rock and Roll Music, $35. Elvis Costello, $35. The Pretender, self-titled, $35. And the Beatles, Rock and Roll Music, Volume 2, $35. Okay? So those are all $35. Those are all $35 buy it nows. So far, all week, we're now on the last night, 6 nights in a row. This is the only Japanese pressings that have not sold. Half of them are from tonight. $35 each or make offer. That's the only Japanese pressings that are left from tonight. I'll go through the rest of this crate in just a second. The first thing I have is Pink Floyd was at 80, 81, 85. Scott Arnold put FG20. That's for Flash Gordon. Tim Rory also bid 20. And then Shakedown's out on Pink Floyd. Amenities bid 88. Danny gets Waylon. Levi, you would have been 6th in line on Waylon. I showed that and everybody's brain almost exploded. Mark Weiss gets this is not a promo label. No. Pink Floyd is not marked a promo label. No. No, just the jacket. So there's a couple Pink Floyd albums that it's weird, okay? You got Wish You Were Here in the Wall are the prime examples. There's a lot of promo copies that don't have promo labels. If you get a Wish You Were Here or The Wall with promo jacket and promo labels, that's when you get into like huge money. These promo jackets are still pretty desirable, but the label's not marked a promo. It is stamped, a gold stamp, and then the promo timing strip. Same thing happens with The Wall. I've had so many copies of The Wall with that big timing strip and maybe even a gold stamp promo, but not a promo label. So by definition, you can't really call it a promo. You can't really call it a promo, but there are some records that exist, as y'all know, that don't have promo labels that have promo jackets. I think there is a promo label of Wish You Were Here. But with bands like Pink Floyd, it's just like Led Zeppelin. How often do you see OG Led Zeppelin jackets stamped with promo markings? Almost never. Same thing would be for the Beatles. If you found any 60s Capitol promo stamped jackets, which are very difficult to come by, they actually right here would say free. If you ever see a Beatles jacket and right here it's stamped free, like with literally like little perforated punch, those are pretty dang sought after. And even some of those 80s gold stamp promos, because why would you be marking Beatles and Pink Floyd records promo? Okay, so there's that. Mark Weiss gets the John Fogerty for $35. $35 on the John Fogerty here. That's sold. Chris Knapp gets the Pretenders for $35. My crate is pretty much full over here, so let me swap these out. Queen has a bid for $22. We have an offer on Ralph Stanley. I am wearing a Metallica Fan Club T-shirt of the month. I'm in the Metallica Fan Club T-shirt of the month. It is a pretty cool one. I love them. I wear them all the time. They're super high quality, very nice. Okay, so Queen's at 22. Scott Arnold, everybody else is out. Iron Maiden is a buy it now. Let's see how many people try to claim this. Iron Maiden Power Slave, a $55 buy it now. That's going to go right over here, okay? So that left in the buy now Japanese, the Beatles, Elvis Costello, the Beatles, and then John Lennon, okay? So Pink Floyd, the last bid was Lily McCurry at $90. Lily McCurry at $90. Pink Floyd, Queen has a bid for $22. We have an offer for Iron Maiden and a claim for Iron Maiden. I knew it was going to sell. I was hoping somebody would bid, but it's going to sell for $55 to somebody, either David Baber or Scott Arnold, okay? Here we go. Next auction is going to go up right now. Without a doubt, we have Def Leppard Pyromania, a 1983 U.S. club copy, VG++. Def Leppard's a $20 start, okay? Pink Floyd's at $95. We have an offer for Ralph Stanley. Ralph Stanley is one of our no bids tonight. Ralph Stanley and the Clinch Mountain Boys, Old Time Music, Jalen Records, a 1967 USOG mono, in shrink, EX condition, just $45. Right now we have an offer for $25. I think I'll have to pass, but thank you. Thank you, Danny Thomason, for the offer. Iron Maiden is sold to David Baber for $55. Queen has a new bid for $24. Lillian, it's up to you on Pink Floyd. There's Def Leppard. We have Loretta Lynn, $9.99. Amenities is eyeballing this. This is not a record. That's a puzzle. That's a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle, $24.99. That's, in fact, a 500-piece puzzle. Okay? I got to make a little room. I might kick this over here for a second. That way I can put down a laser disc here in a second. Okay. Tim Rory, you've been outbid on Queen. The Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup, early 80s press, $34.99. The Beatles Magical Mystery Tour, a 1976 Capitol press, beautiful vinyl. That is a Jacksonville press, $34.99. Okay. We have Merle Haggard, A Friend in California, $14.99. Andy Gibb, After Dark, with hop sticker, gals, $9.99. Okay, and then Pink Floyd is at $100 of Lily McCurry. John Kaiser has not set out on Pink Floyd. No, he's asked a couple questions. Shakedown went out. John Kaiser never did say out on Pink Floyd. Okay, Queen is at $25 with Tim Rory. Scott Arnold's out, final call. Def Leppard's a $25 start. We have Chubby Checker's folk album, Lodi Low, in shrink, $19.99. Mark Weiss gets the Beatles Magical Mystery Tour. Now Pink Floyd's at $105 with John Kaiser. $105 with John Kaiser. And we have the following. Willie Nelson before his time. Willie Nelson is $14.99. Also, Nashville City Limits. This is a compilation. It is sealed $14.99. Nashville City Limits. And Johnny Cash, Tammy Wynette. This is like a 2-in-1. Seal, $29.99. Queen Flash Gordon is sold for Tim Rory, $25. Def Leppard is sold to Amenities for $25. It got a bid literally when I was making it a buy it now. $25 sold. Pink Floyd has a bid for $125. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. A 1983 USOG Winchester. It has the original inner sleeve and the merch insert. $45 start. There's the disc. There's the merch insert. There's the inner sleeve. A nice copy. And it's OG. And it's nice. And it's a $45 start. What's the condition of the Ralph Stanley? It's a very nice EX and shrink wrap. A very nice EX and shrink wrap. Next is JC, $20. Chris Frazier, sold. NCL, $8, sold to Danny Thomason. Pink Floyd's at $130. And now we have Rycooter Chicken Skin Music, $19.99. Next auction's going to go up right now. This is probably the moment most of y'all been waiting for. Some of y'all have been waiting most of your lives for this. It's now going up at this moment. Without further ado, hope everybody's ready. This is it. Here we go. If you're not ready, brace yourselves. I'm building up all this suspense. This is it. Here we go. The auction's about to be put down. This could be it. Talking Heads. True stories. Talking Heads is an 86 USOG, a specialty press with the original inner sleeve, VG++. VG++. That's going to go up for a $20 start, okay? Ralph Stanley is sold to Tommy Call for $45. That's sold to him. Pink Floyd's a final call to John Kaiser for $130. And Creedence Clearwater Revival, Mardi Gras, $24.99 for CCR. Mark Donnan Mail, $34.99 with poster. Iron Maiden, no bid yet, final call. I'm going to have to retire the Iron Maiden records tonight. Just everybody probably either already has them or just the bidders aren't just on. $45 for Iron Maiden. That's a final call. 0 bids on it. Let's pull out another select division. Then I'm going to go get another crate because it's killing me to know what's up there in the other crate. I hadn't got to pick through them all yet, so I've got to go up there and get the other 300-pound crate. I'm looking for, of course, iconic movies, horrors, stuff like that. There's one called Hard Country. Here's a pretty cool one that's music related. Coal Miner's Daughter. We might have some Loretta Lynn fans. I mean, that's a pretty cool display piece, if anything. Coal Miner's Daughter, $15 start, okay? That's now up for bid. Next thing is this. I have Luther Vandross, The Night I Fell in Love. Luther is $9.99. And Let's Have a Pizza Party, The Gaylords, $9.99 on that one. Okay? We have Pink Floyd over here. The last bid was John Kaiser, and that's sold for $130. That's sold for $130. Let's go ahead and put up new auctions before I walk back to the bin. And then walk back to get more select divisions. And then this is Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. $45 buy it now on Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. $45 buy it now. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. Let's go ahead and put this up right here. And let's see who ends up with this one. There's the merch insert. Very cool extras in this one with the printed inner sleeve. There's the merch insert. Let's put that right over here. This is actually a select division. It's the making of Indiana Jones, the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Okay. Michael Ruttman gets Iron Maiden for $45. That is sold. And then John Kaiser, Talking Heads, is a $20 start. Coal Miner's Daughter, a $15 start. And somebody else tried to claim Iron Maiden. Michael Ruttman on Luther Vandross. And then we have Wings Over America with poster, $29.99. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you love me all the time. This is an 83 U.S. Club repress of Def Leppard High and Dry. A VG condition record, $15 star for Def Leppard High and Dry. I do need a dolly. That's a great idea. I actually have one right over here because I'm just going to kick this thing on a dolly and wheel it back here instead of Literally giving myself a hernia trying to carry this Select-A-Vision crate because I'm curious in what titles are in the other one. The other ones here, they're not too crazy, but I'm very curious as to what's in the other one. So I'm going to use this. I'm going to use physics and help me carry this back there. There we go. Nice. Phew. That helps a lot. I'm using inertia. I'm using gravity. I'm using a fulcrum. I'm using science. I'm using Select-A-Visions. Select-A-Visions is science. All right. I'm very curious what titles we have in here. We have Annie. We have SOB. We have John Wayne Stagecoach. We got Barbosa. We got Charlie Brown. Nice. When did I do that one? The Way We Were. The Sunshine Boys. Eyewitness. The Amateur. No Show Business Like Show Business. Not going to read that one yet. That's a surprise. The Thing. Uh-oh. That looks cool. The French Connection. Tora. On the Moon. Ooh, not going to read that one or that one. Can't say that one or that one. Ooh, Fistful of Dollars. Nice. There's some more Richard Pryor stuff. Easy Rider. Nice. Steve Martin, The Jerk. Not going to read that one off. Ooh. Not going to read that one off. Ooh. All right, there we go. There's some cool ones coming up. Okay. Got them back here. So let me first fix this. My mic got stuck to this dolly because it's magnetized, but here we go. All right, so Def Leppard at 15. Does Wings have 5 lights? 2 reds and 3 greens. 2 reds and 3 greens. And then Def Leppard Pressing Plant, an 83 U.S. Club repress, Pittman Columbia Record Club. Coal Miner's Daughter is a $15 buy it now. No Porn Tonight. Talking Heads is a $20 buy it now. No bid on Talking Heads. Def Leppard has 1 bid for $15, going once, going twice. Okay. Next thing is this. Pete Townsend Scoop, $24.99. Ambrosia Life Beyond LA, $9.99. Conway Twitty and Loretta Lynn, $9.99. Brian Call bid on Talking Heads. Brian Call gets Talking Heads for $20. So did Brian Call for $20. Sorry about that. Def Leppard has bids for $18 and now $20. ABBA's Greatest Hits, $19.99. Elton John Live in Australia, $34.99. Next, Select-A-Vision, a Charlie Brown Festival. Select-A-Vision video disc. How cool is that? Charlie Brown, 1971 is the last copyright date on the back. $15 start on that. Now up for bid. Let's grab something else out of the bonus crate. And we have artists in the bonus crate, such as Iron Maiden, Queen, Motley Crue, Black Sabbath, AC/DC. Do what? More AC/DC. Some 80s in here, like Crowded House, more Talking Heads. Let's grab this one right here. This is known as Dio, the Sacred Heart. This is an 85 U.S. Club copy. It has the original inner sleeve. It's a Columbia House Club copy. VG Plus condition. Dio is a $25 start. Roy Orbison Mystery Girl with You Got It, $29.99. Andy Gibb Flowing Rivers for whoever missed the other one. Andy Gibb is $9.99. Chicago Hot Streets. Chicago is $9.99. And James Brown, A Soulful Christmas, a 2014 press. James Brown is $34.99. So quick update on Def Leppard. The first person with the high bid is Scott Dwallow at $25. Everybody else is out. Charlie Brown, Tracy Songer has it for $15, and I just put up Dio for a $25 start. The Who Face Dances. This does have the poster with it. The Who is $24.99. Charlie Brown has a new bid for $18, and then the Best of the Beach Boys. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Houdini, nice to see that in the crate. Shrink and hop sticker, just $24.99 on Houdini. Shrink and hopped. Rush and Rush Signals has the original inner sleeve with it. Bob Lugwood Mastering, a beautiful copy. $34.99. Subdivisions. Over here we got Ringo Starr, Stop and Smell the Roses. That's sealed for $24.99. Prince is a 12-inch single, Purple Rain, at 84 SRC pressing, $24.99 on that. The flip side is God and Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield. Tubular Bells, $14.99. Def Leppard's at $26 with amenities. Charlie Brown's at $23. And this is your last chance to get a bid on Dio, Sacred Heart, $25 start, okay? I've got our first handful of 45s here that Paul brought me today when he signed off for the night. And these are $6.99 each. I got some more of the indie type collection as he continues to check it and research it, etc., etc. So I'm going to go ahead and show you some of these. Angelo D. Augustine, Sufjan Stevens, Back to Oz in Fictional California. This one here was called Ben Shimmy, The Eye and the Drift. This was the Sleep Party People, Tide and Moonlit Sky. Dasher. And then we had Proto Martyr, 580 Memories. Those are all $6.99 on those, okay? Def Leppard's now at 30. Charlie Brown's at 28. And then Dio is a buy now for $25. VG Plus condition. It has the original inner sleeve. $25 start on that. If you want to open the CD, it has tabs at the top. Push to the side and pull up on the middle gently. Be careful not pull the disc until it fall out. Yeah. So he's saying this. See if I can figure this out. I don't know if I can. I know I did it before. It's kind of a little bit of a trick, though. I don't want to break it either. I'll try it again in a second. Yeah, so somebody asked about Chris Cornell. I missed those comments. Mark Weiss gets Pearl Jam. Mark Weiss gets Pearl Jam, $29.99. And then whoever asked about Chris Cornell, it's $33.99, okay? So first thing we have is Prince 18. Sell that to Sean Holford for $18. And then John Kaiser, I'll do 25 on Rush. Def Leppard's at 34. Are we done on Charlie Brown? It's up to William Warner. Tracy has it for 28, okay? And then Matt Kamer said he'd do 20 on James Brown Christmas. Sold for $20. Rush is sold for 25 to John Kaiser. And they're still bidding on Def Leppard and Charlie Brown, okay? Let's put up another auction then. First thing we have is U2. No. We have Rat. No. We have AC/DC. No. We have Black Sabbath. Let's do Black Sabbath. This is their self-titled debut album, Black Sabbath by Black Sabbath. It's a U.S. reissue. This label was used from 73 to 78. It's around a VG copy, just a $15 start on that one. Okay? $15 start on that one. Oh, I'm going to touch my toes right quick. Oh, yes. Ooh. Anybody have a new skeletal system for sale? I could use it. Scott Arnold gets Dio for $20. Thank you on that. All right, so I need a new record to put back there. Here's kind of where we're at in tonight's show. First thing I'm going to do is put a Pink Floyd Division Bell back there because it was the first one in this crate over here. So I don't waste too much time debating what to replace it with. Pink Floyd's $49.99. Chris Cornell's $33. Def Leppard's at $39. President's is $29. And Rush is $36. So Def Leppard, I think they know what that is. Charlie Brown is a laser disc, or excuse me, I messed this up. This is a Select-O-Vision. So this is actually a movie. It's a Select-O-Vision. You have to have a Select-O-Vision player. CED is what some people call them right here. CED. That's compact. That is compactance electronic disc system. Okay? And then that has a high bid right now of $35. Black Sabbath has a bid for $15. So Laura got Laura wasn't here today. Paul worked on the auctions, and he started working on auctions for next week. John marked 4 crates, and we had a box of 45s. Right now, we've went through all 4 of those new arrival vintage crates. It is already somehow 10:11. That's still pretty early. But what I'm going to do is I've got vintage discount crates. We have not gone through the flip crate stuff yet. And then I have all these crates that's only been shown once that Paul and Laura has marked that I kept at sticker price originally. With that being said, we're going to go through some of those best offer and maybe even one of them half off or something. So let's start going through some of these over here that are best offer and flip crates, what I call flip crates, where we've already got them sorted by price and they're ready to go, okay? So probably for the rest of the night right now, you're going to be seeing on sale vintage, best offer, half off, okay? That's what's going to be going on for the rest of the night. That's what's going to be going on for the rest of the night. Def Leppard's at 45. Scott Dwallo's out. Let's go ahead and tag this Charlie Brown. Tracy Songer, $35. Black Sabbath's at 17. Let's put up another Select-O-Vision. And this is the next thing I had picked out, The Thing. The Thing from Another World. The Thing is going to go up for a $15 start. That's pretty cool. That's now a $15 start, okay? So let me do a little bit of crate condensing and sorting. Let me put this Def Leppard puzzle back in here. And yeah, we got a lot of stuff to go through. Best offer. Coal Miner's Daughter is a Select-O-Vision. It's not a record. It's a Select-O-Vision, $15. If you try to put that on your turntable, you'll have some major problems. $15 on that. Okay. One sweet dream came true. All right. YouTube, I have a copy of the Joshua Tree I'm about to put up. Okay. Let me move some stuff around. Somebody asked about the Goonies Laserdisc. I got a Goonies soundtrack right here. New and sealed. For $29.99. I think that needs to go in the back. Well, we've got a pretty fresh selection back there. Goonies to go in the back if somebody else buys a record. All right, let's go through this crate here. So this is some of the leftover flip crate stuff. So every time I do this, this is a great time to promote a whole lot of records. So if you're on Facebook right now, you're watching this on the CollectCo main Facebook business page. We also have a private group called Whole Lot of Records. It has about 10,500 people in it right now. And that's where I post exclusive videos, okay? Like new vinyl recap and on sale vintage flip crates every single morning at 9 a.m. And that's also where we post pre-orders if I can ever find time to post them. I'm about 200 pre-orders behind right now. Probably something I'll be working on all day Sunday before I go live. By the way, tomorrow I plan on, and Sundays are weird, especially this time of the year, since I really hadn't done much Christmas shopping. I plan on trying to do a coin or a miscellaneous sale, you know, where like I walk around the store. We was going to do one more of those before the end of the year. And I don't know if we want to do it now before Christmas or do it next Sunday, or we might do 2 in a row. With that being said, there's a good chance I'll be live tomorrow, okay? Really good chance I'll be live tomorrow. We got a lot of stuff to show tonight too. And then far as over here on the bonus auctions, I got a whole crate, everything from U2 and Talking Heads all the way up to 80s hard rock and metal. So there'll be auctions till we can make a dent out of this crate, because underneath this crate is a whole nother bonus crate. And usually I have all this stuff sold by the end of the week, and this is the last night. This is the last night for $8 unlimited shipping. If we do anything tomorrow, it will be a new invoice. So when I say good night tonight, here in a few hours, probably around 1 or 2 a.m. Central Time, that will be it for your invoice until Monday. When you get your invoice or anything you buy in the group, there'll be 2 or 3 more videos and posts, and that will be last thing, okay? So let's get back up to the top. We had a war going on for Def Leppard. Scott Dwallow had bid 40. Amenities had bid 45. Corey bid 15 on Black Sabbath. Chris bid 16. Corey bid 17. Tony Bradford, that was Rubber Dubber Records, yes. Black Sabbath, 18. So yeah, Coal Miner's Daughter was 15. U2 Joshua Tree. Black Sabbath, 20. The Thing has a bid for 15. Black Sabbath Info, Black Sabbath out. The Thing CED or Select Division has a bid for 16. James Hicks wants the Coal Miner's Daughter. I'm assuming Corey's passing. He probably thought it was an LP. So that is sold to James Hicks. William wants to see The Thing up a closer. Pretty nice label. It's got a old sticker here that probably is going to have to be goo-gawed off. And there's the one on the back. Okay. There's that. The Thing is at 17. And then when we'll be able. So Christmas Eve is a 50-50. I still got to speak to my mother about that, and Ed and everybody else. We're usually closed both days, or staff's usually not here, but sometimes we're open for shopping and pickups. I have a feeling she's going to say, no way, Jose, because I've got to cook for y'all for Christmas Day, which is probably what she's going to say. And I usually let the rest of the staff off. So probably the next day we'll be open since we closed today. You know, we was open Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We'll probably be back open on the 26th. That's your best bet. But if you want to double check, Christmas Eve right now is 50-50, right? And we have a pass as well on Coal Miner's Daughter. Yeah, let me hide these because people's going to probably think these are LPs over there. There we go. Yeah, you got to be careful because same thing's going to happen. These, probably from at first glance, people's going to think this is some kind of soundtrack or something, but these are Select Divisions. See, I'm going to give Christmas Eve a 50-50, and then I'm going to say for sure we'll be open the 26th, okay? So, because we're always closed on Mondays and Tuesdays, and Wednesday is Christmas Eve. We're definitely closed Thursday. And then far as me doing live streams, I'll be here probably tomorrow. I'll probably be here Monday. I'll probably be here Tuesday. Might be as well here Wednesday. I won't be here Thursday night. So we'll probably have, I don't know when we'll do Metal Night. I don't know. Maybe Tuesday, because Christmas Eve will be 50-50. We'll probably do Metal Night the 23rd, and then Friday. Okay. Hope everybody got all that. Hope everybody got all that. That was a lot of information. I don't even know what I just said, really. Okay, so over here we have Def Leppard, and this is sold to Amenities for $45. Okay? $45. That's sold to him. And then all buying week can split invoices. Ed can send you 2 different invoices. Yeah. Yeah, some people use 2 or 3 different cards sometimes. Okay? Or we could do Friday metal. Yeah, we could push it back to the day after Christmas so everybody has their Christmas money. Or they might be broke as a joke. Black Sabbath. 2 people have wanted to know the details. It's a U.S. reissue on the second label. It's in VG condition. And the last bid on Black Sabbath that came in was Corey Ross at $20. The Thing is at 17 and now 20 with Chris Knapp. Final call on that. All right, so these are already discounted LPs. So essentially, these are on sale, no more, no less. The first one, I got to figure out how I had these sorted. Yeah, this first one is $14.99, The Doors, which was half off. Beautiful compilation, The Doors 13, $14.99. The Doors, $14.99. So these are essentially no more, no less on sale records. Next is U2, The Joshua Tree. The Joshua Tree is an 87 OG. VG Plus with the lyric insert, $20 on that. Next was $9.99, Elvis. That was the markdown price. A 61 Indianapolis press, $9.99. There is some cover wear up here. $9.99 for Elvis. There's some cover damage down here. That's $9.99. Clifford Umstead gets the door. So these are the leftovers of the flip crate. So imagine what you've missed out on. Make sure you're in our group and make sure you have joined Whole Lot of Records and you watch these videos, because this is the stuff that's left over. Imagine what people have already grabbed out of here. Levi Hilton gets Elvis. That's sold to Levi Hilton for $9.99. And then for $6.99, Hall & Oates one-on-one. That's a 12-inch single, Hall & Oates, $6.99. Same price for Ray Parker Jr., Woman Out of Control. And also $6.99 for the Everly Brothers, End of an Era. That's a 2 LP, no condition notes. Okay. Black Sabbath is sold to Corey Ross for $20. Yep. The Thing Laserdisc, Select Division is sold for $20 to Chris Knapp. And the Joshua Tree is a $20 start. Is there any acts in the bonus crate? That's a good question. I do have Masters of Metal. This is a great compilation from K-Tel. This is VG Plus, and Shrink. I love this. As seen on MTV Hype Sticker. Masters of Metal, $10 start on that. Pretty solid. Also $6.99 is the Doobie Brothers Stampede. $6.99 on that one. And Tony Orlando and Dawn, Prime Time. $6.99 on Tony Orlando and Dawn. The U2 would probably grade a VG minus jacket. Yeah, it's got spine damage over here, and it's got just noticeable wear marks on the front. So that is VG minus on the jacket, VG plus vinyl. Masters of Metal is at 10, 10, and now 15. Next, Select a Vision. Next, Select a Vision. I've already forgot which ones I was going to run. Of course, you got to do this one. A Fistful of Dollars, Clint Eastwood, $15 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, next, this was $9.99, okay? Styx Cornerstone, pretty solid copy, $9.99 on Styx Cornerstone, $9.99. Now the rest immediately back down to $6.99. $6.99 for General Public, All the Rage. $6.99 for the Outlaws, their self-titled debut, no condition notes. $6.99 for Wild Blue, No More Jinx, gold stamp promo. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony, $6.99 on Paul Simon. Same price for Bruce Springsteen, no condition notes for The Wild, The Innocent, and the E Street Shuffle. Both Bruce Springsteen, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. 1 second, please. Okay, let's go ahead and make you two a buy it now for $20. This is the Joshua Tree, $20 on the Joshua. Should be some great, I mean, these discount crates, this is when like I go crazy marking stuff down. I'm like, okay, let's just get this stuff sold. $6.99, $6.99. Some of it's, you know, so I didn't get an offer on it. I'm trying to move it. Get it down to where I think somebody's like, okay, I'll buy it for that. Masters of Metal 10, Masters of Metal 15, 10, 14, 20, and then 20 again. Amenities bid 20 first. Fistful of Dollars at 15. Eric Boehm gets Paul Simon for $6.99. Amenities gets General Public for $6.99. Dennis Daly gets U2 for $20. Then James Chilcote, and then Amenities was third. So Masters of Metal 25. Fistful of Dollars is at 20. Lena Lovitch, No Man's Land, that's $6.99. And then Eye to Eye, Shakespeare Stole My Baby, that is $6.99. Eye to Eye. Next from the bonus crate is the following auction. We have Talking Heads, Speaking in Tongues, Burning Down the House, an 83 OG specialty press, VG Plus condition, $20 start on that. Also $6.99 is Alan Parsons Project, The Turn of a Friendly Card. Also $6.99 is Marshall Crenshaw, Mary Jean and 9 Others. Also $6.99 is Elton John, Breaking Heart, Shrink and Hype, Sad Song Say So Much. That's $6.99. Carl Perkins, My Kind of Country. That's also $6.99. Also $6.99 is Squeeze, Argy Bargy. Squeeze is $6.99. These were pulled Friday at 8:30 a.m. Let me make sure there was no other claims. So what video was this? I guess it was Friday mornings. This was the one that was pulled. This is the one I posted during the sale. I was wondering why it was pulled so early. Okay, so this was the one I posted during the sale that night. Y'all remember that? Yeah, so let me make sure, because they pulled this awfully early. It might have not hit somebody's timeline till later. I usually make sure, or I usually say the cutoff on these are 2 or 3 o'clock, and if you don't have your claim in by then, you may just be out of luck, because I don't really ever double check them. So if you don't have these claimed probably by the time we go live, then you could just miss out on it. Let me make sure there was no other claims. No, there wasn't. Okay, there was no other claims. So those are all still available. All right, amenities on Elton John, Cyclone Doug on Carl Perkins. Dennis was next on Carl Perkins. Metal Masters 33. Talking Heads is a $20 start. And the Fistful of Dollars just got one bid with Jay Beach, and that sold for $15, okay? Yeah, the Talking Heads is a $20 start. Masters of Metals at $33. Okay, starting a new crate, Aerosmith was $9.99. That's for rocks. It's a VG cover, VG plus vinyl. Aerosmith is $9.99, okay? Also $9.99 was the Go-Go's Beauty and the Beat. That's also VG plus, $9.99. And then the rest of this crate is $6.99. Philip Bailey Chinese Wall with Easy Lover, EX $6.99. Jerry Lee Lewis High Heel Sneakers, that was $6.99. Same price for the real Van McCoy $6.99. And Transition, Kenny Rogers in the first edition, that's $6.99. And so is Jerry Jeff Walker Riding High, a VG copy, $6.99. All right, Chad's about ready for a snack already. Okay, so we have Masters of Metal 35, Talking Heads 2021. Lewis Kulik gets the Aerosmith. Make sure he gets that for $9.99. Let's put up another auction. Let's try another Select Vision over here. Another Select Vision. And I thought this one was really cool. Look at this one. Easy Rider. Might have to remove that sticker off the front where somebody had it marked $24.95. But there it is. Easy Rider, a $15 start. That's pretty cool. Okay, there's that. And then what was next? Okay, these are $6.99. We have Jerry Jeff, Kenny Rogers, Van McCoy, Jerry Lee Lewis, Philip Bailey, Squeeze, Marshall Crenshaw, Alan Parsons, Eye to Eye, Lena Lovitch, Bruce Springsteen, Wild Blue, Outlaws, Tony Orlando, Doobie Brothers, Everly Brothers, Ray Parker Jr., Hall & Oates. And then $9.99 was Styx and the Go-Go's. Now I have more to add. Excuse me. Man, I've got more like this is what I'm trying to say before I pass out. But I'm going to try to go ahead and make a quick bundle deal on everything that's left. Okay, so if you were thinking about something, I'll let the lag set in, make sure nobody, but I'm about to count these and do a bundle deal. The Beatles Hard Day's Night is an 84 UK copy. $46.99 our best offer. It's an 84 UK copy, near mint minus. Okay, the Doobie Brothers is called Stampede. $6.99. Masters of Metal, the last bid was James Chilcott at $40. Talking Heads is at $26, and Easy Rider is at $16 with Jay Beach. That's where we're at right now, okay? That's where we're at right now. Laney Davis has Easy Rider as well for $20. What's going on? Okay. Let's go get that. Let's do a bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. I love bundle deals. So we'll do those 19 at this price, and then we'll do these two at this price. So everything left for $85. That's 21 records for $85. That breaks down to $4.04 a piece. Bundle deal, $85 for those last 21 records. I don't think we've done a bundle all week. This is usually the nights I start doing them because we start doing the leftover flip crate stuff, etc., etc. $4 a piece. You got to take them all. 21 records. That is the bundle deal price, $85. That's doing these at half off essentially again, and then the two $10 records at 5 and 5 approximately. So we'll just go ahead and say 85. Final call. Bundle deal. Okay? Who is in? Should be 21 records there, right? All right, let's jump over here. Might have to stop the show if nobody else bids, you know. Might have to say, well, I mean, I didn't want to say it earlier because I said I was going to watch Doctor Strangelove, but like I could just go ahead and end the show and say I'm just going to go home and watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones. I could just go do that. I'd be like, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and go home and watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones. I mean, I could. Or I could, you know, keep selling y'all records. Now, Danny offered $65. Now, Danny, why would you do such a thing? Why wouldn't you just say, Chad, I'll just go ahead and take them for $85. You're an amazing person. Masters of Metal is sold to James Chilcott for $40. Talking Heads is at 26 with John Kaiser. Okay? 26 with John Kaiser. That is sold for $26. And then the Easy Rider is at 27 with William Warner. Going once, going twice. Let's put something else up from our bonus crate. Okay, our next bonus crate is Quiet Right, Condition Critical. Quiet Right is an 84 USOG, a Carrollton press with the original inner sleeve and EX condition. Condition Critical is a $20 start. $20 start. Don't make me go home and watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. Okay? Don't make me do it. Saxon, Denim and Leather. Saxon's an 81 USOG Carrollton press. VG++ condition, $20 start. I'd rather just Danny say, you know what, Chad, I am in the Christmas spirit. Let me go ahead and just pay you full price on that bundle for $85. One second. Okay, Saxon has bids for 20 and 20. And then Quiet Right is at $20 as well. An Easy Rider, I'm going to make sure everybody's done. Final call to William Warner. Okay? So let's go over here and let's go through another vintage discount crate. We have two offers on the bundle, 65 and 70. Danny has first dibs. We'll see what Danny's thinking. I'm sure he's scratching his chin right now going, Let's go through some more. That one's going to get sold to somebody. We're just going to figure out who and when, okay? We got two offers. Chad needs something else to drink before I pass out. And I might need a cookie, okay? Nothing wrong with a cookie every now and then. especially when I haven't had any sugar. And if I don't have enough, my fingertips get cold and I pass out. So about every night this week, I have, as soon as I sit down, I basically fall asleep. It's happened like, I don't know, probably, yeah, every night this week. I've said goodnight and I've went up here and sit down in this chair in front of the counter, and I wake up like 2 hours later. That happened last night for sure, and then it puts me very far behind. I think that's my body like, why don't you go ahead and go to sleep, dude? Hey, a new ice maker. This looks cool. I bought a $500 ice maker on Amazon. I'm liking this. It's like cubed ice. Man, this is awesome. It's beginning to look like Christmas. I got to track down. We've had customers drop off cookies. We have customers drop off cakes. We've had customers send us candy. Thank you to anybody that sent anything or dropped anything off. We've had people send us cookies and candies and pies and cakes. Somebody even sent a live lobster. I was like, whoa, that's something you don't see every day. But yeah, I got to get something to drink. Sorry for the timeout. Okay. So here we go. I dropped my monsters earlier. They're all dented. Man, look at that cubed crushed ice here. Wow. Okay. Wow. You ever seen a monster being poured? Oh, wow. Beautiful. It's basically an Arnold Palmer. It's tea and lemonade. Now, we're going to let that get really, really, really cold. Okay. Back to the show. Saxon is sold to Matt Nichols for $25. Sold to Matt Nichols for $25. All right. Thank you on that one. Quite right. Let's look at this one more time. It's the most recent auction. An 84 USOG EX edition. We just had a bid on Saxon for 26. It was with Matt Nichols for 25, and I've already sold it to him, Scully. Sorry about that. And then Easy Rider here is sold. And Easy Rider is sold. Easy Rider is sold to William Warner for $27. Let's move over here. Quite right. That's now up for bid. And then I had, what else was I about to do? Oh, yeah, so the bundle was sold to Danny Thomason for $70. Let me get my sticky notes here. So that last lot of records, Tim, you would have been second if he would have passed. I was going to go ahead and sell it to somebody for $70. So this is sold to Danny Thomason for $70. He gets the bundle. I'm putting them in the crates right now. And then I've already got another crate over here ready to go. It's already on the table, as y'all can see. And this is more vintage discount. And anything that doesn't sell in here will be further bundled, okay? We got more stuff from the auction crate to put up, the bonus auction crate, including another Talking Heads. And this is Talking Heads, an 85 USOG specialty press. It has the original inner sleeve, VG plus $25 start. And then after that, we've had a bunch of Saxons. If you missed out on that one, don't worry. There's more coming, like Strong Arm of the Law. And this is an 82 US. It's a Pittman press, VG plus condition. Saxon Strong Arm of the Law, $15 start for that one, okay? I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay. I'm refreshed. $6.99. Mike Oldfield, 5 miles out, $6.99. Tim, I'll do 35 on Hard Day's Night. Peter Frampton, I'm in you. Nice copy. Shrink and Hop sticker, $6.99. The Pointer Sisters, special extended single of Twist My Arm, $6.99 for that. And then Todd Rundgren, Adventures in Utopia, same price, $6.99. And Bram Chakowski, $6.99. So this is already a discounted crate. No more, no less. These are the final prices. The only other way they're going to be discounted further is when they're bundled together. Saxon is at 15 with Matt Nichols. Talking Heads is at 25, and then No Bid on Quite Right. This is a buy it now for 20 bucks. Condition critical. Condition critical. He said nope, $30. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to strike a deal then. Also have Hall & Oates, Beauty on a Back Street, $6.99 for that one. Steve Mason gets Quite Right for 20. Saxon has a new bid for 17. Let's shift those down. Let's pick out another select division. Ice House is $6.99. And the Wooden Tops Giant. The Wooden Tops is $6.99. Okay. Let's pick out another really cool select division here. Here we go. Psycho. Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho. That's going to go up for a $15 star. Select division. Select division. Also $6.99 is Eye Level. $6.99. Mortgage Guy Rob on the Wooden Tops. These are all $6.99. This is the leftovers of our vintage discount crate. So make sure you're in on these in the mornings. This is the stuff that's left over. So imagine what's already been grabbed, right? Another Hall & Oates, that's $6.99. Mike Quadrini got Ice House. That's sold to him. Lots of people on Quite Right, but it was unfortunately a no bid. Talking Heads is officially sold. Let's go ahead and sell this to Talking Heads was Van Loo, who, hold on a second, Eric Boehm. Eric Boehm for $15, for $25. Then Saxon had a bid for $15. The price on Hard Day's Night, it's already discounted to $30. It was $46.99, so my price on that's $35. Tim's passing. Saxon 17, Saxon 25. Mortgage Guy Rob got Wooden Tops. Mike Quadrini got Ice House. Psycho 15, 15, 17. And then for $6.99 is the Osmonds Around the World live in concert. $6.99 on that one. And then Steppenwolf 7. Steppenwolf 7 is in VG condition, $6.99 for Steppenwolf 7. VG $6.99. And then Urgent, Thinking Out Loud, is sealed, $6.99. Okay? Jay Beach over here is 18. Fear of the Dark. Are you talking about Iron Maiden? Nope, don't have that one over here. Unfortunately not. But I do have over here AC/DC Powerage. AC/DC Powerage is a 1978 USOG. VG condition, a $15 start for Powerage. That's now up for bid. Hard Day's Night is sold for $35 to George Scher. That's sold to George Scher. Urgent is sold to Susie Breedlove for $6.99. So all these Beatles records over here, let's go through them again. The reason these are over here, the other night I was like, oh no, John's Mark Beatles records, which typically I don't even like to sell when they're in this kind of condition. I'd rather just stash them away with the others we have here. Now, when I was showing these the other night, I was like, these are best offer. Some of them I'm probably not even going to discount. There was 2 or 3 that I didn't even discount. There is 5 left. We've probably sold 5 or 7. Help is a 1976 UK copy. These are all beautiful too. I mean, they're phenomenal copies. That's a 76 UK copy of Help, $49.99. This is an early 70s pressing on Apple of Meet the Beatles. Really cool, beautiful, and shrink, $36.99. Sgt. Pepper's is a purple Capel label, which is a desirable mix, I should say a desirable pressing. Beautiful. Gatefold jacket, $39.99. Yellow Submarine is $99.99. This is OG 1969 UK copy. $99.99 on that. And Please Please Me was a 1980 UK. $49.99. I'm in absolutely no hurry to sell these, but we've chipped away at almost the entire collection. I think we had, what, 10 or 12 last night? Those are the 5 that's still left. You can make offers, but they're going to be pretty dang close to that sticker price. I mean, that's something that people's always looking for. UK copies or high grade on those. So, $150 for all. No, probably virtually no discount on those. I mean, maybe a little. The one I had the most room in that I was going to sell was, we just sold it, Hard Day's Night. We have Diesel, Watts in the Tank, $6.99. 01 is also $6.99. And then Boomtown Rats, The Fine Art of Surfacing, is also $6.99. I mean, when we have Beatles albums galore that are VG minus and poor and G plus. I mean, when they're mint, and you got to think, I mean, if they were OG pressings, they would be 3 times this price for, you know, this one. And I mean, this one, especially that one, these other albums. So sticker on these is $150, $200, $240, $276 and $277, I guess, is sticker price. All right, James Goggin wants Sgt. Pepper's. That's sold to him. And there's this Ozzy with Bent Corner, $35, or I'll just send it back. Okay. Where we leave off on Saxon. Saxon, the last bid on Saxon that came in was the following. Matt Nichols gets it for $25. Okay. The Psycho Select Division's at $33. All right. And AC/DC Powerage. AC/DC Powerage. Did this get a bid? Let's make sure everybody knows what we're talking about on this one. A VG OG $15 start. Let me get these out over here. Oh, and there was one more. This is a US original stereo copy of Rubber Soul. $64.99. So when it gets in this kind of condition, just unusual. Highly unusual. It looks like, I mean, it's beautiful. I don't know if y'all can see what I can see when I'm showing these, but I mean, it's just highly unusual. I can go bring up about 30 right now that looks like they were used for shovels, okay? And then, of course, y'all know this. The true first pressing from 63 is thousands of dollars. You know, if you want a real OG, the gold Parlophone label, that is big money, especially in high grade. That's way up there. So that's a 76. This is actually a real OG, $99.99. This is probably one of the most produced American Capitol records, Meet the Beatles. This is an Apple reissue, but it's top. It's in shrink, $36.99. And then Help, same thing. A real UK Help that's near mint, a 65 copy. I don't know if I even have one. I've never seen one that doesn't look like it's perfect like this, you know, where the vinyl's really nice. So we've sold one, and now I've added one to it. So these now all add up to, let's see, that's $237. And then if you add Revolver, it's $65. So now the sticker price on all of them is $302. Okay. Really nice records. Okay. And Danzig wants Yellow Submarine. Let me go ahead and sell that to Danzig then. This is sold to Danzig for $99.99. Okay. George Scherer wants Revolver. This is sold to George Scherer. Now we're down to 3. The last bid over here on the Psycho was Chris Knapp. That sold for $33. AC/DC, Nick Bargeron, you're out 20. Yes, these are all $6.99. The Boomtown Rats, The Fine Art of Surfacing. All these right here were $6.99. We're about to change price points, so these are $6.99. Boomtown Rats, 01, Diesel, Steppenwolf, The Osmonds, Hall & Oates, Eye Level, Hall & Oates, Brom Chakowski, Utopia, Pointer Sisters, Peter Frampton, and Mike Ofield. Those are all $6.99. We're about to go to a different price point, but first, here's another Saxon auction. Power and the Glory. Saxon's an 83 U.S. original EX edition, $15 start for Saxon. The Beatles' Help was a 76 UK, $49.99. And that leaves Help, Meet the Beatles, and Please Please Me. Those are all, they're almost all gone. They're almost all gone. That's why I've been pretty firm on those. I know how difficult those are to get that nice. This doesn't come through too often. Dennis Daly on Boomtown Rats and Saxon. Saxon is got a bid for $15. Utopia is sold to Tim Grindstaff, $6.99. Whoops, I pulled the wrong record. Utopia is sold to Tim Grindstaff. That's right here. Saxon has a bid for $15. Eric Boehm on Peter Frampton. That's right here, $6.99. AC/DC has a new bid for $22. I'll take the Hall & Oates. There's actually two different ones. There's Beauty on a Back Street, and there's technically self-titled. Okay? So let me know on those. And then Mike Cadrini wants Help. Now, like I said, these albums by no means, any kind of these are typically by no means rare. But when it's just like, you could say like soul albums or jazz albums. When you get to that bell curve of condition, it's like most of them are going to be low or mid-grade, and then down there on the end of the bell curve, there's going to be about that many that start getting like perfect. And it gets even thinner for the real OG copies. It's even a smaller percentage for a real 65. So, okay, that's where we're at. And then Dustin Hodges gets both of these, $6.99, $6.99. And then over here we have what's left? Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf 7 was in VG condition. Okay. Now these next two records were $9.99. Yeah, $9.99 for the Cars, Heartbeat City. Great price on that. No condition notes. And then $9.99 for Ringo Starr sealed. A sealed copy. $9.99 Ringo Starr. Sealed Ringo for $9.99. Also $9.99 was, I think those were supposed to be 14. They were. That's okay. Steve Mason gets, they'll definitely sell now. Steve Mason gets the Cars for $9.99. And then these are also $9.99. Bob Seger, Stranger in Town. Bob Seger, $9.99. Cheap Trick, Dream Police. That's $9.99. And the Beach Boys, Endless Summer. Nice copy. These are $9.99. That was the last one. Okay? Yeah, the rest of these are about to be $6.99. Nice. Chad needs a new Monster. I'm thinking clearer now ever since I've had a bite of cookie and some Monster. My brain's working better. Alrighty. I don't know how any OG copies of Meet the Beatles survived from the 64 era. If you watch all those videos of those girls, they're like holding them at the airport. They're screaming and crying. They're bending the covers in half. The discs are falling out on the ground. They're pulling their hair out and they're screaming. They're going, Ringo, ah. And then they're like, they got the album jackets in their hand. They're like bending them in half. They're using them for fans. They're dropping them on the ground. People are punching each other. It's just absolute chaos. And Paul McCartney's like, oh my gosh, what have we done? These girls have lost their minds. And then John's like, I know, Paul. This is wild. All right, our next... what should be our next? This one, unfortunately, has... Well, let's do this one. Here's High Anxiety, Mel Brooks. Let's put this out for a $15 start. Another Select Division. High Anxiety, $15 start on that, okay? So next is Cyclo Dunn gets the sealed Ringo. He gets that for $9.99. Great price on that. And then the rest of these are $6.99. We have Elvis Costello, Taking Liberties, VG Plus $6.99. Also $6.99 for Stiffs Live. That will be Nick Lowe, Reckless Eric, Elvis Costello, $6.99 for Stiffs. Crazy Horse Loose, VG Plus $6.99. Elton John Blue Moves is $6.99. Elton John Breaking Hearts is $6.99. Prism Armageddon is $6.99. And so is the Dale Lords, which is sealed. That is unopened, $6.99. $6.99, okay? AC/DC, the last bid on this was amenities at $22. He gets that for $22, okay? $22, that is sold. Saxon, Matt Nichols has it for $40. Matt Nichols has it for $40. And then the High Anxiety is a $15 start, okay? And then Jared Inc. on EC for $6.99. That was for Elvis Costello. And then Nick Bargeron on Crazy Horse for $6.99. Those are sold and sold. All right, my crate's full. Let me swap out crates right quick. I can't really stack these tonight because they have these select divisions in them. So let me just start a new row here. Beautiful. And over here. All right, so Saxon's at 41. Final call on High Anxiety. Let me grab a new empty crate. Actually, Ringo got more fan club mail than any of them. And the rumor always was most girls figured they'd have a chance at him than the other three. That was always the rumor. Is like, if we Ringo, we might have a chance with him. All right, next auction. Next auction is this, is Crocus. Crocus the Blitz is at 84 USOG EX Plus condition, a $15 star. It has the original inner sleeve. $15 start on Crocus. All right, quick recap for this bin. If not, we're going to bundle it. The Dale Lord, $6.99. Gerald Whitworth gets Prism for $6.99. So the Dale Lords, Elton John, Stiffs, Steppenwolf, Mike Ofield, Zara One, Diesel, The Osmonds, Eye Level, Brom Chakowski, Pointer Sisters. Okay, then for $9.99 was Bob Seger, Cheap Trick, and the Beach Boys. However, on the Beatles anthology, I said this the other day when I watched the episode, there was a footage of Ringo trying to leave his house after it got out where he lived, and there was people climbing up the walls. He walks out, and there's people trying to rip his hair out and cut his hair. They're shoving him. I mean, it's just like he's getting mutilated. And he's just trying to get to his car so he can leave. And it's wild footage, though. There's like a guy climbing up like the thing trying to look through his windows, and they're like beating on the doors. He's like stressing me out. I was like, man. Saxon, $41. Matt Nichols is out. Final call, okay? High Anxiety is a $15 buy now. That's going to go over here in the select division pile. Okay, make sure the lag kicked in. Make sure everybody's bid or claims before I start offering these as a bundle. And then we have a whole nother crate like that to go through. This is fun. This is how we start selling a lot of records. Going through the discount leftovers. And then we will do at least a nonsense crate. And we'll keep putting up all the bonus crate auctions. Like I said, in the post, it's a lot of 80s hard rock and metal and other 80s pop over here. Okay, so let's count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Actually, 12. Okay, this bundle is going to be cheaper than the last. All right, and then let's do these last three for 15. So let's say $65. $65 on those, and that should be 18 records. 65 divided by 18 is only $361 each. That's the bundle deal. Okay. Let's go ahead and tag Saxon to Nick Bargeron for $41. Crocus is at 25 with Hoopy 31. And let's put up another Saxon. One Saxon down, another Saxon up. This is Saxon Rock the Nations. An 86 USOG specialty press, EX condition. Saxon's going to go up for a $15 start. Boy, time flies. I can't believe it's already 11 o'clock. That's wild. That is insane. All right, Crocus is at 25, And then there's another Saxon. There's another Saxon. Monster. James Goggins says he'll do the bundle. Great. 18 records, I think. Pretty close. Everything that's in here being tagged to James Goggins for $65. Let's put sticky notes around them. Thank you, James. All right, let's go through that other one. Let's go through that other one. And let's try to find another select division. Are the select division buyers still here? Probably after this next vintage crate, we can knock out buy it nows on these select divisions, okay? I'll probably just make them $10 buy it nows here in a second, even though I'm worried about shipping cost, but some of y'all probably will be buying multiples or have already bought one, so it'll work out okay. Richard Pryor, some kind of hero. That one's pretty cool. Richard Pryor, $15 start. Okay, the Crocus condition. Crocus was EX Plus. It's really nice. And then Saxon's at 22. All right, yeah, and I'll read them all. Let's go through one more. Probably Lanny's probably most interested. William, maybe Chris Knapp. I've been paying attention who's been bidding. And then what we'll do is we'll make them buy it nows. And because I think I've picked out the ones I want to auction. There probably will be still some bones in the buy it nows that probably could have been auctioned, but we just got too much to sell here in this building. Do y'all know how many items are in this building? Lanny knows. He's seen what our building looks like. We got enough stuff here to sell for 4 generations, okay? My grandchildren will be selling records here on Facebook Live, okay? So your kids will probably be watching my kids, and your grandkids will be watching my grandkids, and this building will still be full of records, okay? All right, so this has got all kinds of different price points. This is the leftovers of everything from last week. So here we go. I hadn't shown some of these in a while. Okay, these first two are $14.99. Most of the $14 and $19.99 stuff gets grabbed. I think some people even, I've been watching before when these videos go live, and like the first comment will be from, it'll be 3 seconds, and it'll be from the high-end stuff. I think people jump forward in the video and go for the, look at the high-end stuff first, because that's some of the crazy trade deals. And there's 2 still left over. The first one is the Mothers of Invention, Overnight Sensation, a really clean copy for $14.99. Also $14.99 is Neil Young Live Rust, $14.99. I don't even want to tell you what those were originally marked for. So Crocus is at 28, Saxon's at 27, and the Richard Pryor Select Division has one bid for $15, final call. Those are great prices at $14.99. And then for $9.99, we got Bob Dylan, Planet Waves. That's $9.99. And Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me, that's VG Plus, $9.99. $9.99, $9.99, 14 and 14 on those, okay? Jay Beach has Richard Pryor at 16. Nick Bargeron's out. Saxon's at 27 with Greg Preston. And Crocus is at 28, okay? Steve Mason takes Fleetwood Mac for $9.99. Next is $6.99 records. The first $6.99 is Rosington Collins Band. No condition note, $6.99. And Peter Frampton, I'm In You. That's also $6.99. Same price for King, Bittersweet. King, no condition notes, gold stamp promo, $6.99. Nick's out on Richard Pryor, so I won't give that much more time. How about sold? Jay Beach for $16. That is sold. Jay Beach, $16. Our next one is, let's try this one. It's a very popular movie, but unfortunately it's got some damage on the label. It's The Jerk, Steve Martin, $15. It's a little bit stained down here, and it's got some unfortunate marks right there, but $15 start on that, okay? There's that one. Next is Saxon 30, Saxon out. Where did we get to here? We got to Doug and the Slugs RCA Special Radio Series. That is $6.99. Same price for Cock Robin. Cock Robin is $6.99. And then Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace, Steppenwolf is $6.99. Laughing at the Pieces, Doctor and the Medics, $6.99 for Doctor and the Medics. Asia Alpha, $6.99. There is some discoloration up the spine, $6.99 for that, and also $6.99 for Elton John's Victim of Love, $6.99. Paul McCartney interview. This one I discounted mostly because it has some cover damage, but $6.99 on McCartney, okay? The last bit on Crocus is done, and that's sold to Hoopy 31 for $28, okay? We're in a discount flip crate. These prices are no more, no less because they've already been discounted. Saxon for the longest was at 27. Greg, he bid 30. Greg's out. Nick Bargeron gets it for 30. The Jerk is with Jay Beach at $15. Going once, going twice. Let's grab some more bonus crate stuff. Let's put away that Saxon. Let's go ahead and tag Tyson Morgan for Asia, $6.99. And then the King is called King. So that's King Bittersweet. And that's the name of the album. The artist is King, Gold Stamp promo, $6.99. McCartney is sold to Lily McCurry, and then 2 more from the bonus crate. I will read y'all some of the artists. Okay, it's getting about that time of night. I have Iron Maiden, Queen, Motley Crue, Black Sabbath, Duran Duran, AC/DC, Black Sabbath, AC/DC, Crowded House, The Clash, AC/DC, Riot, which is like a promo EP, AC/DC, Rat, AC/DC, Judas Priest, Saxon, Quiet Riot, David Bowie, Judas Priest, Def Leppard, U2, John Prine, Poison, Scorpions, Judas Priest, David Bowie, except Quiet Riot, Judas Priest, Sade, and Scorpions. Wow. Let's do Queen and Motley Crue. Here's a Queen that doesn't come through as often. This is Queen the Miracle. And this is an 89 USOG specialty press. It does have the original on her sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Motley Crue, Theater of Pain, an 85 USOG specialty press, original inner sleeve. It has the merch insert, not a bad copy, EX condition, $30 start on that. The Jerk is sold to Jay Beach for $15. Thank you on that. Next, $6.99, The Kinks, Volume 2. Looks like a pretty solid comp. The first track is A Well-Respected Man, $6.99 for The Kinks. Also, $6.99 is No. This is a different price point. Another Neil Young for $14.99. Wow. So we got 2 $14.99 Neil Young Live Rust, $14.99. And then these are $9.99. Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, that's $9.99 for Joe Walsh, which is a half off price. And then also $9.99 is ELO Out of the Blue, a VG copy, a 2 LP. That's a VG copy, $9.99 for ELO. Okay? And now we're right back into $6.99. The higher price stuff doesn't last long. Okay, so these are $6.99. Todd Rundgren is $6.99. The Hermit of Mink Hollow. Elton John Friends, VG Plus, $6.99. Yellow, 1 second. Yellow is EX, now just $6.99. Eric Boehm gets ELO for $9.99. That's sold to him. Also $6.99 is Hall & Oates Shrink and Hop Sticker. Nice copy on that one. $6.99. No condition notes. And also $6.99 is Gabor Zabo Night Flight. That was VG Plus, originally marked $24.99. Wow. All right. This is an interesting one here. I think this is pretty cool for display. It's called The Big Fights. Heavyweight Champions Greatest Fights. That's pretty cool. $15 start. I don't see... Who's the guy last night? What's his name? Jake Paul. He's not on there. We have Mike Quadrini on Hall & Oates for $6.99. Gabor Zabo sold to Jared Inc. for $6.99. And Spiky McVeigh on Yellow for $6.99. Also $6.99 is the Greg Ken Band Next of Ken. VG Plus $6.99. Styx is $6.99. VG Plus condition. And we're about to change price points. So that was the last $6.99. Styx. $6.99 on that. Okay. Wow, no bid. Let's look at these one more time before I make them buy it nows. This is my fear of 11 o'clock auctions. This is a 1989 USOG Specialty Press, Queen the Miracle. EX, a $35 start. Motley Crue is OG. This is OG, an 85 US, also a $35 start. It has the original inner sleeve, an insert, and the merch insert. There's the merch insert as well. And then the Big Fights Select Division is a $15 start. Okay, back to $14.99 with Frank Zappa's Joe's Garage. Just $14.99. That would be more than half off. A super clean UK copy. I'm going to put it back here with the other $14.99ers. Then there's two $9.99ers. The first one is Robert Fripp Exposure, a VG Plus copy. Robert Fripp is $9.99. And then Phil Manzera, Eno, Bill McCormick, 801 Live. That is also $9.99, okay? Motley Crue 35, Motley Crue 36. Lily McCurry got Greg Kihn for $6.99. Now the bids are coming on Motley Crue. I was about to say, I just want to make sure everybody's awake out there with me. Looks like y'all are. Welcome to the show. This is Coletco. We are live and we are selling stuff. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. Now, Motley Crue 35, 36, 38. Robert Warner got 801 Live for $9.99. Motley Crue 40, 45. And now we're right back to more $6.99ers. With John McLaughlin and the One Truth Band, Electric Dreams, VG Plus, $6.99. These are already discounted. So the prices I'm saying are no more, no less. The Best of Michael Martin Murphy with Wildfire, a gold stamp promo, nice, $6.99. Ice House, we just sold one a moment ago. There's another one for $9.99. And Lips Inc., Pucker Up. Lips Inc. is $6.99. And the Charlie Daniels Band, Midnight Wind, VG Plus, $6.99 for Charlie Daniels. We're going to have to go ahead and make Queen a buy it now, unfortunately. Queen is a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now for Queen, the Miracle. That's a $35 buy it now. And the Big Fights. And the Big Fights is a select division. $15 on that if anybody wants it, okay? Next for $6.99 is Donna Summer. $6.99 for Donna. So Motley Crue's at 45. Danny's out. Mike Cadrini's out. Right now, MT Matt has that. Let's put up another auction. This is Black Sabbath. And Black Sabbath is Never Say Die. It's an 86 US reissue repress, a specialty press, VG++, not bad at all, and it has the inner sleeve. I love the inner sleeve. Look at that. $25 start for Black Sabbath. Okay. Yeah, right now, Alice in Chains is up for pre-order in our group. That's for self-titled, a.k.a. Tripod, a.k.a. Three-Legged Dog. That's probably going to be the biggest pre-order ever for us. So, yeah. If you're not in on that, go ahead and get in. I think we're over. Well, I know how many I ordered, so I could have plenty of extras that week. But that's going to start off the year good. I think it comes out in January sometime. So, which January is literally like is like next week. Greg Preston gets Queen for $30. I forget like how fast this is all moving. I mean, a week from tonight is Christmas is over. A week from today, so. Christmas will be behind us. Crazy. The Osmonds, Phase 3, $6.99. Tom Sullivan said he would take Queen at sticker. I just agreed to sell it to Greg for $30. So I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Here is Duran Duran Rio, an 82 US club, VG++, a $25 start. $25 start on Duran Duran. Yeah, I think it sounds like I'm going to have I think I've ordered 200 copies. I think I've ordered 250. I think I've ordered 2 or 250 because I was going to have plenty just in case they're limited edition on colored vinyl. I don't think they've advertised it as limited edition, but just in case they don't press as many as they should. Motley Crue is sold to MT Matt for $45. We're doing the leftover vintage flip crate stuff right now. As soon as this crate's done, and I've read through them one more time quickly, we're going to offer them as a bundle. This is the last kind of crate of stuff like this. Still got plenty of auctions to sell. These are kind of late night, Saturday night auction deals. I love it, though. We're going to sell a lot here in the next couple hours. And we're about to go through some select divisions, okay? We have Diva for $6.99. Original soundtrack recording, Diva. And then Jackson Browne, Late for the Skies, $6.99. And then same price for Jackson Browne, The Pretender. Those are all $6.99. This whole section right here is. Black Sabbath doesn't have a bid yet. Black Sabbath, I'm looking for a $25 star, VG++. And Duran Duran, a classic, Rio with Hungry Like the Wolf. That's also VG++, a $25 start, okay? And then let's move into AC/DC. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. A US repress specialty press with the inner sleeve, VG++, a $25 start, okay? Next, so these were leftovers for $9.99. These next three records are $9.99. John Barleycorn Must Die, Traffic. A 1980 Japanese pressing with no obi. Wow. A Japanese pressing of Traffic, $9.99, near mint. The History of Otis Redding, a 70s reissue compilation. Otis Redding, EX, $9.99. And then also $9.99 is Bob Seger, Night Moves. Another nice EX copy, $9.99 on Bob Seger. Okay? And then we're going to do a couple of other $9.99ers. Okay, these are $9.99ers. Roxy Music Flesh and Blood. That was also EX $9.99. And also $9.99 is Crosby, Stills & Nash Deja Vu and OG VG Plus copy for $9.99. There you have it. So first thing is Black Sabbath got bids for $25 and then $26. Susie, you're out. Eric Boehm is going to take the Traffic for $9.99. I might be wrong by saying those were actually already marked down to just $14, but that's okay. We'll sell Eric that for $9.99. And then I think we should have $6.99 coming up. Yep. So these are $6.99 for Holly Johnson, Blast. That is sealed. $6.99 for Holly Johnson. Also $6.99 is Love and Money. All You Need Is. $6.99 for that. Same price for Foghat Live, a VG Plus copy. And then Culture Club, Color by Numbers, a VG copy for $6.99. And then we had Chicago 17, no condition notes on that. Share is just $6.99 and $6.99 for Susad and the Next. And those are all $6.99 right there. Should have a couple that's going to jump up in the next price category right now. Let me throw away these sticky notes. Okay. Nobody bid on Duran Duran. Somebody should definitely grab this for the buy it now price of $25. $25 for Duran Duran Rio. And then I'll give AC/DC one more chance. A US repress, VG++, TNT, I'm Dynamite, $25 star. So Black Sabbath, 25, 26, 27, and now 30 was Susie. And then the condition of Jackson Browne, there was two different ones. The Pretender, no condition notes. Late for the Sky, no condition notes. $6.99 each, okay? Here's another copy of Night Moves for $9.99, Bob Seger. I guess everybody already has copies of that, or those would be gone. And then this was, I've got, let's see, we'll do these for, okay, let's do these for $9.99 too. First, Richard Clayton on Susad and the Next for $6.99. We'll also do these for $9.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, a 70s press, no condition notes. Traffic, also no condition notes, an early 80s press, $9.99. And we have Neil Young for $9.99, American Stars and Bars. And then Dinah Ross and Supremes, Volume 3. That is sealed for $9.99. Okay? And then the rest of the crate should be $6.99. The Pretender is sold to Greg Preston for $6.99. Black Sabbath 30, 31, 33. Nobody got Duran Duran buy it now. Let's see if anybody gets AC/DC buy it now. $25 VG++, high voltage, AC, DC. Okay? AC, DC. Rest of the crate is $6.99, beginning with Bob Welch 3 Hearts, sealed, unopened with hop sticker. The Kids from Fame, sealed, unopened with hop sticker. Men at Work Cargo, $6.99. Greg Ken Band, $6.99. Greg Ken Band, sealed with hop sticker, $6.99. And Clocks, a 1982 New Wave album, $6.99 for Clocks. First thing we have is this. Black Sabbath 30, Black Sabbath 31. We have Black Sabbath 33, an offer on AC/DC for 20, and then a question. Let's just go ahead and sell it to Steve Mason for 20. Robert got Dinah and the Supremes, the sealed copy of Volume 3. Sell that to Robert at half off at $9.99. Duran Duran is sold to Mike Quadrini, and that's sold to him for $20. Scott Oldman got both Greg Kens for $6.99 and $6.99. And Gerald, I must have missed your claim for Live Rust. Gerald got one of the Live Rust for $14.99. Cyclone Doug gets Clocks for $6.99. All right, well, that's pretty amazing. So the last 2 weeks of vintage flip crates, that's all that's left. And I've got them sorted now. I'm going to do a quick read through now. Should go a lot faster. And with that being said, whatever doesn't get claimed is going to be sold for a bundle price. And I bet somebody will be over these because there's some great titles in here, okay? Robert wants the better copy of Night Moves. One jacket has a little bit more wear than the other. Let me make sure the disc are... one of them might be a reissue. Let's see. That's a club copy. And I think this... Okay, you want this one right here. Yes. You want that one right there. That's sold to Mortgage Guy Rob for $9.99, okay? So here's what's left in here. Sorry I missed your Neil Young claim. I must have missed that. Let's put up some more bonus auctions, okay? Well, we already got a Black Sabbath. Okay, earlier we had an AC/DC in the bin, and there was a lot of activity on it. So here's a chance to bid on one at auction, and this one might be just as nice with a just as nice jacket. Back in Black is a 1980 OG specialty pressing. This has Bob Lugwood mastering. It's VG++ EX. It has the inner sleeve, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. Okay? Here's what's left. Final call on these before they're bundled and sold. Frank Zappa's Joe's Garage. No condition notes, a Holland press, $14.99. Another Zappa, Mothers of Invention, Overnight Sensation, $14.99. Neil Young, Live Rust, known for the great live version of Hey Hey My, Into the Black. Dun, 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 dun. Him playing his black custom Les Paul, $14.99, Neil Young. Final call on Black Sabbath for $37, Joe Castillo, because Susie Breedlove says, I'm out. Next thing, for $9.99 was Bob Dylan, Planet Waves. A little bit of discoloration on the cover, sticker residue, clean vinyl though, $9.99. The History of Otis Redding. This is a 70s press, EX condition, yellow Atco, beautiful vinyl though, $9.99. Roxy Music Flesh and Blood, also EX, $9.99 for Roxy Music. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. That is a VG Plus copy, $9.99. Bob Seger Night Moves. There's still a nicer copy left. This one has a little bit of cover wear, just $9.99 on Seger. Some great songs on here too. Rock and Roll Never Forgets, Down on Main Street, and of course Night Moves. Traffic is $9.99. That's an early 80s pressing. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. How Does It Feel? Like a Rolling Stone. And then Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. That's just $9.99. Robert Fripp was VG Plus $9.99. Clip Corner, VG Plus vinyl. And then Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, half off at $9.99. Most of these are half off or more, by the way, from our original sticker. Just trying to move them. The starting price to me is just a beginning point. My thing is, what is the right price to sell it, to put it in somebody's box, to get it to their house? Joe Castillo, $37. Final call to get on bid on AC/DC. I should have brought that out earlier when 7 other people were trying to buy one. They're probably all now asleep or watching The Fugitive with Harrison Ford on their big screen TVs instead of watching this and getting fantastic steals. We have a 1986 USOG of Crowded House with that great song, hey now, don't dream it's over. They come to live a world between us. You know that they won't win. $25 start. Steve Mason on Joe Walsh for $9.99. Cyclone Doug on Robert Fripp for $9.99. No poster with Bob Dylan. Nope. And then here's what's left for $6.99. Rosalind and Collins bands, no condition notes. Peter Frampton on menu, these are all $6.99. Doug and the Slugs, if I don't say anything about grade, then it's nice. We still got Cock Robin. Steppenwolf, rest in peace. These are all $6.99. Doctor and the Medics, Laughing at the Pieces. Also, The King, Bittersweet. Elton John, Victim of Love. The Kinks, Volume 2, which is a compilation. Todd Rundgren, Herman of Mink Hollow. Elton John again, the soundtrack to Friends. Styx, Cornerstone. John McLaughlin was VG Plus, $6.99. Styx, by the way, was also VG Plus. And then we have the best of Michael Martin Murphy. We had Lip Sync. We had Ice House. Donna Summer, Charlie Daniels was VG Plus. The Osmonds Phase 3 with poster in shrink. Diva soundtrack. Holly Johnson Blast sealed. Love and Money Foghat Live VG Plus. Culture Club, Chicago, Cher, Jackson Brown. Kids from Fame was sealed. Bob Welch, originally a Fleetwood Mac member, he's also sealed. And Men at Work Cargo was no condition notes, just $6.99. AC/DC's at 31 with Jay Beach. Crowded House is a final chance for a $25 start, okay? And Stacy said, give me that Osmonds. Final chance because these are about to get bundled. So I'll make sure everybody's lag comes in. Stacy gets the Osmonds. Lillian was next. Great neck adjustment there. Okay. Let's see what some of these 45s. Paul did give me some indie top 45s. Here's one. Well, wow, this is an indie. This is Nirvana. Nirvana, a third U.S. pressing of Sliver. Nirvana is a $10 start. Nirvana, third U.S. pressing. And Dive. Wow, that's a great one. $10 start on that. Okay. First thing we have is Crowded House 25. How much was Foghat Live? This is VG Plus, $6.99. Y'all are in the leftover flip crate. These are already discounted. Foghat Live was VG Plus, $14.99. Now it's $6.99. Gerald Whitworth wants Jackson Brown. So did Gerald Whitworth. How much was Styx? VG Plus, $6.99. It's more than half off. It was $14.99. Traffic is Mr. Fantasy. Yeah, it has the UK cover. What do they call this? Yeah, Mr. Fantasy. It is an early 80s pressing, near mint, $9.99. Okay? And then how much is Jackson Brown? You just missed it. Nirvana has a bid for 10. AC/DC has a bid for 34. And then John Griffin does take the Foghat for $6.99. Mike Quadrini gets Styx for $6.99. David Jennings gets Men at Work for $6.99. Nirvana has a bid for $11. Eric Boehm gets Traffic, Mr. Fantasy. Yeah, they use the UK cover and the they use the UK design. It looks a little bit different in the US or the original US. $9.99 sold to Eric Boehm. Okay, so Crowded House is sold to Susie. One bid for $25. AC/DC is still getting bids. It's at $35, and Nirvana's at $15. And let's see what the other singles are. Paul brought me over here. I mean, he got them separated by auction and then by, wow, this guy's from a TV show, isn't he? This is Sebadoa. Isn't that from, well, I don't know the name of the show, but I've seen him before. And then on the back is a Canadian maple leaf. So Canadian maple leaf and a picture disc, Limelight, a Rush cover. Don't they talk about Rush? Didn't Alex Lifeson play on that show? What's it called? Trailer Park Boys? Isn't that what it's called? Didn't Alex Lifeson make an appearance on that? Yeah, and I think Alex Lifeson was on an episode because I've seen that clip. Trailer Park Boys, yeah. They're covering Limelight by Rush. A nice, crisp Canadian maple leaf. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Living in the lighted stage approaches me unwell. Approaches events and great song by Rush. $10 start. Okay, so Nirvana got AC/DC 35, Nirvana 15, Nirvana 16, Nirvana 18, Nirvana 20, and then that is a $10 start, and that's pronounced Seb-Ado. 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 Thank you. That's a $10 start. Anybody else? Men at Work already sold, Greg Beddinger. Somebody got it right before you. We're about to count these and offer them as a bundle. Who's ready? Living on the lighted stage approaching. I got an ice machine today and a shredder from Amazon. I'm about to start shredding fake autographs. I didn't have a shredder here. I usually just rip up all of our documents or I rarely throw away stuff. Don't throw away stuff that really needs shredding. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start shredding some fake autographs because I didn't want to just throw them in the trash so somebody couldn't find them later. So I literally bought a shredder to start destroying. Boy, I'm having trouble talking right now. Fake autographs. I look forward to it tonight. I think I'm going to set up my camera and do a time lapse. I don't know why I find that fascinating, but I think it's going to be like a good deed almost to shred fake autographs. Get them out of circulation. I've got a bunch of them. I've got tubs full of them. Tubs. I've got 3 black industrial yellow lid tubs full of fake autographs, secretarial and forgeries. Mostly photos, press cards, stuff like that. We gotta destroy them all. All right, let's do this. AC/DC is sold for $35 to Mike Quadrini. What's the Nirvana at? I think the last bid was with 007 Platinum. And he has this for a final call for $20. Seb-Ado does not have a bid yet. Now it does for $15. While we have a couple Iron Maiden fans on, don't forget we got this really cool toy. It's actually pretty tough to get. It's kind of pricey too. This is a model airplane of Air Force 80, Ed Force 1, a Boeing 757-200. That's Iron Maiden's real jet plane they used. $224.99. That's actually a pretty tough to get rarity there. That's Iron Maiden. That's exclusive to the Iron Maiden shop back in the day. $224. I will entertain a fair offer. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay? So we're going to do those 25 for this price. All right? Then we're going to do these at 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. And then we're going to do these for 10, 15, or excuse me, 10, 20, 30. All right? So this bundle deal is $160. $160. How did I arrive at that price? You may ask yourself, how did I arrive at that price? $6.99 at half off. I made the $10 records $5, and I made the $15 records $10. So I took another half off on these, another half off on those, and I did $5 off again on the $15 records. No further discount on any of these individually. They're already bundled. Neil Young was already marked $39.99. That's why it's $14.99. $93.75 on these. 35 on those and 30 on those, $160 rounded up. It's actually $158.75. $160 buys the rest of that crate. We got to sell them. Chad Smith, it's up to you on Nirvana. Chad, I am going to go ahead and sell you the Sebado, though. That's sold to you for $15, okay? It's up to you on Nirvana. No further discount on anything in here. They're back. The Danny, they were already practically free. Everything in there was practically already free. You were getting paid to buy them. Guided by Voices, Teenage FBI, a $19.99 OG, $15 start on Guided by Voices. The show must go on by us buying these, by somebody buying these bundle. Who wants to buy this bundle? We got to get these sold. We have to. We have to get these sold. We must get these sold. The airplane is $225. What is the price of Nirvana up to? $25. Guided by Voices is a $15 minimum bid. It is currently, right now, up for auction. Monster. Bundle 100, bundle 105. Pass and pass. I can see y'all are trying to warm up your wallets, but you don't have them open up wide enough. 007 gets Nirvana for $25. Guided by Voices is sold for $15 to Spiky McVeigh. Next auction is a $10 start. Tropical FUCK Storm, the Golden Ratio. $10 start on that. The Golden Ratio. Stanny and Squim, they're trying to open their wallets. Come on, guys. It's Christmas time. Open those wallets a little wider. This is dropping the bucket for you guys. They're literally laying on a bed made of cash right now. Sun Ra and the Orchestra. L is a Sound of Joy. A 2017 promo blue and purple marble vinyl, not on Discogs. $10 start on that. Due to Christmas. Psh, Christmas. Christmas? Psh. All right. Well, that's okay. I've already got tomorrow's discount vintage being made up. I'm joking. So close, yet so far away. Nice way to kill the buzz there, Squim and Danny. Just killed the whole momentum of the show. Not opening that wallet a little wider. Dang it. A little bit wider. These guys are made out of cash. See some of these guys walking around, they drop $100 bills and just keep on walking. I'm like, Danny, Steve, y'all dropped a $100 bill, and they're like, it's not worth my time to pick it up, son. All right, this is going to be a speed run on some select divisions. Tropical FUCK Storm has one bid for $15. Sun Ra has a bid for $10. Chad, you're out on both of them. Final call. These are $15. $10. Let's make these $10. The New Media Bible, The Story of Joseph. Jane Fonda, John Voight Bit You, Coming Home. Dress to Kill. That's James Bond. No, View to a Kill. Dress to Kill. Dress to Kill, $10. The Cannonball Run, $10. Sharky's Machine, $10. Stir Crazy, Gene Wilder, Richard Pryor. Gene Wilder, The World's Greatest Lover. Carney. Shane. Ragtime. American Gigolo. The In-Laws. First thing I have is Tropical FUCK Storm sold to Kelly for $15. Sunrise sold to Robert for $10. Next is this Tropical FUCK Storm and Deerhoof. These are going to go up for $10 starts. The name of this one is Serbopia. Wild cover on that one. And then Deerhoof, My Lonely Cat, maybe? I'm not for sure. $10 on that. All right, first is Jay Beach on Dress to Kill. That's right here, sold to him for $10. Leona Davis on Cannonball Run. That's Lanny Davis, right? Lanny Davis, Leona Davis, $10 sold. William Water was next, then Regina Tabor. And then Stir Crazy is sold to Chris Knapp. We got The Postman Always Rings Twice. Hombre. Shoot the Moon. Tora, Tora, Tora. That's a 2-in-1. The French Connection. The Great Santini. The Duchess and the Dirtwater Fox. Another Tropical F Storm. Yes, Kelly's in at $15, and then Deerhoof's a $10 start. Next bonus crate auction is the following. AC/DC Let There Be Rock, a 77 USOG specialty press, VG++ condition, a $25 start. I was over here checking the prices of this plane on eBay. That's not too far off. One sold for $200 plus shipping, and the cheapest one for sale's like $265. So I can see why Tanner split the difference. That's why ours is marked $225. So that's not, I mean, that's kind of what these things go for if you're looking to add that to your Iron Maiden collection. But I will entertain an offer, okay? We have TTT for Tor to William Warner. That's a 2-in-1. So sell him. These go together. Sell him both of those for $10. And then we have 1,000 Clowns. The Robe. There's No Business Like Show Business. Central Intel. This is the Amateur. Eyewitness. The Sunshine Boys. The Way We Were. Barbosa. John Wayne Stagecoach. SOB. That's a 2-in-1. And then Annie is a 2-in-1. Okay? These are Select Division CEDs. You got to have a Select Division player. These are movies. One of the first way home movies were distributed was, or any way you could watch a film, was those reel-to-reels they used to sell. Like little movies, little cartoons and stuff. Then this was a tried format, and then, of course, Laserdisc. And, of course, we know what came next, DVDs. And now we're in the age of streaming. So this is the history of media at home right here. This is media at home. This was a tried format at one point. All these are $10. These are all Select Divisions. They're all $10 a piece. Oh, yeah, I skipped VHS, didn't I? I skipped VHS and Beta. My bad. I skipped VHS. That was probably the biggest for the longest. Okay, and then William Warner put B, probably for Barbosa. Is that right, William? And then Lillian got John Wayne Stagecoach. Can anybody else name any other home movie format? And then I think we're good. Okay, so Kelly got Tropical FUCK Storm for $15. Deerhoof is a buy it now for $10. And Barbosa sold to William Warner. Okay, so I got a whole nother crate to run through. These are $10 a piece. And then Blu-ray, yeah, I forgot about some of those. Blu-ray, yep. DVX says Rob. There's probably more I'm left off, yeah. I forget about some of those. I can remember I started at VHS. So I lived through, I remember using and buying VHS as a kid. And then I remember our first DVD player. And then I remember where just DVDs became uncool. I remember people used to have DVDs in their house like it was a shrine. It's like we'd go over to people's houses like, man, did you see all the DVDs? Yeah, man, every week when she gets paid, she goes over to Walmart and they buy 3 new movies to put in their DVD collection. I mean, I remember like that was the thing. People had like walls of DVDs in their house. It's like a shrine. Like, come on in. This is my DVD collection. And you walk and you go like, oh my gosh, look at all these movies. Man, look at all these movies this guy has. It'd be like, dang, look at all this. And then they became really uncool quickly. And then it was like, I guess it just disappeared into streaming. But I guess you can still buy them. Blu-rays, yeah. Blu-rays, all that. I remember going to pawn shops and people were bringing in stacks of DVDs. It's like, and pawn shops would be like, yeah, man, we're not buying DVDs. And I'd be like, golly, there's no telling how much money people have invested in those. Like tens of thousands of dollars. And then it got to the point where it was like pawn shops were selling them like 3 for $1. So, all right, over here is this. We have Final Call on AC/DC. And we have 2 more singles here to put up. We got Margot Price, 2x 7-inch EP, $10 on that. That's a third man record. And then Yola Tango, Mr. Tough. This is also a $10 start. Yola Tango, Mr. Tough. Okay. So let's go to the other crate. By the way, these weigh a ton. Oh my gosh. I'm not exaggerating. This is like 80 pounds of Select Divisions. All right, let's go through these. AC/DC has a bid for 30. Margot Price 10, Yola Tango 10. Yeah, here in about 2 years, I'll be doing DVD auctions. I mean, we already do. We sell the heck out of DVDs. I'm not saying it's a dead for. They've kind of. What I've learned is people want to own media. Okay, I mean, I'm literally in the business of selling it. So people want to own media, whether it's an obsolete format, like you could call 8-tracks and Select Divisions obsolete because they're not really manufacturing them anymore. Some people make 8-tracks as a novelty. I don't think anybody's making a Select Division anymore. I don't think there's anywhere on earth that's making Select Divisions. But at some point, somebody wants to physically own something on media. Like most of my digital library is on iTunes, and I've been adding to it since 2007. Of course, I own 1 million pieces of music, personal collection, my store inventory. So I'm realizing in business, people want to own in a physical format of something. And then some of these are just truly collectible. Like Jane Fonda's Workout. These are all $10. Jane Fonda, $10. Eye of the Needle. Ragtime. I think that's part 2 of the other one we had. Yeah, that's part 2 of the other one we had. So Ragtime's a double, by the way. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. MASH. The Challenging. The Sea Wolves. Part 1 and 2. Wow, Roger Moore's in that one. James Bond. Roger Moore and Gregory Peck. Richard Pryor live in concert. And Bonnie and Clyde. Okay. AC/DC is sold to Mike Quadrini for $30. Let's put that away. $30. Changeling. Thank you. Margot Price is a no bid, $10 buy it now. Yola Tango is sold to Tracy Songer for 10. Leland McCurry on MASH. That was right in here. Leland McCurry on Butch Cassidy, which was right in here. All right. Airplane. Zapped. John Voight bit you? Lily McCurry. Got Butch Cassidy, Danny Thomason on MP Margot Price for $10. We also have Bill Murray and Stripes, I Want You. Hiram Aponte on Airplane. These are all $10 a piece. I'm kind of worried about shipping them. I think it's going to have to go into an oversized box, but that's okay. How about Stallone, Night Hawks? Hard Country. Who plays in this? John Michael. Tanya Tucker. I knew it was somebody that was like an actual country. Tanya Tucker. Chris Knapp on Zapped. Let's put up a couple more auctions right quick. I have the Bond ones. Well, I hadn't put them up in my bedroom before I moved here to Lebanon. I have all the Bond ones displayed. They look amazing. I got a couple I kept out of here. Let me go get them up front. I think I already have a couple of them, but Paul and my mom pulled them out after we bought this collection. Leona Davis on Nighthawks. Danny was next. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more of these 45 auctions. There's like 5 left, and then I got buy it nows for you. Here is Mineral. This is a 96 emo record, a $10 start. And let's do this. Minor Threat first demo tape. The 2003 purple vinyl. VG condition, $5 start. The Soldier. Yeah, going through this kind of stuff gives me great ideas of movies to watch because there's a lot of this stuff in here I'd love to sit down and watch. The Body Snatchers. I've always heard I need to watch that. The Body Snatchers. The Robe. I think that's a part 2. Yep. We have part 1 over here, so these don't get separated. Okay. Endless Love. Man, I've sold a lot of those soundtracks. This disc contains adult-themed material. Kiss is on here. I was made for... Don't Look Now. Julie Christie, Donald Sutherland. Minor Threat 5, Minor Threat Tracks. Minor Threat, Stand Up, Sing Red, Bottle Violence. Flip Side is Small Man, Big Mouth, Straight Edge, Guilty of Being White. I Don't Want to Hear It. Minor Threat has another bid for 7. William on BS for Body Snatchers. Chris Knapp was next. I thought about putting that one up for auction earlier, and I never did pull it. And we have Killing My Wife's Name. Oh, no. Lavona. What am I saying? Leona? Lavona. I am sorry, Miss Davis. You might have to give me some phonics. Mineral was a $10 start. Straw Dogs. That looks interesting. Absence of Malice. Paul Newman and Sally Field. I actually did watch a movie in Vegas. Well, I didn't really watch it. We was up in the hotel room, and there was a movie on, and it caught my attention because there was an actor in it called Pierce Brosnan, a.k.a. James Bond of the 90s and 2000s, and it was Miss Doubtfire with Robin Williams and Sally Field and Pierce Brosnan. I'd never seen Miss Doubtfire, and I got locked into it, and I really didn't want to leave till it was over. I was like, man, I'm curious, how does this movie end? I'd never watched Miss Doubtfire before, so I watched that actually in Vegas in the hotel room. About 2/3. I missed the very beginning. All these are $10 a piece. Maltia. What does that say? Matleadia. What does that say? Victory. Another Stallone. And A Change of Seasons. That looks interesting. And then Modern Problems with old Chevy Chase there. Okay. Whoa. Minor Threats at 16. And then Matilda. And then Minor Threat has a bid for 20. Mineral did not get a bid. Yes, it did. Spiky McVeigh. Sell Mineral for $10 to Spiky McVeigh. All right. My crate is almost full. Let me have one more here. V for Victory. Danny literally put V for Victory. And this has filled up this crate, I believe. It has. And I bet this crate's going to be heavy. Oh, my gosh. All right. Selling some laser discs. I mean, Selective Visions tonight. I have a crate of laser discs, too. Is anybody interested in those old laser discs? Is anybody interested in those old laser discs for $10 a piece? I have one Peter Criss, I think, left. Backroads. Sally Field, Tommy Lee Jones. Foul Play. Pennies from Heaven. The Last Valley. Part 1 and Part 2. Southern Comfort. That's a Part 1. That goes to another one somewhere. That's Coming Home. Jane Fonda. That's over here. Yep. Part 1, Part 2. Southern Comfort. Okay. The Misfits. Midnight Express. 0 to 60. The End. The Four Musketeers. Where are we on where are we on Minor Threat? Out. Scully Mac, $20 sold. Okay. So let me go front and see which ones they set aside for me. I think, or they, man, I can't remember. I might go ahead and let one of them go. Let me see what I have left in here. Okay. I'll sell this one because I know for sure I already have this one, and I'm going to keep that one. So here's an instant one. Here's an instant seller, I would think. Dr. No. James Bond, the first James Bond movie. All right, $10 on that. Let me make a note. Peter Criss for Gerald Whitworth. Whoever's watching, make a note. So if I forget to pull it, we'll do it before Monday invoicing. That's for Gerald Whitworth. Okay. And can I see Southern Comfort? You can. Now, it's going to cost $1 bazillion. There's Southern Comfort. Southern Comfort is starring Keith Cardine and Powers Booth. 1981. All right. Jay Beach on Dr. No for $10. Okay. And then, can I see Misfits? You can. Misfits. Marilyn Monroe, Clark Gable, and Montgomery Clift. Wow, what if that was autographed? That'd be kind of pricey. I'm sure one of those people might have been already dead by then, but there you go, $10 on that. Now, we could be talking, I would prefer a local person, but we can ship these if we need to. I'd be willing to do a bundle deal if maybe for cheap on the rest of them. If we can maybe split the postage, maybe get them to pack it up and we'll split the cost of postage or something. If anybody's interested, I'll count them up right quick. It'd be great if a local could pick it up, but I don't mind shipping them, but it's going to be like, man, that's going to be tough to ship. All right, here's a couple more 45 auctions. Kishi Bashi and L10. Kishi Bashi and L10, 11. Every day is a Sunday, and slow motion feel. 2021 blue vinyl, $10 start. And another mineral. Mineral is And Serenading and Love My Way Butler. $19.98 US, $10 starts on those. But to give you an idea, in this crate, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, we'll count. Some of these are the same movie. I may miss a couple. Let me restart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for that one. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Okay. So there's probably how many over here as far as movies? 28, that's 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 50, 51, 49, 52, something like that. So, I don't know. I'd probably sell them for $225. Let's see, 50 divided by 225 divided by 225 divided by we'll say 50. Yeah, that'd be 450 each. 450 each, so 225. And what I'll do, they would pack them, Ed would get a shipping quote, and we'll split the cost and postage. I'm worried how much but I think you can do a media mail, which should be great. They probably can go media mail, which would be pretty cheap. So if somebody wants an instant Select-A-Vision, collection, there's an opportunity. There's about 50 movies. There's over 50 Select-A-Visions, CEDs, whatever the common appropriate format for these are. I think RCA called theirs Select-A-Visions, and I think there's other companies that called them different things. Like this one doesn't have the word Select-A-Vision on it, and that's just called a CED. I think they're all called CEDs. And if someone local picked them up, I might do it even a little bit better. Okay? And Chad needs some Monster after all that. Okay. So that's awesome. Let me find that crate of Laserdisc. Not saying we're done with vinyl, but it is kind of after midnight, and we're kind of into the miscellaneous and anything goes kind of part of the sale. There's 157 people still watching. Let me see how long we've been live. We've been live for almost 6 hours, so it looks like the feed will end tonight a little after 2 a.m. Is that right? Or a little after 1 a.m. 6 will be 1. It'll be a little after 2 a.m. Okay, Central Time. That's when the Facebook feed ends, and that's usually when I end. Oh, and then here's a few over here. These were the auctions. I'll do these for $10. Coal Miner's Daughter, Raiders, Great Stunts, and the Making of Raiders, High Anxiety, and The Big Fights. Those for $10. Okay, $10 for all those. $10 on the no bids. $10 on those no bids. Forgot about those. And I'll put those, whatever doesn't sell, I'll put those as part of the bundle, same price. So you just got 4 more of what I thought was better titles for the same price. How could you say no? Nobody out there should be saying no to that bundle. Everybody should be saying, yes, Chad, yes. I will find a working Select-A-Vision. We will get this done. We will conquer the world together. Yes, we will, Chad. All right. Now, I don't know what I'm getting into here, but these are all $10. Okay? $10. Scott, I'm going to keep these at $10. I've just now seen your offer, mostly because I'm worried about the oversized shipping cost. So kind of $10 minimum on these kind of include the cost of shipping, which I think is going to have to be upgraded to an oversized box. Lillian on Coal Miner's Daughter for 10. So that couple of dollars could mean the difference of good or bad for me. I don't really know. I hadn't shipped too many of these. And then Stripes is sold. Let's find that one. And Stripes is sold to Delaney. Okay? Nobody bid on these two singles. Kishi Bashi and Mineral are both $10, $10. Let's go through these. I bet there's going to be some steals in here for 10 because I did pick some of these out for auction and then I never did finish them. And they've been kind of buried over here. Right off the bat, Madonna, the Virgin Tour. Some of these need to be put in new sleeves. Madonna, the Virgin Tour. I mean, I hadn't got to check them either, but I'll try to glance at them. They should be all pretty nice. Madonna, $10. Mission Galactica, the Cyclone Attack. Mission Galactica from Battlestar Galactica? Or is that the name of it? I guess it's Mission Galactica. Okay, and then some of these are wrapped in... Some of these are wrapped in like resealable baggies, which I think is the... Boy, is that how much that cost new? $220. Was that how much some of these were? Casablanca, $220. These are Laserdisc here. These are Laserdisc. $219.99 in the 90s. That'd been like paying $800, $900 for Casablanca. Goodness gracious. Let me get a box of fresh sleeves to put some of these in. Some of them I'll leave, but some of them that's loose, I'll go ahead and put in sleeves. Lonnie Jolly gets Madonna for 10. And then Mike Straws on MG. That was for Mission Galactica. I'll go ahead and put that in a sleeve for you. Now, that one was marked $30. That was probably the pre-owned price somewhere at some point. Okay. And then, all right, so Casablanca, Oklahoma. Yeah, oh yeah, it says Pioneer Electronics CD player. That's weird. Why is that on that? That's weird, though. So Casablanca 10, Oklahoma for 10. Oh, my gosh. Pink Floyd Pulse for 10. Hope everybody's paying attention. Pink Floyd Pulse. Another Madonna. Blonde Ambition World Tour. I told you I'd be shooting myself in the foot. I hadn't really purged these. Paul Simon, Graceland. What the heck? That's pretty cool. And then we have Olivia Newton-John in concert. And we have Lord of the Flies. Lord of the Flies. Yeah, these are like taped. I can't even get to it, really. Even if I wanted to check it, all this is like taped down. They've put it in a resealable baggie, and then they've put shipping tape over it so nobody could get to it. So $10 on these. They should be okay. Most of them I opened up that night. The first night we started selling these, they were okay. Paul Brothers on Pink Floyd for $10. And then Mike Straws was second. Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't Pulse like a $100 one? I'm pretty sure. Paul Brothers got Pink Floyd, Mike Straws second, Chris Frazier third, X-Wing fourth. Paul Brothers also first on Madonna. And then Scott Dwallow next on Pulse, Michael next on Pulse, Lillian next on Pulse, Adam Bernardi on CB. And that was for, CB was for something. Casablanca, Adam, maybe $10. Steve Mason got Lord of the Flies. Scott Dwallow next on Lord of the Flies. Danny next on Madonna. Any other metal? Yes. This is Laserdisc. These are not records. Madonna, the Immaculate Collection, $10. This is Rainbow. Wow. That's awesome. $10 on that. The Catherine Wheel. NVC Arts, the Catherine Wheel, choreograph. Boy, I almost had it the first time. You know what I mean. And then over here we have the Prisoner, Patrick McGoohan, The Prisoner. All right, so to quickly recap there, We sold Pink Floyd Pulse, Madonna, Casablanca, and Lord of the Flies. And then we had Mike Straws on R for Rainbow. Chris Frazier next on Rainbow. Tracy on Madonna. Michael Ruttman next on Rainbow. The Lost Continent. The Lost Continent. Wow. These are all Laserdisc. Cream, the Farewell Concert. Wow. I've never seen some of these before. These are all Laserdisc. These are Laserdisc. Meteor with Sean Connery. These are all Laserdisc. Quartermass in the Pit. $10. These are all Laserdisc. These are all Laserdisc. Bustin' Loose, Richard Pryor. $10. All Laserdisc, $10. The Graduate. $10. These are all $10. Paul Brothers on Meteor. $10 Laserdisc. Also $10. The Golden Age of Science Fiction Thrillers. Golly. $10. $10. Also $10. Iceman. Sealed. Sealed. $10. Laserdisc. Special edition of Close Encounters of the Third Kind. $10. 2010, the year we make contact. $10. Scott Arnold on the Sci-Fi Collection. $10. Sci-Fi Collection. Donna Bertram on The Graduate. Sold. $10. Mike Straws on CE. Close Encounters. Sold. Paul Brothers next. Michael Ruttman next on Sci-Fi. We have The Fugitive, Volume 3. Not with Harrison Ford. That's not Harrison Ford. That's the TV show from the 60s, which the movie was sort of based on. The Fugitive, Volume 4. More TV show. Gregory Peck and Pork Chop Hill. $10. Laserdisc, $10. Airplane. We had the Select-O-Vision earlier. There's the Laserdisc. $10. Saturn III. $10. Also $10. Schindler's List. You were making out during Schindler's List. Is that dusty? Golly, this one's dusty. Look how dusty that is. Excuse the dust on these. Let me get my hands cleaned off now. Seinfeld. You were making out during Schindler's List. Wow. I still haven't seen this movie. Very powerful film from what I hear. We have a sci-fi. Okay, Scott Arnold on A. That's probably for Airplane. Paul Brothers was next, then Chris Frazier, then Michael Ruttman, then Hiram Aponte, then Michael Ruttman, and then Saturn III, so to Michael Ruttman. Lily McCurry on Schindler's List. Regina next on Sadler III. Also $10 is Peter Gunn, The Coolest Private Eye Ever, Volume 2, Peter Gunn, and then Volume 1. That's, of course, another TV show from, I almost said 60s, but I think it's more like late 50s. Yeah, 58 to 61. Peter Gunn, Volume 1 and 2. Madonna, Who's That Girl? Live in Japan. Ghost, Swayze, Goldberg, Where Eagles Dare, Deluxe Letterbox Edition, Lean on Me, Laserdisc, $10. Gone with the Wind, Lawrence of Arabia, The Making of a Legend, Gone with the Wind. Paul Brothers on Madonna for $10. Victor next on Madonna. Squim, Steve Mason first on Gone, Gone with the Wind. Nick Bargeron first on Ghost. These are Laserdisc for $10. These will not play on a vinyl turntable record player. If you do, you're going to have some major problems. Okay, try dropping your needle on this. It's going to cause some major problems. It's going to be skating around like it's on ice. Okay, Chris Knapp on Eagles, Where Eagles Dare, The Fugitive, The Fugitive, The Fugitive, and The Fugitive, the Judge. Now, I think that's a movie, yeah. This is another movie called The Fugitive. This is a film. Yeah. Maybe we can do a Fugitive bundle here because those are maybe kind of a set here. So we got Fugitive, Fugitive Volume 5, 3, 2, 4, and another 3. Okay? So Fugitive bundle, including this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, $30. Okay, and then that leaves an extra Volume 3. So $30 on those. Yeah, so I think this 67. Yeah, this is the movie. The movie I talk about watching all the time. The one with Harrison Ford, Tommy Lee Jones, like Spikey just said, is the remake of this. I've never seen this, though. There's the one-armed guy. And then this was a TV show. Yeah, this was a TV show. Kind of based off, I don't know what the episodes were, but it mentions Richard Kimball. I guess it was like the TV show. They expanded it to a TV show. And then there's the movie. Okay. All right, let's read through those again. That was fun. That was some great. There's still some really cool music related ones in here for $10. And yeah, the challenging. Scott Arnold wanted the challenging. You got it. That was for $10. The changeling. This is sold to Scott Arnold for $10. Sorry about that. Okay, $10. We have Oklahoma. These are laser discs for $10. So Paul Simon Graceland, the songs and the story. So this is that classic album series. I see those on DVD. This is a classic album series, but it's a laser disc. The Making of Paul Simon's Graceland. I wish I had something to pop that in and watch it. I would. That's great. I love Paul Simon. Oklahoma. Olivia Newton-John in concert. It is what it says it is. Olivia Newton-John in concert. The Catherine Wheel. The Prisoner. Definitely a 60s film here. Looks pretty tripped out. Looks like pretty sci-fi, The Prisoner. He's got him strapped to a chair. The Lost Continent. 1968. Looks kind of sci-fi as well. Cream, the farewell concert. That's pretty cool. So they played at Royal. Is this the Royal Albert Hall? It should be. Yeah, Royal Albert Hall, 1993. Okay. Quartermass in the Pit. Bustin' Loose. Iceman was sealed. And 2010, the year we made contact. Michael Ruttman on LC for Lost Continent. Gregory Peck, Pork Chop Hill. Peter Gunn, that's another TV series. It's got 4 episodes each one. Cream is sold to Leland McCurry. Michael Ruttman on BI or BL for Bustin' Loose. Lawrence of Arabia. The Making of Gone with the Wind. And then there's the Fugitive bundle. So like I said, I would do 5 each on all those. The Prisoner. Really? Iron Maiden song. Okay. I'll have to look into that further. All right. Anybody want a bundle deal on everything that's left? I'll make sure nobody wants to claim anything else individually, though. All right. We're always looking to buy Laserdisc. Man, I remember going to an estate sale. This guy, he's a real estate agent. I have a lot of real estate agent friends because sometimes they have to deal with estates. You know, they're trying to sell somebody's house and it's full of stuff. And they're like, hey, man, Chad, this guy's trying to sell his house. It's completely full of crap. And when they say crap, it's like records, comic books, toys, coins, guns, knives, posters. So I get calls from real estate agents from now and now. But one time, one guy called me and he said, Chad, this guy's got this collection of these things that look like records, but they're not. They look like giant CDs. And this guy didn't even know what they were. And he's like, we're going to have an estate sale. If you want to come out the day before, you can have your pick. I bet he had every laser disc known to man. That was a long time ago. This is before I was doing Facebook. So this was a long time ago. I bought them all. And then there was a lady in Kentucky. Her husband had quite the collection. And the last the last big time we went through some, remember that last big batch we had? That's where those came from Bowling Green, Kentucky. But I wish I had all those. I mean, I sold them on eBay and sold them in lots. And I finally sold them all. But that was that was an insane, y'all would have loved to seen those. I bet it would have filled up. It would have filled up 20 of these crates probably, maybe 25. Probably 25 crates. I mean, we moved them and moved. It was incredible. I mean, that guy, he spent because you got to think, his family, I think I was dealing with his daughter. She's like, my dad bought all these new. And I was like, golly, the money that was invested in those new. Probably no telling. I'll do Peter Gunn 2 for 1. Both Peter Guns for $10. Okay, story time's over. So here's what's left if anybody wants to buy the rest. I try to sell this stuff so we can move on. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I won't count the duplicate. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's 16 left, 16 laser discs left. Let's do them for, let's see. Let's do them for $75. Okay? That's $4.68 each. 16 laser discs. I didn't count the duplicate of the Fugitive TV show. So 16, so there's probably about 17 there, $75. These are sold 2 and 1. These are sold 2 and 1 for $10 to Adam Bernardi, Peter Gunn. And come on, Paul Brothers. Come on, Paul Brothers. Plus, he'll pick them up locally. Come on, Paul Brothers. I need 30 top loaders for both 12-inch and 45s like the one you sent signed Aussie debuting to me. I might can get those wholesale. I'll look into it. But I don't know. I don't know if I can get those wholesale or not. I'll have to check into it. If not, Danny, I know the best company to get those from, and I'll send you a link. But maybe I can get them wholesale where we can put them in with one of your orders. Laserdisc bundle, 16 pieces, $75, just like the chicken I'm going to get tomorrow at Popeyes. Love that chicken from Popeyes. I actually was awake late enough today. I went through Bojangles and got a chicken and biscuit. I had to drive 7 minutes out of my way, so a total of 15 minutes out of my way. But the line went quick though. I went through right when they opened, and man, Bojangles chicken biscuit, nice and spicy. Great stuff. Thank you, Paul Brothers, as always. Now we're going to take a poll on what y'all want to do for the rest of the night. We did CDs last night. I really don't have a ton of 45s like I normally do. We're trying to accumulate a few more boxes before we do another big 45 night. Plus, I don't think the buyers for those are on right now. But what do y'all possibly want to do for the rest of the night? I can possibly... There's a lot of stuff I could do. I could even try to just do magic tricks. I can entertain you with jokes. If you want joke, I can try to do jokes. We can talk about the weather. Does anybody have anything they want to get off their chest? The airing of grievances. Frank Costanza, does anybody have anything they want to just speak their mind and really tell me what's on their mind? Kind of just yell at me. Just kind of let me have it. Just let your true feelings out about how you really feel about me. Because I promise you, it's not going to hurt my feelings. You can just let me have it. Okay, then I'll block you. We haven't technically done a half-off nonsense bin yet. Okay, we haven't technically done a half-off nonsense. Okay? What was the end of that indie rock 45? No, we got some. I do have some I can show for $6.99, as long as you and Jeremy Bryant's watching. Yeah, I've got some here to do for $6.99. Okay. All right. So how about we do a, yeah, we hadn't done a nonsense half off bin. Let's try to find a great vintage, John type crate. We'll do that half off. Fresh out of CDs for a few more shows. I mean, there's technically 3 boxes of 45s and then indies. And, yeah. Sitting on the park bench. Hey, is there anybody local that knew Tommy Thompson? He just recently passed away. I have a cool artifact in here. I don't know if there's anybody local that knew Tommy Thompson, our district attorney. I've got a really cool thing. I meant to post it when I found out he passed away. Beatles jukebox singles. I wish. All right, let's find this. Let me make sure we're good to go. So let me find a half off crate. I'll show you a laser disc I'm keeping. Okay, I'll tease y'all with laser disc I'm keeping. I mean Select-O-Visions. Oops, sorry. Oops, sorry. I got to keep those. That's like 2 of my favorite movies of all time. And of course, Godfather's a 2-part, but I got to keep those. That's for my collection. Sorry. What about that last bundle deal I had over here? We was close. I think I priced it for, y'all remember that last bundle deal? 2 people made an offer. We were close. I'd love to have went ahead and sold it, but though they didn't open up their wallets wide enough. All right, let's do this crate half off. Yeah, this is a good one. And it's check condition, so it's going to be cheap, budget, great deal records, okay? Let's do it. Laserdisc have left the building. And I got these video games over here for Paul and Scott Arnold. Flat and warped records. Well, you can do it in a variety of ways. You can go all the way up to a high-end record flattener machine like we have. You can buy some pretty affordable budget systems. I think they're called like record pies and stuff like that. There's some homemade remedies like, putting it between 2 pieces of glass and that kind of stuff. I don't really ever risk anything like that or have time to deal with it. But we have a couple machines here we use. Or actually, I guess we just have one. So I'm going to put away this junk food I've been snashing on. I ran out of snacks early this week. I didn't buy enough this week at Publix. I went through all of my pistachios. I went through all of my organic chocolate-covered raisins. And I'm down to just like junk food up front, and it's not too good. I got Mexican food to eat after the show, but that's another hour or 2 now. So no, we don't flatten records. It's kind of like our ultrasonic cleaner. We realized it takes more time, and then trying to keep up with it and trying to be responsible for people's albums they drop off and keeping up with it. So no. Yeah, a record pie, you might want to look into that, Steve Mason. That's how it's spelled, like PI, like 3.141, like a circle, like pi. Like a record as round. All right, this is a half off crate, no more, no less. Let's knock some of these out. Let's also do these indie top 45s at $6.99. And we're going to do half off vinyl. First thing here is this. Willie Hutch Concert and Blues. These are no more, no less. Willie Hutch is $5. Concert and Blues. The Who, Who's Next? A classic album. VG Condition, $5. And then, Simon and Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water. I love the Grammy sticker on the front. Winner of 6 Grammys, VG Plus, $6.50. So we have a machine we had to import from Japan. It was about $1,200. And of course, after we fixed 4 or 5 high-end records, it literally paid for itself. So because of the nature of our business, dealing in so many records, especially so many high-end records, we had to have a really, like, they fix a record a day. But we have, I think the last time they told me, we have like 14 crates of high-end records that are damaged or warped that they think we can repair or do some kind of adjustment. You know, there's sometimes with there might be like a flake or something on a record, and you don't really want to scrub it, but they have to ultrasonically clean it and then maybe like try to nick it off. It could be like a piece of paint or something like that. And then they have a whole collection of just warped records back there. I mean, they were stacked up the other day like to the ceiling. And so we obviously need to buy 2 or 3 more machines so they can do more. We can do 2 or 3 times as more, but it's time consuming. It takes like 8 hours to fix one. Mike Cadrini on Simon & Garfunkel and Eric Squindo on The Who. All right. We also have Styx Grand Illusion, VG Condition, $5. Come Sail Away, Styx is $5. And Billy Joel, An Innocent Man. Billy Joel is $7.50. We have Dr. John, The Night Tripper, VG Condition, $10. And Jerry Jeff Walker, Viva Terralinga. Jerry Jeff Walker's $5. We're going through a half off vintage discount crate right now. These are no more, no less. Here comes the first handful of 45s. This is Convergence, $6.99. Bikini Kill, $6.99. Small Black Despicable Dogs and Washed Out, $6.99. Spoon and Jimmy Eat World, those are all $6.99. Any unsold auctions? Actually, no. All the advertised auctions are gone. The only thing no bid was Japanese. Beatles 35, Elvis Costello 35, Beatles 35, and John Lennon 35. That is the only no bids tonight. And then these 2 singles, Mineral for 10, and then Cat Kishi Bashi for 10. Eric Squindo did not want The Who. He wanted Willie Hutch. Okay? So let's go back to the top. Simon & Garfunkel, Mike Cadrini. Eric Squindo got Willie Hutch. Greg Bendinger, that means you do get The Who, Greg. Mike Cadrini got Styx. Danny Thomason on Dr. John. Jerry Torres on Con. And Con was for Convergence. Converge? Yeah, Converge. So did Jerry Torres for $6.99. And Victor Guerra on Bikini Kill for $6.99. I also have Time, Smooth Ball. VG Plus, $15. That's a 60s record on Liberty. Time is $15. And Bob Dylan, Desire. We're in a half off crate, no more, no less. This is VG Condition, $6.50. Okay, so that handful left. Jimmy World Spoon and Small Black Despicable Dogs. Dave Evans. Is that DK Evans? I think that's DK Evans, right? DK Evans on the Beatles Rock and Roll for $35. And DK, while you're on, you might have not seen, I've got over here stashed away a couple real high-end Beatles records, like Meet the Beatles, an Apple pressing in shrink, early 70s, $36.99. And Please Please Me, a 1980 UK copy, near mint minus, beautiful, $49.99 on that. Okay, back to the half-off records. Another Bob Dylan, this time Self-Portrait. Self-Portrait is $12.50. And Moby Grape, his middle finger has been airbrushed. It used to be a middle finger giving you the bird there. $7.50 on Moby Grape. And Bob Skaggs, Down to Then Left. EX, $6.50. And Rod Stewart and Faces Rod Stewart and Faces, Coast to Coast, VG $6.50. Here comes a few more 45s. This is The Crucible, The Walkman, Brother Reed and Simon Dawes, Kevin Morby, My Name, Sound of Ceres, Arm of the Golden Flame, L1011, and Erie Wanda, Sail to the Silver Sun, which kind of looks like a claymation of the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper's, their backs. Those are all $6.99. Okay. Somewhere in New York, $25. I will sell this to you for, sold for $25. Adam Bernardi. You owe me a 10. The Hissing of Summer Lawns, Joni Mitchell, VG Plus 750, and Krabby Appleton, VG Plus 750. VG Plus. Krabby Appleton's a good album. I just ordered a record pile. Man, I need to get in with some of these companies. I did with our crate company because we were sending so much business to them. And then I need to be like a sponsor of some of these other companies. They need to like send me some of their I need to like reach out to some of these places. All these cleaners and ultrasonic cleaner companies. I mean, I could probably get them hundreds of sales, if not thousands. I'm surprised they hadn't reached out to me. Fleetwood Mac, Black Magic Woman, VG Plus 1350, and then Elton John, Rock of the Westies, VG Condition, $5 on Elton John, Rock of the Westies. Okay? And Steppenwolf II, Born to Be Wild. That has the has a name written on the cover. It has the original foil cover. Steppenwolf is just $5. That's the OG pressing, their second album. Okay, and then over here, my crate is full, so let me swap out crates right quick. I gotta swap out crates right quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, pretty good night so far. Probably gonna fill up this last one with half off and others. It is the end of the week. My brain is kind of ready for a rest, even though I'm probably going to be here again tomorrow night selling coins. I don't know if y'all have watched the market, but I've got some stuff that we had locked in months ago from Mint distributors at great prices. And we've been putting stuff out in our store. It's been getting balled up for Christmas gifts. And we're going to try to go through a lot more tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be either 1 or 3 things. Or maybe even 1 of 4 things. I'm either going to do a walkthrough sale, and then I'm going to come back here and do coins. I'm going to do nothing but the walkthrough sale, or I'm going to do nothing but coins, or I'm not going to do anything, and I'm probably going to just be a zombie because I've pretty much went home for the last 6 days and just took naps and then come right back to work. So I've averaged about 4 hours of sleep, it seems like. Jackie Reynolds on Krabby Appleton. And Steppenwolf is VG. Steppenwolf is VG and a VG cover because of the writing. Les Paul and Mary Form, Wonder and Wonderful, VG Plus 750. And Leonard Cohen, Live Songs. That's a VG copy for $10, Leonard Cohen. And then Doug Kershaw, Alive and Pickin'. That's EX, now $9 for Doug Kershaw. John Entwistle is VG Plus 750. VG Plus 750, and The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. This is VG Plus $10. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. Don't you want somebody to love? We're in a half-off crate, no more, no less. Let's lay down a few more of these indie singles. Jimmy Eat World. What I would say to you now, Elliot. That's a punk record, a 2000 US. This is Don Caballero, Got a Mile, Got an Inch Live. Keybug, theme from Kid Bug. Kid Bug, theme from Kid Bug, Indie Rock. Mystery single from J&R. Stereo League, Money in Your Mouth. Dewey Kenmore, Before We Say Goodbye. And Oneida, I Want to Hold Your Electric Hand. Okay. Yeah, so that's one thing for tomorrow. You know, we have an incredible case knife inventory, more than we've ever had. And we haven't tried to sell any almost all year. So we have literally tens of thousands of dollars in case knife inventory that we hadn't even touched yet. So that's going to be part of it tomorrow. The other part will be coins and then that. So yeah, if I do it tomorrow, I'm going to have to start early. Like, we'll probably have to go ahead and knock it out at 4 or 5 o'clock, just like the last one. And then, because if we do it, it'll be an all-day ordeal, okay? I've got a new box that John brought. I'm about to start showing those right now. Okay, Lily McCurry on NT Entwistle. That's sort of Lily McCurry. And then we have Rush, All the World's a Stage. VG plus $20, okay? What I'll probably do is bundle those indie records at some point, unless somebody wants to go ahead and ask for a price right now. Paul Simon's Greatest Hits is VG5. And Leonard Cohen, Songs of Love and Hate. Leonard Cohen is a 1971 VG plus 1750. So it was $34.99. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. The Best of Mountain with Mississippi Queen, VG plus 750. And Birdie Green, The Golden Thrush Strikes, that's a 60 mono, VG condition, $10. Speaking of, what happened to that crate of new 45s? It's over here. Yeah, so John got together one box here, and I'm about to start going through them. I feel like somebody needs my Beatles autographs. I feel like I'd have a deal struck before the end of the year. And the reason I brought that up is because over here on this table, I have some really high-end stuff that I need to try to move, including a couple records. I still got a couple pricey ones here. This was Dean Carter, Fever. Dean Carter, Fever. And then this was the Mystique. I almost forgot about these. And this is the Mystiques. So Good to Have You Home Again, the Mystiques. So the Mystiques, So Good to Have You Home Again. And then Dean Carter, Fever. Those are pretty high-end singles there. And then I'm asking $3,500 for this. This is George Harrison and Ringo Starr, certified by Beckett and Frank Cazzo. Now, when you have a Frank Cazzo record, that trumps any kind of authentication on the Beatles. Okay, $3,500. Now, I've also got a complete set of Harrison, Starr, McCartney, and John Lennon, which is, y'all know, a toughie. I've got a whole set, and the John Lennon's nice. It's in a blue felt pen, bold and nice. $15,000 for those, okay? That's a set of 4 Beatles, $15,000 for those. Working our way down, if you want to buy something really nice, I've got 2 signed Metallica albums, both with Cliff Burton, $10,000, $10,000. And then the next thing would probably be our signed Stevie Nicks poster. I've got an oversized, beautiful Stevie Nicks poster. The signature's probably like this big across the top. My realistic price on that right now, I think it's on eBay for $75. I mean, $4,500 would probably buy it. And speaking of Taylor Swift, yeah, these are great. We've been selling a lot of these. $350 on Taylor Swift, which is this framed JSA authenticated display. So yeah, just try to, I never know who's watching, who may be watching for the first time. Just throwing some stuff I have out there for sale. Trying to move some expensive stuff before the end of the year. I would love to get some of this stuff sold. Hold on one second. I got to make a shoe adjustment. Give me 1 second, please. I feel like there's Never know who's out there. And of course, I have set up a couple high-end items on payment plans. So some people's like, well, I do want the Eddie Van Halen autograph, which we sold this year, but can I split it up into this and this? And I'm like, sure thing. So, okay, so let me figure out where I left off. And I walked over there to get that box of 45s, and I forgot about these. What's the condition of Paul Simon? He's in VG condition for $5. And then over here, Leonard Cohen. Leonard Cohen is sold to Chris Knapp. And I'm assuming you're talking about this one, right, Chris Knapp? That's sold to you, okay? Next thing is this. Eric Squindo needs to put back Willie Hutch, and he said he will pay the $12,000 restocking fee. Let me figure out what I've done with that. It's probably in this crate. Here it is. So if anybody wants Willie Hutch, it is still available. VG condition, $5. That's going back in here. Joe Walsh is VG plus $750. Does have cover damage right here. VG plus vinyl, $750. And Kansas Leftovers, VG, $5. Mountain info. The best of Mountain is in VG plus condition, $7.50. James Gang, Jesse Come Home, VG plus $750. And the Car Shake It Up is VG plus $10. I've already wore out another pair of shoes. I bought new shoes about, I don't know how long I've had these. I'll have to go back on my email, but I'm about ready for another pair. These won't stay basically tight on my feet. Can't stand loose shoes. Okay. Danny Thomason takes the Willie Hutch for $5. The other Leonard Cohen was Leonard Cohen Live Songs. This one's VG, $10. And then Mike Cadrini on the Cars, VG plus 10. And Led Zeppelin is a Columbia Clubhouse copy, VG 10. Van Morrison is VG $7.50. Okay, now that box of 45s behind me, I'm ready to roll with it. And video games. Yes, as long as you've had your coffee, because it's going to be a few more minutes. I got my shoes fixed. I feel better now. I felt like I was about to fall out of them. All right, these are all $6.99. Let's start reading off some of these. Hadn't looked at them till right now. We have the Beau Brumbles, One Too Many Mornings. Taylor Dane, Tell It to My Heart. Del Shannon, Do You Want to Dance? Aha, This Alone Is Love. The Beatles, Twist and Shout, Ask Me Why. Bebopalua by the Beatles, and Hallelujah, I Love Her So. Those are all $6.99, okay? And then, so Chris Knapp wants the other Leonard Cohen as well. Joe Castillo gets Led Zeppelin. And then DS, Dale Shannon, sold to Wolverine for $6. These are $6.99. $6.99, that's Dale Shannon, Wolverine. Greg Beddinger on Mountain, that's sold. And then Mark Weiss on Taylor Dane, Tell It to My Heart for $6.99. Robert Warner on the Beatles, Bebopalua. And Hallelujah, I Love Her So. Bebopalua. Hallelujah, what is that from? That's weird, isn't it? And then there's Twist and Shout, Aha, and then Beau Brummels, okay? Mountain Avalanche, EX 1150. Jackson Brown, Running on Empty. VG condition, $5. Elton John, Empty Sky, VG condition, $5. And Boss Skaggs, VG plus $7.50. Does have one of those Atlantic promo stickers. It is a 4-digit, but a mid-70s press. The OGs would be 4-digit, 1841 Broadway, and would be a gatefold jacket. These are all $6.99. More $6.99ers. We have the following. Here Comes Sunshine, the Higher Elevation promo copy. David Bowie, Never Let Me Down. Patsy Cline, Walking After Midnight. ABC, Minneapolis. The Gap Band, You Dropped a Bomb on Me, Baby. You Dropped a Bomb on Me. Swing Out Sister, Breakout. Those are all $6.99. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. ABC. Christina Curtis wants Jackson Brown. Okay. And then over here we have Greg Bedinger wants Mountain and Jackson Brown. Jackson Brown's already claimed, but I got you for Mountain. Susie wants the Gap Band. You dropped a bomb on me. And Mark Weiss on Patsy Cline. Those are all $6.99. And that left Swing Out Sister, ABC, David Bowie, and The Higher Elevation. This is the Moody Blues, VG Plus $7.50. And Isaac Hayes live at the Sahara Tahoe. No condition notes with the die cut gimmick cover, $20. Kelly Vladorchek on Bowie. That is $6.99. Okay? Only the first one mounted. So you do not want Avalanche. Okay? This is actually a quad pressing, by the way. I didn't mention that. That's a quad pressing of that. Government Cheese is $5. And then Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Four-Way Street. $17.50 on that one. Super clean. And Lydia and Pence, Cold Blood. Lydia and Pence is $10. All right, here comes another handful of singles. These are all $6.99. The Chiffons, I Have a Boyfriend. Wanda Jackson, I Gotta Know. Sam Cooke, Bring It On Home to Me. That's Just the Way It Is. Bruce Hornsby. And Mr. Something Real Inside of Me, Inside of You. Those are all $6.99. First thing we have is Kelly Vladorchek on Government Cheese. That's sold to Kelly Vladorchek. Heart, Dreamboat Annie. Heart is $15. No condition notes. This is Sherelle for $5. You Look Good to Me, 12-inch single. Eberhard Schoner, Video Magic, sealed for $10. And then Tiny Tim's second album. Tiny Tim is a 69 Pittman, $10 on that. The Chiffons is sold to Wolverine for $6.99. That left Mr. Bruce Hornsby, Sam Cooke, and Wanda Jackson. Lonnie Jolly on Sherelle. Sherelle. That looks like Sherelle. Sell that to Lonnie Jolly. Yep. And Mark Weiss on Heart. Got it. These are $6.99. These singles I'm about to lay down, they're how much, Chad? They're only $6.99. Wow, you've got to be joking me. I'm, in fact, not joking you. Quite right. Come on, Feel the Noise, a promo. Tom Glazer and the Do-Re-Mi Children's Choir. It's a mad, 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 mad world. A Taste of Honey, Boogie Oogie Oogie. Spencer Davis Group, I'm a Man. Somebody Help Me, two great ones. The Essex, Easier Said Than Done, Pink Roulette label. And the Everly Brothers, All I Have to Do Is Dream, and Claudette. Those are $6.99. Joe Costello on ES for this Eberhard Schoner Video Magic. And then Victor Gary gets the Quite Right promo. Taste of Honey is sold to Stacy Metternich. These are all $6.99. She also gets the Everly Brothers. That leaves the Essex, Spencer Davis, and Tom Glazer. All right, also $6.99 are these right here. Let me knock out this handful. These are $6.99 for Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs, Band in Boston. Humble Pie, Hot and Nasty. Rumble Seat by John Cougar Mellencamp. Duran Duran, Hungry Like the Wolf. Lindsey Buckingham, Go Insane. Those are all $6.99. And not a penny more, not a penny less. Now, I'm not going to read the prices for everything left in here. But if you did miss something, this was a half-off crate. Great stuff here. Final call on some of these. I'm going to touch my toes right quick. Okay, now I'm squatting down. Oh, that was a great stretch. Here's what's left. If you need a price, let me know. Half-off crate. Billy Joel, Jerry Jeff Walker. Time Smooth Ball is sold to Denise. Condition of Tiny Tim. No condition notes on the vinyl. It is a gatefold jacket. Pretty nice copy of that. Yeah, nothing much wrong with that one. $10. Bob Dylan Desire. Bob Dylan Self-Portrait. And then Moby Grape. And let's pause at Boss Skaggs. If you need a price, let me know. First thing I have is Lindsey Buckingham, Duran Duran, John Cougar, Humble Pie, and Sam the Sham are all still available. Let's do another handful. These are $6.99. David Seville and the Chipmunks, Alvin's Harmonica. Little Eva, Locomotion. Ambrosia, Living on My Own. The Rolling Stones, Emotional Rescue. And here we go. Elvis Presley, Playing for Keeps and Too Much. That probably should have been an auction, right? Well, it's not. It's a buy now for just $6.99. Okay? $6.99 for no bid mineral. Sell this to Spiky McVeigh for $6.99, okay? Let me get that sticker off there. So to Spiky McVeigh for $6.99. Okay, that's mineral. Just tag that in like it was a buy now. All right, and the next thing is Tracy Songer got Tiny Tim. Levi Hilton on Elvis Presley, then Stacy, then Wolverine. Stacy got the Rolling Stones. That left Ambrosia, Little Eva, and David Seville and the Chipmunks. Also, Rod Stewart Faces Live, Joni Hitchell Hissing of Summer Lawns, Fleetwood Mac Black Magic Woman, Elton John Rock of the Westies, Steppenwolf II, Les Paul Mary Ford, Doug Kershaw Live and Pickin', The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, Rush, All the World's a Stage, Bertie Green, The Golden Thrush Strikes, Paul Simon's Greatest Hits, Joe Walsh, But Seriously Folks, and Kansas Leftoverager. Kelly Vladicek on the Chipmunks. Christina, you were next on the Rolling Stones. Here comes another handful of Bite Nows for $6.99. That includes George Michael, I Want Your Sex, Jan and Dean, Drag City, The Free Movement, I Found Some of My Own, The Fireballs, 3 Minutes Time, Dawn, Tie a Yellow Ribbon Around the Old Oak Tree, and Alabama, Tar Top. Those are all $6.99. Also, we have James Gang, Jesse Come Home, Van Morrison Live, Elton John, Empty Sky, Boz Scaggs, Self-Titled, This Is the Moody Blues, Isaac Hayes, Mountain Avalanche, Cross Stills and Nash, Four-Way Street Live, and Lydia and Pence, Cold Blood. Mike Cauldron, you were next in line on the Elvis picture sleeve. Kelly Vladicek got George Michael, then Stacy, and Christina Curtis wants Joe Walsh, okay? And that was in here. And let's pull her the Joe Walsh. That was But Seriously Folks. All right, that left Alabama Tar Top, Dawn, The Fireballs, The Free Movement, and Jan and Dean. Greg Beddinger on Kansas, and that was probably for that VG copy of Leftoverture, right? That was $5, so to Greg Beddinger. Next handful of singles. And then I'm going to start showing these video games. Now, the way I want to do these is I want to try to sell them as a bundle. So I'm going to get them out and try to spread them out and see what we have, and then I'm going to try to sell them all at once. We got Bo Diddley, You Can't Judge a Book by Its Cover. Amos Milburn, One Scotch, One Bourbon, One Beer. The Bar Busters, which is Joan Jett and the Black Hearts, Light of Day. Canned Heat and the Chipmunks, the Chipmunk song. Wow, I've never seen that. Canned Heat and the Chipmunks? A promo record? What in the world? Wayne Chung, Everybody Have Fun Tonight. And the Cars, You're the Girl, and Tata Y-O-Y-O, I think. Wow, Canned Heat and the Chipmunks did a song together. Where have I been on this? Where have I been on this? Price on Fleetwood Mac and Rod Stewart, okay? Fleetwood Mac and Rod Stewart. Fleetwood Mac and Rod Stewart. Fleetwood Mac is the bluesy side of Fleetwood Mac with Black Magic Woman, a 2LP VG Plus 1350, and the Rod Stewart and Faces Live with Stay With Me, VG $6.50. So Canned Heat, so to Wolverine, then Kelly, then Tracy, then Lillian, and then Danny Thomason. So there was 2, 4, 5 people on that one. Wolverine was first. That left the Cars. That left Wayne Chung, Joan Jett, Amos Milburn, and Bo Diddley. Bo Diddley on chess. The flip is Rinky Dink, Dave Baby Cortez. More $6.99ers. Wow, look at all these chests. I think these are technically reissues, but really cool to see. Yeah, they could have different artists. I'll just do one side. The J-Nets and the Corsairs. Etta James. So that's the same artist. Etta James, Tell Mama. Not Jackie Brinston, Rocket 88. Some say the first rock and roll song. Little Walter, My Babe. Chuck Berry, Maybelline. And Chuck Berry, Almost Grown. And we'll pause with Stacy Q, Two of Hearts. Here I am and I'm in love again. Canned Heat. Christine on Rod Stewart. Sold. going to try to figure out this Canned Heat and Chipmunks. Discogs. Let's type in Canned Heat. And this is 56079. A promo copy. The Chipmunk Song and Christmas Blues. Median is $25.50. A VG copy sold for $15. Near mint $35. So it's a $25 record. Yeah. I figured that's pretty scarce. I didn't know. I never knew. Oh, this is nice too. Yeah, this is more like a $35 record. Somebody got a great deal there. That's a good one. I mean, John's kind of filtered these, but they're $6.99. There's great deals in these flips here. Stacy got Stacy. Danny on LW for Little Walter, and then Eric Dog next on Stacy. Anybody else want anything in this half-off crate before we go strictly to miscellaneous? Go West, Don't Look Down, the sequel. Billy Idol, Moni Moni Live. Bananarama, I Heard a Rumor. Samantha Fox, Touch Me. Sheila E., A Love Bazaar. The Flamingos, I'll Be Home. And A Kiss from Your Lips. Those are all $6.99. Okay, so Mega Blast on Samantha Fox. Susie on BL, BI for Billy Idol. Danny was next. We got the Flamingos, Sheila E., Bananarama, and Go West. More $6.99. $10 The Future's So Bright, I Gotta Wear Shades. Bananarama, More Than Physical. Debbie Gibson, Only in My Dreams. Fleetwood Mac, Tell Me Lies, Tell Me Sweet Little Lies. Fleetwood Mac, Big Love. And Bruce Springsteen, Brilliant Disguise. Those are all $6.99. Christina Curtis on Sheila E. Sold. Just $6.99. All these are also $6.99. Bruce Springsteen, Brilliant Disguise. Fleetwood Mac, Big Love. Fleetwood Mac, Little Lies. Debbie Gibson, Only in My Dreams. Bananarama, More Than Physical. And $10. Danny, your pick on Fleetwood Mac's Big Love or Little Lies. Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies. Oh no. Dun, 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 dun. Tell me lies, tell me sweet lies. All right, let's go through some truly randomness tonight. More 45s are coming, though. We got Freddie Cannon, Way Down Yonder in New Orleans. Gonzales Bonaparte, Why There Is Christmas. Soul Survivors, Explosion. Timmy Thomas, Why Can't We Live Together? Ray Stevens, Santa Claus Is Watching You. Picture sleeve, that's interesting. Nice. Hugo Montenegro, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. All right. Danny wants me to tell him some little lies. So to Danny Thomas and Little Lies. All right. We got Stacy on RS for Ray Stevens. Danny was next. Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Timmy Thomas, Soul Survivors. Gonzales Bonaparte. And Freddie Cannon. Lillian was first on Santa. Ray Stevens. All right. We got more Freddie Cannon. Boston, my hometown. My hometown. The Flares, Foot Stomping. The Fireballs, Gunshot. Patsy Cline, Crazy Arms. Chantilly Lace, Jerry Lee Lewis cover on promo label. And earlier Bee Gees here, I've got a message from you. Zeppelin lot is actually spoken for. We have a wait list going for Zeppelin. And Zeppelin is $59.99. It's a waiting list. Okay. Metallica Part 2s are not in yet, no. Wolverine on FB for the Fireballs. He also got Jerry Lee Lewis. He also got BG's. And that left Freddie Cannon, the Flares, and Patsy Cline. Crazy Arms. All right, let me go over here and get this first box a little closer to me. T-shirt rack. And manuals, and right. We've sold select divisions tonight, laser disc, cassettes, 45s. I guess I just need to make a reel-to-reel sale, and we can go from there. All right, okay, here's how I'll do this to be fair, okay? I'm going to bring out these video games, and I'm going to call them $9.99 each, and then we'll just try to do a bundle on what's ever left, okay? That way everybody has a fair chance, and they hadn't been checked, but that price will probably hit the median, and that will hit the middle on some of these. It could be cheap for some. It could be twice or 3 times as much for some. Who knows? But I think $9.99 to be fair. Star Wars Knights, Star Wars 2, Knights of the Old Republic, $9.99. Tomb Raider, Legend, these are all PC games. Medal of Honor, Pacific Assault. Dark Messiah, Might and Magic. Medal of Honor, Limited Edition. X-Men Legends 2, Rise of the Apocalypse. And Mass Effect. Okay? So $9.99 on all those PC games. Good and the Bad and the Ugly is still available, Danny. That is Hugo Montenegro. It's in the original RCA sleeve. The flip is March with Hope, also from the same movie. That's from Fistful of Dollars and Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Okay, it's still available. Next, more $6.99ers coming up right now for 45s. Toxic Attitude, The Chariots, Tiger in the Tank, Jerry Lee Lewis, Middle Age Crazy, Roy Head, Apple of My Eye, Preston Epps, Bongo, 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 and The Pretenders, Don't Get Me Wrong. Those are all $6.99. Now, when my cousin was here the other day, I looked this one up, and it was a good, it's probably twice as much. But The Godfather 2, that's $9.99. Call of Juarez. I think that's pronounced Call of Juarez. Nice. Adobe Photoshop Elements 9. I think that's kind of obsolete. The Witcher 2. That looks pretty cool. The Witcher 2. And then Supreme Commander. All right. And then RH for Mega Blast. So we had The Pretenders, Preston Epps, Roy Head, so to Mega Blast. And Toxic is called Experimental Grounds, is track 1. All right. Paul Brothers wants Adobe Photoshop. Jim B on Witcher. Oh my gosh, we've messed up, folks. That was a $3,000 one. Holy crap, we've already messed up big time. Oh my gosh, Jim B's bought a PC game. Holy goodness, oh my gosh. Oh no, oh my gosh. Oh no, Jim B's bought a 45, Toxic. Oh no, this is a $200 or $300 record. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Oh no. That's sold to Jim B for there's no telling what those two combined records are worth. Oh my gosh. Plus The Witcher, that was a $200, $300, $400 PC game. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Fear, First Encounter, Assault Recon, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, Call of Duty Black Ops, Dungeon Siege 2, and Deus Ex Human Revolution. These are all $6.99. Dave Dudley, 6 Tons of Toys. Gus Van Sant, Bursting Clouds. Willie Nelson, Where My House Lives, a promo. Shirley Cooley and Willie Nelson promo. Those are early. Bananarama, Venus. Robert Palmer, I didn't mean to turn you on. Oh, Andy Kim there, A Friend in the City. Those are all $6.99. Okay. Chad, explain to us Jim B's setup again. I'll let Jim B do that. I'll let Jim B explain his setup. The dude, if I got it explaining Jim B's setup, I'd get mad. I'd start getting angry. These are all $6.99. Andy Kim, Robert Palmer, Bananarama, Willie Nelson, Gus Van Sant, and Dave Dudley. Let's put it this way. I've been tracking Jim B's purchases already tonight. Counting that soul record he bought earlier for $200, he's made over $1,000 tonight watching this sale. I'll let him explain the rest. Dragon Age Origins, Wolfenstein, Pass, The Godfather. Boy, I put some time in on that on the Xbox 360. Oh my gosh. Tomb Raider Underworld. Over here, more singles for $6.99. Elvis Costello, EP, New Amsterdam. We have The Kingsman, Annie Fanny. Joe Turner, The Sun is Shining. The Kinks, Sunny Afternoon. Glass Hammer, Sing a Song. And Jack Scott, Goodbye Baby. Yeah, Jim B's big score tonight was on that Queenie album. He'll make a good $600 off that. I mean, I was sick to my stomach when it finally sold. I was like, oh. I mean, I was like about to puke blood. Jack Scott, Glass Hammer, The Kinks, Joe Turner, The Kingsman, and Elvis Costello. BioShock 2, Command and Conquer, Mass Effect 2, Sealed. The Saboteur, Enemy Territory, Quake Wars. Quake literally fueled the success of NVIDIA. Oh my gosh. Talk about a game. Assassin's Creed. Man. I remember first putting this in once again on the 360. I was mesmerized. I was like, oh my gosh. I couldn't believe it. I remember watching trailers and was like, man, when I get this game, I mean, I had the strategy guide. I put a lot of time into that. That's incredible. Red Alert 3, Command and Conquer, and World of Warcraft. $9.99, World of Warcraft. We also have Batman, Arkham Asylum. I think Tanner used to play that. And then Nexus, the Jupiter Incident. Nexus, the Jupiter Incident. More Singles, $6.99. The Crying Shames, I Want to Meet You. Sugarloaf and Jerry Corbetta, Don't Call Us, We'll Call You. Tennessee Ernie Ford sings all about Little Klinkler. Record of the Year, The Majorettes, White Levi's. Wow. The Cascade Shy Girl and Cliff Richard, Lucky Lips. Server still run for World of Warcraft? Probably. I had a teacher, well, he's the football coach at Gornsville, but he used to play that too. He'd have it running. I remember him mining for Bitcoin too. He'd have 3 or 4 computers running. He'd be watching film, playing World of Warcraft, and mining Bitcoin in the coach's office. Coach Ron Moose Marshall, he passed away last year. My job in high school was to basically help him all day, especially my junior and senior year. And he would be breaking down film. I'd be helping him break down film, defense of strategy. We'd be doing defensive strategy, breaking down film, labeling plays, down and distance. He'd be playing World of Warcraft, and then he would be mining Bitcoin. And nobody had any idea what he was talking about mining Bitcoin. We have Susie on Sugarloaf, Wolverine on Majorettes, and Danny on TEF. And that was for Tennessee Ernie Ford. Next thing is $9.99, more video games or software, whatever pops up. X3 or X cubed, I don't know how that's supposed to be read, Gold Edition. Metro 2033. Necrovision. Max Payne 2. I put some time in on those. 2 Worlds. And Mafia 2. Did not play football, no. I broke about a 50, 60-year family tradition at Gornsville High School. I was the first not to play. I was the one first not to play football in my family. No, I helped Coach Marshall with logistics. So I went to more academics, and I helped him with logistics. So we did. I was basically in with the coaches doing stuff in my junior, senior year. Plus, I worked for our local TV station, so I filmed the games for our TV station, and then after the games, I'd go in and start helping him with breaking down plays and stuff. Adobe Photoshop Elements 10. Men of War. That one's a little dusty. And Divinity 2, Ego Draconis. Some of these I've actually put some time in playing. Of course, I told you about Assassin's Creed. Godfather for sure. Max Payne 2. I don't know how I ever found time. I did it for a little while. Paul Brothers on Adobe. Yeah. My dad was the radio broadcaster, so we was highly involved with high school sports. So I helped all the coaches in all the sports. I did, like, I kept stats for the basketball team. I did logistics for the football team. And I got a state championship ring. We won a state championship in 2012. I actually got a ring. I got a ring just like the players and coaches. So that was something. I didn't think I was going to get a ring, but I did. Dave Edmonds, I Hear You Knocking. Jimmy McCracklin, The Walk. The Hollies, I Can't Tell You from the Bottom from the Top. Max Frost and the Troopers, Shape of Things to Come. Buckman and Goodman on Trial. And then Jimmy Reed, Left-Handed Woman. I don't ever remember being nervous too much in school because I had to speak a lot. I was class president, and I spoke a lot. But I remember the nervous I was ever getting in front of the school was after we won the state championship, and it was a high school assembly. And Coach Marshall was handing out rings to his staff, and he called me down, and I was just, sitting up there with the student body. And he started talking. I was like, oh no, he's talking about me. And he had me a state champ. Of course, it's like, I'll have to go get it. I got it here in the safe. It's gigantic. It's awesome. But I got a gold state championship ring. My dad got one too. He gave one to the radio broadcast team too. So Jimmy Reed, left-handed woman. Buckman and Goodman, Max Frost, the Hollies, Jimmy McCracklin, and Dave Edmonds. But I was like, man, I've got a state championship ring. Because I regret not playing because we won, and I was like, man, I could have been on a state championship team. But I still kind of was. I just didn't play. Drake and Sang, the dark eye, Drake and Sang. Here is Adobe Photoshop Lightroom 3. And then we have, that's pretty cool, Star Trek Online Collector's Edition. I know this guy that had all this stuff loved Star Trek. Okay. And then StarCraft Wings of Liberty. Adobe Photoshop Lightroom sold to Shakedown. That's sold to Shakedown. The Hollies was I Can't Tell the Bottom from the Top and Mad Professor Blythe. Star Trek sold to Michael Ruttman. $9.99 on the PC games. And then here's some more singles. Nice. The Shangri-La's I Can Never Go Home Anymore. Shangri-La's Leader of the Pack. The Righteous Brothers, My Babe. The Esquires, Get On Up. The Esquires, Everybody's Laughing. Shirley Ellis, The Clapping Song. And Shirley Ellis, The Name Game. So we have Wolverine on both Shangri-La's. We have Shirley Ellis, The Esquires, and the Righteous Brothers. Okay, the rest of this crate is The 11th Hour, the sequel to The 11th Guest. Loose Disc, Broken Rubber Band. More loose disc. Star Trek Kingdom Academy. 6 disc. Star Trek Kingdom Academy. Star Trek The Next Generation Season 5 bonus features. And then Baldur's Gate. This Star Trek sold to Shakedown. I'm assuming you want that for $9.99. What was the Shirley Ellis? The Shirley Ellis's were, the Shirley Ellis's plural was The Clapping Song, and This Is Beautiful, and The Name Game, and Whisper to Me Wind. And then the last 3 things in this box is this. Freelancer. And then some more disc, which I'm assuming these are games without cases. All right, let's grab another handful of this. We got, I've been working 925, cool picture sleeve with Dolly. Another Sugarloaf, Jerry Corbetta, Don't Call Us, We'll Call You. She's Gone, Hall & Oates. Sheena Easton, Dinah Ross, I'm Coming Out. Tony Carey, A Fine Day. Boz Scaggs, Heart of Mine. Joey D, Hey, Let's Twist. Susie, Leader of the Pack, was already sold. Wolverine already got that one. Okay. Wolverine also gets Dolly. Susie was next, then Danny. And Joey D also sold to Wolverine. So that left Boz Scaggs, Tony Carey, Dinah Ross, Sheena Easton, Hall & Oates, and Sugarloaf. Okay, and now as far as games, so that was the box of games, and then there's 2 boxes of manuals. Now, I'm assuming nobody else wants to buy anything individually, so what I'm gonna do, there's literally 2 huge boxes of manuals. Now, Paul that bought a lot of the bundles, some of those may or may not go to yours. I don't know where, they could even go to this stuff. It could even go to some of these. So there's 2 like huge boxes of manuals, and then there's some strategy guides that don't go to these games. They're like Xbox strategy guides, etc., etc. Now, besides me bringing all that over here, what I was going to do is just do some kind of price for everything. So approximately there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then the stack back here behind it, 20. There was 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 44. So 41 kind of box games there. 41, right, 41, and then like all these loose discs. And then all the manuals. I mean, that's a lot. Y'all should see this box, plus all these strategy guides. But if somebody wants to buy these, I'll give 2 different prices because I think most people watching will have to have it shipped. And then, of course, Paul could possibly want them, and he's going to come pick up. So my price is, and some of the strategy guides are Saints Row, Call of Duty 3, Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops 2, Ghost, Grand Theft Auto 5, Battlefield 3, Far Cry 4, Far Cry 5, Star Wars Battlefront, and then there's literally a whole box full of manuals. So, which, you know, what I was thinking is like, well, I could spread all that out and put in an eBay lot, and I bet it would sell for quite a bit. Manuals, I used to do that with Nintendo stuff. So 41 disc approximately, or 41 box games, and all the manuals, $275 shipped or $250 pickup. So $275 shipped or $250 pickup. That gets, well, if you just price those out at $250, you know, that would be like $6 a piece for all these, and then all the manuals, all of these. Basically, this stuff here I set off to the side. Every piece of video game PC collection deal that we had left. That's the price. $275 shipped or $250 pickup. Paul Brothers says he'll pick them up. Sold to Paul Brothers, $250. Awesome. All right. They're all gone. Okay, that was also the end of the 45 box. Let me see what's over here in this other one and see how much is in there. First, I need to take this individually sold stuff over here. Let me do that right now. Don't wait till tomorrow. Don't want that stuff to fall. Now, Scott, I'll leave your decision making on selling to, or Paul. I mean, I guess what we could do is if you wanted some of these, we could pull some out. If Paul wants them all, it might be easier just to say they're all sold to him. But they're now in possession of Paul. I'm going to go ahead and set all these over here on the sold table. Paul, next time he comes to the store, he probably has about a truckload of video games to pick up. Literally about a truckload. Literally about a truckload. All right. And then I sold, man, we're almost out of the video game business. I don't want to be, but that's just how much I sold. Told you about my cousin coming down. I sold him 2 tubs of controllers, cables, adapters. I had like 15 Nintendo 64 controllers that are pretty dang desirable, originals. I had all kinds of stuff. I sold him a lot of stuff. Okay. So, I've always bought and sold vintage video games. Couple times I got some deals and it kick-started my collection. Back in the days of low cash Chad, like teenager Chad, I didn't have, probably didn't even have $1,500 to go buy a collection. There's a couple times I took out literally bank loans. Or convinced a couple people to let me borrow the money with quick interest. Okay, there's that. And then I'll move all the manuals and stuff over there after. Hardest part about growing a business is capital. Unless you got a pretty good track record or you can just convince somebody. Really hard to get capital to run a business. And so there's so many deals when I was a kid. We just didn't have the money. And I was like, man, I know this is like, I know it's $8,000 or $10,000, but we can literally like 5x it. And it's just impossible to get together the cash. And finally, I met the right few people that, you know, understood what I was saying and saw the results. Otherwise, it's just like, you can't just walk in and say, hey, I got an idea for a business with no track record. Can I have $35,000 in cash? They're going to be like, yeah, next. All right, these are all $6.99. Dwight Yoakam, I Got You. Roy Orbison, Drifting Away. The Dirt Band, Take Me Back. Anne Murray, Lucky Me. The Corsairs, I'll Take You Home. We have Stevie Wonder, Land of La La. This is David Brogman, Samba of the Orchids. Cock Robin, The Biggest Fool of All. King, Alone Without You. Ronnie Law's Rhythm of Romance. The Hidden Truth, It's Hidden, The Truth. Fahrenheit, Full in Love, 2 copies. Davy D, Oh Girl. The Safaris, Point Blank. We have Travis Tritt, No Vacation from Blues. Kenny Loggins, Footloose. Elton John, Crocodile Rock. And Marshall Tucker Band. And this is Love Some. And it's a double-sided promo. Let me go up here first and pull this for Vicky. She wants the White Yoakum for $6.99. Wolverine wants SAF. And that was for the Safaris, right? Or was that for something else? I bet that was for the Safaris. If not, let me know. Safaris. And then Susie on Truth, which was this right here. And then Susie on TT. And that's for Travis Tritt. And then Danny Thomason on Travis Tritt. Okay. I know I read through a bunch there, but we hadn't even got started with the box. These were just laying on top. Don't know if we'll be able to go through it all, but I told y'all there's 2 other boxes over here that had never really been read through. That's been not necessarily brand new stuff John just brought me, but they've just never been read through. Fear, Quake, Any War, Sims, and COD, etc. Can you pull those aside? Now, what is Fear, Quake, Call of Duty? If you can give me the exact titles, they can write them down and pull them out. We can charge Scott Arnold $5 each, and then we can take that off Paul Brothers' bundle. But you'll have to list maybe exact titles. I mean, I can bring them back over here, or I can snap you some pictures of the spines later. That might be easier, and then that way there's a message thread where they can pull them out. Happy Xmas, perfect timing for that. So this is Christmas, John Lennon. Jimmy Hall, I'm happy that our love has found you. That's a promo. Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark. Elton John, Song for Guy. Alexander O'Neill, Fake. Rolling Stones, Undercover of the Night. That's a little bit later one. That's 1991. Santo and Johnny, Sleepwalk. Culture Club, Move Away. Village People, In the Navy. And Carpenters, One Love. If Paul's good with that, we can pull those out and take it off Paul's bundle, or however y'all want to do it. Paul, you tell me. They now belong to you, pending payment. All right, so Carpenters, Village People, Culture Club, So Does Susie, Santo and Johnny, Stones, Alexander O'Neal, Elton John, Bruce, Jimmy Hall, and John Lennon. So this is Christmas. And what have you done? Joe Jones, You Talk Too Much. Country Comfort, that's Earl Scruggs and the Earl Scruggs and the Earl Scruggs Review. Music Machine, Talk Talk. Herbie Hancock, Chameleon. The Contours, Do You Love Me, on the original label. The Pretenders, Message of Love. And John Denver, Goodbye Again. I don't think I have any game. I'm trying to figure out what video games I have left in here that's not my personal stash at home. I don't guess there's hardly any video games left in the store now. We need to go buy a video game collection, I guess. Yeah, we've sold every... You know, there's a good chance, though, we find another box or tub over here with more PC games, but so far those are all gone. Contour sold for $6.99 to Wolverine. That left John Denver, The Pretenders, Herbie Hancock, Music Machine, Earl Scruggs, and Joe Jones. We also have The Partridge Family, I Woke Up in Love This Morning. Belinda, as in Belinda Carlisle. That is We Can Change. And Sand Circle, The Sand Circle, In the Sand Circle, I think. Righteous Brothers, Ebb Tide, I Love You for Sentimental Reasons. The Who, Overture from Tommy. Mom's Apple Pie, Love Plays a Song. Fine Young Cannibals, Social Security and Good Thing. Kylie Minogue, Locomotion. Belinda Carlisle, Mad About You. And Aerosmith from Pump, My Girl and The Other Side. All right. Aerosmith, So Does Susie Breedlove. Belinda, Kylie Minogue, this, and Partridge Family, So Does Susie Breedlove. Ricky Skaggs, Country Boy. Steve Miller Band, Heart Like a Wheel. Stray Cat Strut. Jay Giles Band, Concealed Weapons. Fabulous Thunderbirds, Wrap It Up promo. 38 Special, Back to Paradise promo. Expose, Tell Me Why. Tony Bennett, a Columbia EP, $6.99. And one more, Christopher Cross, A Chance for Heaven, from the 23rd Olympics, the 23rd Olympiad. These are all $6.99. Christopher Cross, Tony Bennett, Expose, 38 Special, Fabulous Thunderbirds, Jay Giles, Stray Cats, Steve Miller Band, and Ricky Skaggs. Tony Bennett promo, or Tony Bennett EP, sold to Wolverine. $6.99. Julio Iglesias and Willie Nelson, To All the Girls I Loved Before. Dire Straits, Walk of Life, and The Flip Is So Far Away. Streets of Fire, I Can Dream About You. Morris Day, The Oak Tree. June Carter, Go Away Stranger. The Eagles, I Can't Tell You Why. And Herbie Hancock, Butterfly. I can show the Tony Bennett. Yeah, this is Tony Bennett, B2563 catalog number. Blue Velvet, Sing You Sinners, The Boulevard of Broken Dreams, and I Won't Cry Anymore. It's actually not too bad. There's no splits in it. Herbie Hancock, The Eagles, June Carter, Morris Day, Streets of Fire, Dire Straits, Julio and Willie. Yeah, I'll snap some picture when I'm done with a sale, when I'm stacking up the rest of the stuff that has sold. I'll snap pictures of the spines, kind of like I do the CDs. I'll send them to you in Messenger, And whoever's tagging, make sure you go check the messages from Scott Arnold and you pull out whatever he wants from that message. Tag him for $5 and subtract that price off the bundle for Paul Brothers. So when Paul gets his invoice, he's going to figure out how cheap he just got that bundle. Wolverine wants to put back Tony Bennett. No problem. It's only a $3 million restocking fee. Only a $3 million restocking fee. Next auction is Jungle Boogie by Cool and the Gang, not KC. Cool and the Gang, Jungle Boogie. Stray Cats, I Won't Stand in Your Way. Sticks Music Time, Jerry Rafferty, Right Down the Line. Bobby Womack, Living in a Box. Chris Jasper, Superbad. Jean Bouvier, Jimmy. And Roaring Boys, House of Stone. Jungle Boogie, Jungle Boogie. We have Roaring Boys, House of Stone, Jean Bouvier, Chris Jasper, Bobby Womack, Jerry Rafferty, Sticks is So Does Susie, Stray Cats, and Jungle Boogie, So Does Susie. Get Down on It. That's another one by Cool and the Gang. Translator, Come With Me. Jennifer Rush, Flames of Paradise. Denise Williams, Wiser and Weaker. Glenn Miller, Moonlight Cocktail. Maureen McGovern, The Same Moon. George Baker Selection, Dreamboat. And Paloma Blanca. Helen Reddy, Killer Barracuda Promo. The Carpenters, It's Gonna Take Some Time, and Flat Baroque. And Carole King, Chains. My Baby's Got Me Locked, as made famous also by the Beatles. Wonder if you saw my text about Randy Rhoads Lightbox. I'll buy multiples. You have asked me, will I make a logo for Randy? Can you send me a picture of what you maybe want it to look like? Can you send me a picture of maybe what you want me to look, what it, and an image? Carpenters is So to Wolverine. That left Carole King, Promo, Helen Reddy, George Baker, Maureen McGovern, Glenn Miller, Denise, Jennifer Rush, and Translator. Hit down on it. Right. We have Colonel Abrams, Soon You'll Be Gone. Surface, Let's Try Again. Lou Rawls, The Star Spangled Banner. Acoustic Alchemy, Mr. Chow. Evil Roy by Earth, Wind, and Fire. We have Flip, That's What They Say About Love, and Lamal, Love in Your Eyes. And Paul Revere and the Raiders, Doing to Others. Paul Revere, Lamal, Flip, Earth, Wind, Fire, Acoustic Alchemy, Lou Rawls, Surface, and Colonel Abrams. All right. Simon and Garfunkel, Feeling Groovy. Jimmy Castor Bunch, Troglodyte, Caveman. Alabama, Ride the Train. Linda Ronstadt, Easy for You to Say Promo. The Beach Boys, Going On Promo. Mary Chapin Carpenter, What You Didn't Say. Alabama, There's a Fire in the Night. And the Kingsmen, The Climb and The Waiting. Those are all $6.99. Okay. Susie on Paul. That must have been something over here. Did you mean Lamal, Susie? No, she meant Paul Revere and the Raiders. That's So Does Susie. As seen on the Tree BA7 album cover, there's a white version and a later blue version fading into white lettering. Similar to how the new King Diamond logo, red and light action box, not the lights. And then Susie wants Flip. And Flip was right here, I think. That's What They Say About Love. And then that left the Kingsmen, Alabama, Mary Chapin, the Beach Boys, So Does Susie, Linda Ronstadt, Alabama, Jimmy Castor, Simon and Garfunkel. Do-do-do-do, feeling groovy. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Here's a big song from the 80s by Kaja Gugu, Too Shy. The Animals, this is Love Is For All Time. Billy Joe, The Longest Time. Vern Godson, Way Down Deep. Glory Days by Bruce. Keep the Fire Burning, REO. And John Anderson, that's country John Anderson, Old Mexico. Coming in very late. Any Disney? No. Any Van Halen? No. Any T. Graham Brown? No. Waylon? No. We did have Disney tonight, all sold. We did have Van Halen, all sold. Haven't seen T. Graham Brown, and anything Waylon we've shown is all gone. John Anderson, REO, Bruce, Vern Godson, Billy Joe, The Animals, and Kaja Goo Goo. Jeff Brent wants at least 6 Randy Rhodes. He can pay in advance. I'll start working on this tomorrow, or technically today. Chicago, if you leave me now, you give away the biggest part of me. Ooh, baby, please don't go. Lionel Richie, All Night Long. John Anderson again, Wild and Blue. Emmylou Harris, Today I Started Loving You Again. Crosby and Nash, Out of Darkness promo. Huey Lewis, She's Some Kind of Wonderful. And Bruce Springsteen, Cover Me. Okay, over here for $6.99, we have Susie on John Anderson. Susie on Animal, which was The Animals. Which was right here, if I can get a hold of it. Oops. Let's change up Led Zeppelin back here. Look at that one. Nice. What else does it do? Look at that one. This one. All right, and then Susie wants the John Anderson. All right, let's do one more handful. That'll get us officially halfway through this box, and that might be a good spot to pause. And I'll do final request and maybe show a few more random things. We'll see. Merle Haggard, Always Waiting on You. Billy Joe Royal, Cherry Hill Park promo. The Trogs, I Can't Control Myself. Ocean, Put Your Hand in the Hand. Chicago, We Can Last Forever. Johnny Rivers, The Tracks of My Tears. Chubby Checker, Pony Time. And Paul Simon, Coda Chrome. A double-decker top like the Black Sabbath, Randy Rhoads on top, Rhoads on the lower level. And prefer the taller, the better, not the shorter like the Iron Maiden. Okay. Nice. Okay. So Wolverine on OF. He meant OC. And that was for Ocean. Okay. Susie got Billy Joe Royal. And Susie got Johnny Rivers. Okay, maybe one more handful. Dave and Ansel Collins, Double Barrel. Alabama, 40-Hour Week. Bachman Turnover Drive, Taking Care of Business. Andy Griffith, Andy and Cleopatra Part 1. Don Henley, Not Enough Love in the World. Get back on it. Okay, maybe one more handful. Maybe one more handful. Susie wants BTO. John Anderson, 1959. Elton John, Sorry Seems to Be the Hardest Word. Bobby Rydell, Love, Love, Go Away. Debbie Reynolds, Ask Me to Go Steady. These are clean. Dwayne Eddy, Ring of Fire. Boogie Wonderland, Earth, Wind, and Fire with the Emotions. New Shoes, I Can't Wait, Wham, Bam, Shang-a-Lang, silver, and Nothing But the Heartaches, He Holds His Own, the Supremes. Good stuff there. Susie also wants Don Henley from the Eagles, $6.99. Get down on it. All right, one more. Tommy James, Getting Together. Wolverine gets the Supremes. Susie on John Anderson. And that left Tommy James and Shondells. Silver, Wham Bam Shang-a-Lang. New Shoes, I Can't Wait. Boogie Wonderland. Dwayne Eddy. Debbie Reynolds. Bobby Rydell. Elton John. Susie wants Tommy James. All right, maybe one more handful. Roxette, Joyride Unplugged. The Flying Lizards, Money B. George Harrison, All Those Years Ago. Go West, One Way Street. Xanadu, ELO, I'm Alive. Doctor My Eyes, Jackson Browne. Clint Black, Half the Man. George Strait, What's Going On in Your World. Alan Jackson, Hurtin' Comes Easy. Jackie Wilson, Alone at Last. Get down on it. Jackie Wilson, so to Wolverine. Susie wants George Strait. Susie gets Alan Jackson. That left Clint Black, Jackson Browne, ELO, Go West, George Harrison, The Flying Lizards, and Roxette. All right, one more handful. Here we go. The Tremolos, Silence is Golden. Willie Nelson, You Ought to Hear Me Cry. Yoko Ono, Plastic Ono Band, Move On Fast, and Now or Never. Dolly, It's All Wrong, But It's All Right, and Two Doors Down. The Pretenders, Day After Day. Willie Nelson, Promo Without a Song. Vince, Vance and the Valance, Bomb Iran. David Rose, The Stripper. Lee Dorsey, Working in a Coal Mine. And Bobby Darin, Mac the Knife. Tracy Sorngron, Yoko Ono. All these are $6.99. Bobby Darin, Lee Dorsey, David Rose, Vince Vance, Willie Nelson, The Pretenders, Dolly, Willie, and the Tremolos. Eric Bowman wants Bomb, 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 Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran. I don't know if that's how it goes, but when we literally bombed Iran earlier this year, that's all I heard on Facebook over those clips of B-2 bombers taking off. When we literally bombed Iran this year, there was clips of B-52s taking off, and the song in the back sounded like Barbara Ran by the Beach Boys, but instead it was Bomb, 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 Iran. Earth, Wind, and Fire, Serpentine Fire. Scott Baio, Some Girls, or something like that. Emmylou Harris, Someday My Ship Will Sail. John Anderson, I Danced with San Antone Rose. John Anderson, Girl for You. John Anderson, Wild and Blue. Dave Mason, Sour Grapes. Sammy Kershaw, Yard Sale. Chicago, 25 or 624, What Kind of Man Would I Be? Chicago, Sammy Kershaw, Dave Mason, John Anderson, Emmylou Harris, Scott Baio, something like that. Susie on Earth, Wind, and Fire. And then Stacey Metternich got Chicago. Tim Graham was next on Chicago. Peter Cetera, Glory of Love, Theme from Karate Kid Part 2. Irma Thomas, Two Winters Long. Porter and Dolly, How Can I Help You Forgive Me? John Norris, Sweet Georgia Brown. The Sunday Playboy, Saturday Night Special. Cat Stevens Was Dog a Donut? Alexa Day Paris, Prince and the Revolution. George Jones, Almost Persuaded. We got Irma Thomas, Sold to Wolverine. Kelly Cook on Peter Cetera from Karate Kid. And then Wolverine on IT for something. IT. I got George Jones left, Prince, Cat Stevens, The Sunday Playboys, John Norris, and Porter and Dolly. Chicago, Must Have Been Crazy. Bobby Darin, If I Were a Carpenter. Joan Jett and the Black Hearts, You Don't Know What You've Got. Debbie Gibson, Shake Your Love. Whitney Houston, One Moment at a Time from the Olympics. The White Yoakam, Little Ways promo. Billy Joe, Goodnight Saigon. Billy Joe, You're Only Human. And the Standells, Dirty Water. Any Boston Red Sox fans watching? That's your song right there. The Standells, Dirty Water. Legitimately and honestly, there's about 2 or 3 handfuls left. And then we finish the box. Standells, Billy Joe, Dwight Yoakam, Whitney Houston, Debbie Gibson, Joan Jett, Bobby Darin, and Chicago. All right. 5-man electrical band. Signs everywhere. There's signs. And the long-haired, freaky Billy Joe, When in Rome. Rainy days and Mondays always bring me down. Janet Jackson, All Right. Shotgun. That is Junior Walker. We have Larry Williams, You Bug Me Baby. Bee Gees, Nights on Broadway. Small Faces, Lazy Sunday. New Order, nice. New Order, The Perfect Kiss, promo. And Phil Collins, Something Happened. Stacy on Rainy days and Mondays always bring me down. Rainy days make me want to go back to sleep instead of waking up and coming and selling records. That's about the only thing that'll keep me in bed. When it's pouring rain, I'm like, oh, dark outside. Oh my gosh. Cuddle up with a pillow. Phil Collins, New Order, Small Faces, Bee Gees, Larry Williams, Junior Walker, Janet Jackson, and Billy Joe. Susie's going to take the Phil Collins. And then here we go. We got Roy Orbison, She's a Mystery to Me. Mick Jagger, Just Another Night. Paul Revere and the Raiders, The Great Airplane Strike. Dr. Hook, Only 16. Village People Go West. The Knickerbockers, Lies. And Lloyd Price, No Limit to Love. Rainy days and Mondays always bring me. So Lloyd Price, the Knickerbockers, Village People, Dr. Hook, Mick Jagger, So to Tim Graham, Susie was next. The flip of Dr. Hook was Let Me Be Your Lover from their album Bankrupt. Lloyd Price. Lloyd Price is Such a Mess. Nice vinyl, beautiful. And the flip is No Limit to Love on KRC. Okay, this is it. About 3, 4 left here. Janet Jackson, All Right Again. Talking Heads, Life During Wartime. And Airbird and War, Spill the Wine. Rainy days and Mondays always bring me down. Girls just wanna have fun. All right, and Spill the Wine, So to Kelly Cook. Folks, 2 a.m. Facebook feed ends in approximately 15 minutes. So not much more we can do anyway, unless we started a whole new feed. Did y'all see some of the Japanese 45s from last night that didn't sell? These were $15. Wings, Venus and Mars Rock Show. Wings, Mary Had a Little Lamb. The Beatles, Please Please Me. McCartney, Another Day. McCartney, Letting Go. This is also Wings, of course. Junior's Farm. My Love. And George Harrison, Ding Dong, and I Don't Care Anymore. So those are all $15. I think they're all nice, except the Beatles was maybe VG. Yeah, it's got quite a bit of wear on it. I was grading that one VG minus, but I didn't get that one as often. And the rest of these should be beautiful. Yeah. Mary had sold to Susie for $15. And so that was a Venus and Mars Rock Show. George Harrison, Ding Dong. My Love Does It Good. Let's Go Down to Junior's Farm. I Feel Like Letting Go. You Gave Me the Answer. Another Day. Oh Woman, Oh Why. Those are all great. And then the Beatles. I would entertain a bundle on those. Any other 45s laying around here? Any other 45s laying around here? Not that I can see. Of course, the indie stuff. I showed those last night. That little stack there. This was, I guess y'all probably seen these. These were from last night. Tina Turner, Private Dancer. John Williams theme from Close Encounters. Cyndi Lauper, Girls Just Want to Have Fun. Elton John, Sorry Seems to Be the Hardest Word. The Beatles, Lady Madonna. Manic Monday, Bangles. Twist and Shout, that's VG. Billy Preston, Everything's Alright. Dudley Perkins. Fleetwood Mac, Gypsy. Fleetwood Mac, Hold Me. Elton John, A Word in Spanish. Wings, Goodnight Tonight. And George Harrison, Give Me Love, Give Me Peace on Earth. Something to do with Finn Wolfhard from Stranger Things. So Mike from Stranger Things, Finn Wolfhard, he's like some kind of, he's in with the George Harrison camp, and they're doing some kind of music video for Give Me Love, Give Me Peace on Earth. I saw a little clip. They're doing it like in stop motion clay figures, and he's like directing it. And so Finn Wolfhard's like into music. And then the guy who plays, man, as much as I love that show, I have trouble with their names. But another one of those guys are in a band. It's called Dejo. Who's the other one in there? Can't remember. Anyway, any last request? Anybody want to make an offer on a bundle? Anybody want to be a bundle? Does anybody want to desire to be a bundle? Jeff Brent says he sent me Randy Rhoads pictures. I'll check on them. As soon as this sale's over, I'm going to immediately shoot tomorrow morning's videos. And then I'm going to head home to eat this Mexican food. And I'm watching a movie for the first time I've never watched before. It's called, I've made my mind up. I'm going to watch Dr. Strangelove. And then hopefully go right to sleep and come back here tomorrow and get right back to work. Joe Keery. No, who plays, hold on a minute. Joe Keery. No. Is that his name? Oh, yeah, it is his name. Joe Keery. Waiting Up. Yeah, I'll send you those. Yeah, Joe Keery, that's him. What's his name? Steve Harrington, yeah. Yeah, he's in a band called Dejo, or however that's spelled. So, Stranger Things. And I found out this woman here, Natalie, is from Nashville. I was like, wow, she like grew up in Nashville. And of course, she's married to Jonathan Byers in real life. I think all these people are obviously really talented, especially these that are playing music. And then Finn's band, where's he at? Finn? He's in member of the Aubreys. Yeah, the Aubreys. But he's doing something with George Harrison. I wonder if it says filmography. Probably not. Music videos. That's just his stuff. I'm not for sure. Man, Natalie Dyer, same age as me. I could have hooked up with her. And I could have been dating a cast member of Stranger Things. We're the same age. Dang it, I missed my chance. Shoot. Natalie, if you're out there, you know, I am a fan of Stranger Things, and we are the same age. Then you have them grandkids. I probably would. Yep. And then there goes Coletco. Y'all know if I start dating this girl, then there goes Coletco. No more Coletco after those kids come out. All right, I'm in the feed. A 5, a 4, any unsold Indy 45 auction ones. Nope, they both sold. You're out of luck, Jim. This is the end of your invoice. Hope you have a good one, Jim B. Ma'am, how much have you spent? A couple $1,000 this week? Have you spent a couple thousand, Jim B? Maybe a few hundred people spent a couple $1,000s this week. That would be great for sales. If we had a few hundred people spend a couple $1,000 like Jim B, that'd be a pretty good week. 300 people spending $2,000 this week. That's not bad at all. Give me love, give me peace on earth. Tell me why, help me down. Free from sin, empty hole, empty coat. What time tomorrow? I just don't know. I don't want to make it. I'm not making promises, okay? I'm not going to set in stone anything for tomorrow until I know I'm on my way here. Probably not till literally I'm on my way here, because it's going to depend on a lot of other factors. Sleep, shopping, eating, food, shopping, eating, food, Christmas shopping, sleep, eating, and then I'll have a decision. That is the conclusion of tonight's show. As always, thank y'all for being fantastic, wonderful customers. Y'all are the best on earth. And that's it. I should be live on here doing something tomorrow. If it's like 9 or 10 o'clock and you still hadn't heard from me, that means I'm probably asleep.